Well. Welcome back to the finale of my Aphmau series. Well, finale for now. I'm sure I'll be back for season 7, so don't think I'm going anywhere after this. And I have a lot of ideas for what I'm gonna do in between. I'm kinda surprised that a couple people actually guessed what I'm gonna be doing next without me even hinting at it once. The next series that I'm gonna be talking about is Sam Gladier's Yandere High School series, so round of applause, please. I also want to do a video on the Dream SMP at one point. I don't know, I feel like that would be kind of interesting, especially since I've never seen it before. But I'm getting ahead of myself, that's not why any of you are here today. You're probably wondering what's behind me. And so am I. But good things come to those who wait. In part 3, we discussed the craziest Mystreet seasons, 4, 5, and 6. And Falcon University, but that one's kind of an outlier. And we have an entire behind the scenes / controversy segment that I'm sure everyone is excited for. And finally, I have a theory segment that explains what all of this going on behind me is. I haven't put anything together yet at the time of filming this, but it's looking like this is going to be the longest part of the series, so get comfortable. Also, since it's been a couple months since the first part, I'll reiterate a few of my points from the very beginning of this whole debacle. I was an Aphmau fan growing up too. I do not want anyone to think that I'm just some random outsider here for the sake of being hateful. I'm looking back on a show that I liked as a kid with my adult viewpoint because it's funny. I know it's not supposed to be taken as seriously as I'm taking it. That's the point, that's why it's funny. The series themselves are just for fun, as are my videos. And I also don't want anyone to feel bad for liking these old Aphmau videos. I genuinely don't think there's anything wrong with that. Of course, I am here to critique the show, but I have nothing against Aphmau's fans. Me pointing out the little flaws is not me saying that this show is unwatchable and you suck if you like it. If you do like it, then I'm really happy for you. I see a lot of comments on the last couple parts saying things like, oh, I used to love Aphmau as a kid, it sucks that it's so cringe now, but I encourage you to change your mindset on that a little bit. Think about how beautiful it is that you get to grow old and look back on the things that you used to like with nostalgia. It's a gift to be able to look back and see change even when it comes to little things like the shows you used to watch. Also, for this part specifically, things get really complicated, so if you think I missed something or I got something wrong, please feel free to start some discussions in the comments, just remember to be respectful. This is, in fact, my first rodeo, so I'm by no means a professional. I'm learning as I go, so thank you guys for being so patient with me. Again, I didn't expect any of these videos to do so well, especially so quickly, so thank you guys for being so receptive and nice to me. This is the most motivated that I felt in a really long time, so genuinely from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys. I love hearing about everyone's stories in the comments, I just don't respond to everything because I'd be there all day. Okay, I won't keep you here any longer. Without further ado, the finale of the history of the entire Aphmau cinematic universe, I guess. So, we're finally here. Mystreet Season 4 Emerald Secret. Up until now, Mystreet has been the more tame alternative to Diaries, but this is the season where Mystreet gets really fucking weird. In this season, Garth and Aaron's family sent the gang to this suspicious lodge in the middle of nowhere to fix the place up. I'm assuming it used to be used for business at some point. And by the gang, I just mean Aaron, Garth, Lucinda, and probably one of the least relevant characters in the entire ACU. Kim from Phoenix Drop High Season 2. Literally, why and how did she become recurring? Also, Aphmau and Zane show up eventually. So they're at this quaint little snowy mansion in the woods, everyone's super excited to be on a little winter vacation, and what could possibly go wrong? Nothing's ever gone wrong in this setting before. Seriously though, this place is giving me crazy supermassive games vibes. Like, is this Until Dawn? Or maybe even like The Quarry? And we know how both of those stories ended. And if you don't, not good. About a minute into the first episode, we're actually seeing this story from Aaron's perspective, and he says that I'm here to earn something for someone I deeply care about. But what and who he's talking about are left unsaid. So cut to Aphmau, who's still at her house. She's packing her bags with Zane, about to leave for the lodge and meet up with everyone else, when Levin and Malachi knock on her door. When she and Zane answer, Levin and Malachi say that they have important information about the property Zane's parents bought. And like, why did they go out of their way to find Zane and tell him instead of the people who bought the property when they were buying the property? What Levin and Malachi are here to disclose is that the previous owner of the lodge vanished and it's been abandoned ever since. They also say that this was disclosed when they sold the property to Aaron and Garth's families, so why did they even come here to tell him? I don't know. Then they also tack on that the boiler could potentially explode at any time. Not sure if that was disclosed when they sold the property, but I feel like you probably should shouldn't be able to sell a property that can explode at any time. Back at the lodge, everyone's searching around for the fuse box, trying to get their bearings when Lucinda says,
"Guys, I don't know if you can feel this, but there's something odd about this place. It feels weird."
In a bad way?
I'm not sure. I can't really put my finger on it, but as a warning, I think everyone should keep on their toes.
But it's probably nothing, right guys? Garth and Aaron find some letters that both of their parents left behind for them. Garth's letter from his dad says to rip up Aaron's letter and something about how their families are business partners but still competitive. And nobody seems to acknowledge this very obviously dubious behavior. Not that this ever matters in the long run, it's never brought up again and there's never any future implication that Garth's dad is like evil or anything. We just move on to the garage where they find the fuse box and get power and turn on the boiler. The boiler also low-key explodes, but like, not really. And as the episode is ending, we pan over to an emerald on the ground in the garage that Aaron sneakily grabs. And this is probably important considering the season is called Emerald Secret. Then we see some cloaked person with a bunch of wolves surrounding them, and they're just outside the lodge. No big deal. Except, of course, it's a big deal. At the beginning of the next episode, this cloaked person and all of their wolves break into the lodge. The gang hears them since they literally broke the f***ing door down, so they go upstairs and just watch as the wolves sniff through their shit. Oh my god, this is literally the plot to an interactive horror game. Like, I could imagine needing to keep my controller still here. Eventually, the person and their wolves leave, and when they do, everyone gets out of hiding and they decide to stay. I don't know about you guys, but if I'm staying at a cabin and it gets broken into, I'm gone. Like, the second it's safe, I'm driving my ass back home. I don't care. But it's fine. Everyone decides that since they relocked the doors, there's nothing to worry about. Aaron and Lucinda have a chat alone, and Lucinda suggests that the wolves from earlier are actually werewolves. And it's definitely important to note that at this point, we as the audience know that Aaron is a werewolf, but none of his friends know. Regardless, after finding out about the werewolves, they still stay there. When nighttime rolls around, everyone has a little sleepover in the main living area because of the fright they had during the day. Again, still crazy that they're staying, but whatever. When they wake up in the morning, Kim is missing. Everyone goes on a crazy manhunt to find her with absolutely no luck. Aphmau and Zane are here now though. Yay. As soon as Zane gets inside, he finds Kim, who's been missing for the whole day at this point, and she's acting like she's possessed.
When you say my name, it sounds like heaven. You're the only one for me. Kiss me. I love you.
Huh? Kim!
So basically she was so horny that she passed out. She recovers a few days later, and when she wakes up, she has no memory of being possessed and assaulting Zane. Lucinda says directly that she was possessed, but they still don't know by who or why. She also says that Kim is experiencing some lingering effects of the possession because every so often she'll still get really horny for Zane. Everyone decides that Kim needs to get out of the house so she can feel better, so they head into town for some groceries and supplies. Once they get there, it's pretty much empty with no people and only a few buildings. They find a store, and once they're inside, the owner is super excited to see new visitors. He begins to explain why the town is so barren, and when he catches himself, he starts lying.
We rarely get any visitors up here! You see, we used to be a big town. Great for tourists who wanted to hike the mountains. But, then the, Fire Nation attacked. Yeah. And there was a rock slide and a forest fire and an avalanche, which is why the town is so barren these days.
A bit later, Aaron explains their whole werewolf story to the shopkeeper and asks if they sell any wolfsbane. The shopkeeper is super shocked and explains that the woman that broke into their lodge earlier has been seen all throughout the town, and that she and the wolves she's with just attack anyone that's outside after dark. Jesus Christ! And no one's doing anything about it? And this is also literally just the plot of The Quarry before The Quarry even came out. And that's not a compliment, The Quarry is not very good. Then we cut back to Zane and Garth, who stayed back at the lodge, and now there's a different mysterious figure lurking outside this time. And of course, the mysterious figure breaks into the lodge. If I wasn't gone after the first time this happened, I am certainly gone after the second. Garth and Zane hear the door being broken down from upstairs, and Garth suggests that maybe it's just the rest of the squad coming back from the store. But Zane says that's not possible, because Aphmau said she'd text him when they're on their way back, and she hasn't yet. But also they've reiterated multiple times by this point that there is no internet at the lodge. So how would Zane receive a text from Aphmau? But continuity doesn't exist in the ACU, and I don't know why I keep expecting it to suddenly appear. Back at the store in town, Michi runs in through the door and announces to the shopkeeper that there's a big storm coming and that it'll bring 2 to 3 feet of snow. Michi also generally just is a menace as usual and is flirting with Aaron and making Aphmau mad because
But messing with him makes you so mad. It's cute.
Aphmau and Aaron outwardly express their concern and confusion at the fact that Michi is out here in the woods, but they choose not to dwell on it. Since that big storm is coming, Squad buys a ton of supplies and heads back to the lodge. Obviously, they don't know that the lodge has been broken into a second time by this point, but they find out immediately once they get back onto the property. And I would take that as my sign to get the hell out of there and call the authorities. While Garth is explaining the situation to the gang, Zane is attacked by the intruder. And while he's being attacked, he seems to recognize the attacker.
You! What are you doing here?
Squad hears the struggle from all the way outside, and when they go back inside to look, Zane is nowhere to be found. So now they can't even leave if they wanted to. Lucinda casts a spell that reveals the footprints that were left behind by the intruder, and when they follow them, they lead straight into a wall and then they stop. After some scouring around, they find a secret doorway in the wall, because of course they do, and the footprints continue inside of it. So they follow them. If you were in this story, at what point do you give up? For me, at the latest, I would have left once Zane went missing. But that's the logical conclusion to come to, so that's not what happens. Further in the secret passage, the tunnels turn into more of a maze. The spell revealing the footprints eventually wears off, and now they're lost in this underground cave system. They ask Lucinda to just cast the spell again, but she says that she can't because there's a limit on how much magic she can cast. So they're just wandering around looking for Zane, and they've reached a crossroads that branches into multiple directions. Aaron starts acting kind of suspicious, and he says that he has a hunch that Zane was brought down a certain direction, and insists that they go that way. Lucinda disagrees, and now everyone's all split up. How f***ing stupid do you have to be? Aaron and Aphmau go one way, and Lucinda, Kim, and Garth go the other way. Further into the tunnels, Aphmau asks Aaron why he thinks Zane went down this path, and then he says he can smell him.
Your jacket.
Huh?
It's Zane's jacket, and I could smell the same scent coming from this direction.
And Aphmau doesn't think this is weird or question this at all. Eventually, Aphmau and Aaron come across an emerald mine that also seems to be a settlement of some kind. There's a bunch of bunk beds and first aid kits, but there's still nobody around. As they're looking around, Aphmau says,
This would be a great spot to make out if I wasn't so distraught about Zane.
"Girl, what? Can you f***ing focus? Your man isn't even all that. And also, no, it wouldn't be. You're in a dark, gross, musty, dingy cave." The other group eventually also runs into some kind of living space. There's a bunch of witchcrafty stuff everywhere, like potions and ingredients and whatnot. Both groups continue further, and eventually they run into each other again, neither of them having any luck in finding Zane. They find an exit to the cave that leads directly to the middle of the woods, which means that there's been a path that anyone or anything could use that would lead them directly to the inside of the lodge. So everyone heads back to seal off the entrance except for Aaron, who hangs back outside. While he's there, he finds a little baby werewolf and it's hurt, so he fixes him up with a first aid kit that he just has, I guess, and then he leaves. But plot twist, the wolfy woman from earlier saw that entire interaction and she's super confused. She's hanging with a bunch of werewolves and says that normally humans don't feel that kind of compassion for werewolves, but for Aaron, it came naturally. Then she starts talking about their alpha or whatever, but we only hear part of the conversation and don't really get a whole lot of context. We just know that the alpha, whoever they are, is feared. And now Michi pulls up to the lodge because of course she does. And while she was on her way, she ran into the same intruder from earlier that took Zane. The intruder gave Michi a potion that turns her into Aphmau, because he just had that for whatever reason. Michi uses the potion and sneaks into the lodge, and when she finds Aaron, she convinces him to go look outside for Zane, and in the process, she leads him further and further away from the lodge. While that's happening, Zane strolls right back up to the lodge, just like that. But he's not quite himself. His eyes are green and he doesn't recognize Garth. When Garth is overjoyed to be reunited with his baby brother, Zane's response is,
You aren't my brother. You look nothing like him.
His demeanor is also weirdly different, like he's a bit more touchy, especially with Aphmau. Kim doesn't take too kindly to this, as she's briefly possessed again and says,
That little hussy better get her hands off my man.
girl, what? Eventually, people take notice of the fact that Zane is being weird, so they start asking him questions about where he's been all this time. They interrogate him about everyone, asking him who they are and how long he's known them and whatnot, and he remembers everyone except for Gareth. Lucinda says that he probably has amnesia, and I don't know much about amnesia, but is that possible? Okay, I made an oopsie. This actually can happen. It's called patchy amnesia, apparently. So, Aphmau 1, me 0. Then Zane mentions something about how he saw Aaron outside, and he followed Aaron's tracks to get back to the lodge. Everyone freaks out at this because they didn't even realize that Aaron had left the lodge at all, so Aphmau goes out alone to try and find him. Why do people keep going off alone in this f***ing season? Meanwhile, Aaron and Michi, who's still disguised as Aphmau, are going deeper into the woods, and Aaron's getting really frustrated. He finally says,
You are not acting like the Aphmau I know.
And Michi gets super defensive and says,
You're just jealous.
They start fighting, and then Michi becomes possessed.
Do you even understand what you took from me? I need you paid.
This is starting to get really convoluted. So Aaron knocks Michi to the ground and her potion wears off, and when Aaron realizes it's not actually Aphmau he's been with, Michi runs off and now Aaron has to find a way back home in the growing snowstorm. Eventually he runs into the real Aphmau and they find their way back to the lodge with no issue. Obviously, that is not what happened. What do you think this is? The storm gets stronger and they have to stop in a cave while they wait for it to die down. But yeah, of course, things fucking go wrong, obviously. It's so cold that Aaron passes out. Back at the lodge, everyone's still trying to get any information from Zane about where he's been and what's wrong with him. Eventually, he opens up and says that he was out in the woods camping with his brother, when at some point he saw a flash of green and his brother was gone. They still don't know who he's referring to when he says brother because it can't be Garth or Vlad, and when he's asked about it, he doesn't really answer. After hearing Zane's story, Lucinda decides that she's going to go back into the secret tunnels because she thinks she can find something to help him there, and she goes alone. It's like they don't value their lives at all. Even less than I value their lives. When in the tunnels, Lucinda looks through some books and potions, and she says that everything she's finding indicates that whoever is down here is making potions that last forever. She also says that this is illegal because potions that last forever are banned by the Universal Witches Council.
I thought potions that lasted forever were banned by the Universal Witches Council.
And why is this the first time that we're hearing about this Universal Witches Council? And why is this the last time that we're hearing about this Universal Witches Council? Before she can really elaborate further or do anything else, the weird wolf guy shows up and knocks her out cold, so awesome. Back with Aaron and Aphmau, Aaron is not looking too good. Aphmau decides to go out and find some supplies to make a fire, and she doesn't last very long out there before passing out. But don't worry, the mysterious wolf lady finds her and brings her back to Aaron and makes a fire for them. But she's kinda touchy with Aaron and Aphmau is upset. She chooses not to do anything about it though because she's scared that the wolf lady could be dangerous. The wolf lady, still unnamed by this point by the way, says that Aphmau has the gaze of an alpha.
A gaze like an alpha.
Huh?
Something about your eyes. It's like an alpha.
Right. But before this thrilling conversation can continue, thank God, the wolf lady is interrupted by some howling. She returns to Aphmau and says that they're running out of time and that their alpha is coming, and if he finds Aaron, he'll kill him. Why, you may ask? I don't f***ing know. After she was knocked out and taken away, Lucinda wakes up in a cage in some strange glowy cavern where she's being watched by the mysterious intruder. She's immediately like,
You were the one who knocked me out, aren't you?
And the guy doesn't answer. All he says is,
What do you know?
And when Lucinda refuses to answer, he uses some kind of magic to make her talk. He says,
I'll be proud to call you my sister.
And then you're supposed to kind of put the pieces together that this is the brother that Zane was talking about earlier. It's all coming together. Back to Aphmau, Aaron, and the wolf lady, Aaron finally regains consciousness. The wolf lady urges them to leave because the alpha is coming, but Aphmau is hesitant. Aaron insists that they follow her because,
If an alpha's coming, that means things could get pretty violent.
bro, why? So they follow her and she leads them back to the cave system that connects to the lodge. Somehow they get separated from the wolf lady in the caves, and Aphmau and Aaron wander into the glowy shiny place where Lucinda is being held. They find her and she explains how all of this connected to Zane, while Aphmau and Aaron try to find a way to get her out. They're unsuccessful though, and they're running out of time because the weird evil guy, still no name either, is coming back. so they have to book it and make their way back to the lodge. When they arrive, they tell Garth everything that's happened. While they're getting him up to speed, they hear Zane yell from upstairs. He was taking a nap when Kim, clearly possessed again, snuck into his room and literally made a move on him in his sleep. And then that damn intro plays, completely disrupting the suddenly really dark vibe. When the rest of the gang finds Zane and he explains what happened, literally nobody believes him, which is actually insanely fucked. Like, he's very clearly distressed and bothered and uncomfortable by this girl he barely knows kissing him in his sleep. And literally everyone is like, I don't believe you, Kim's not like that, she wouldn't do that.
That woman over there kissed me! I barely know her that well and she just put her lips on mine!
Kim is as shy as anyone gets.
I hate to say it, but I don't believe you, Zane. That's not like Kim at all.
Maybe you dreamed it.
And maybe that's true and that's not like her, but she's also literally possessed. I don't understand why everyone has just forgotten about this suddenly and no one believes Zane. Garth and Kim speak privately and Garth is fucking stupid and useless in this series, so he doesn't catch on that she's possessed. She keeps asking weird questions like,
Who is she to Zane exactly? I've noticed they spend a lot of time together. Why, when Zane came back, they were practically hugging like they were dating.
Then Garth makes some weird comment about how Zane seems like he's quote-unquote waiting around in case something happens, and that he worries he might have ulterior motives with Aphmau.
In fact, I think Zane is kind of waiting around in case something happens. Sometimes I think he has ulterior motives and I...
What the f***? And then we literally just move on, like, y'all are shitty friends. Aphmau speaks to Zane alone and tells him everything about Lucinda. She asks him if he knows anything and he says no, so Aphmau gets more specific and asks who his brother is. He says his brother's name, but Aphmau can't hear it.
Who was your brother?
It was...
Who? I don't think you're saying anything, Zane.
Yes, I am. Are you okay, Aphmau?
Can we please just give this guy a fucking name so I can stop calling him weird variations of the wolf guy and the intruder? Aaron is back at the entrance to the tunnel, but it's since been sealed off with concrete. Literally how? I didn't know there was a spell to materialize concrete in this universe, but I guess anything can happen. Kim shows up behind him, still possessed, and says,
It's too dangerous for you to leave. Plus, you're going to take Zane with you, aren't you?
And then she starts asking questions about Aphmau and Zane again, and calling Zane her prince, and Aaron doesn't find this weird at all. Why does nobody give a shit about Zane, dude? It's almost laughable. Zane and Aphmau are in the main room, and he's insisting that Aphmau rest after being trapped outside in the snow for so long. He calls her his sweetheart and tells her to stay while he gets her something to eat. As soon as Aphmau's alone, though, a ghost appears behind her and asks if she loves Zane.
You love him, don't you?
Dude, there's too much weird shit happening and too many antagonistic creatures for me to keep up with this season. And to make matters worse, Lucinda walks back in through the front door like everything is fine, just like Zane did. Except of course it's not fine, and now she's got whatever Zane does, and she's talking about how she got lost with her brother in the forest and found her way back on her own.
Wow, that sounds like some crazy dream. I had gotten separated from my brother in the forest, but I managed to find my way back here. So, here I am.
Next episode begins with the weird wolf guy shouting at some other wolves and telling them to find some better emeralds.
I need you two to stop sitting on your tails and find me better emeralds!
When they hesitate, he calls them failures and throws one of them at a wall and implies that he's going to kill them before the wolf girl from earlier walks in to mediate. What is this plot, bro? Back at the lodge, Aaron's trying to find another way into the cave and he's not very successful. He goes to find Garth and Kim for some help, and just as he does, Kim wakes up from a nap. She says she dreamt that she was in love with Zane, and now that she's awake, she can't think straight. Except obviously it wasn't just a normal dream, she was possessed. But neither Aaron or Garth put the pieces together with what Zane told them earlier, and they just brush it off like it really was just a dream. Put me in this universe, dude. I would have us all out of the lodge and all of the mysteries solved in like an hour. Back downstairs, the ghost from earlier speaks to Zane. He's scared at first, but once he gets that the ghost is dangerous and going to try and hurt his friends, he kinda plays into it and flirts back with her. In their conversation, the ghost reveals that she was the one that sealed off the entrance to the tunnels, but they move on pretty fast, and now the ghost is taking Zane to her room so they can talk. Guys, if you had the opportunity to fuck a ghost, do you think you would? Anyway, Zane and the ghost are walking together when the ghost just vanishes. She says she can't help it, and it's because ghosts need time to rest, so they just stop existing for a little bit. Isn't that convenient for the plot? And also never brought up again. Zane expresses gratitude once she's gone and says that he was worried for what would have happened if they made it to that room. And like, be honest, you're telling me you wouldn't fuck the ghost? Like, you're not a little curious? Zane goes back downstairs and finds Lucinda, Aphmau, and Aaron. They all go outside and Zane and Lucinda get all weird and start saying they need to go find their brother. Aphmau and Aaron say they're not going, but Zane and Lucinda keep insisting that they should. Then Lucinda casts some spell on Aphmau that just makes her super willing to go with them, and when Aaron tries to fight Lucinda, she just uses her magic to launch him back into the lodge. Lucinda starts asking Aaron if he's ever heard about the origins of werewolves, and he's still trying to feign ignorance and begging her to stop talking, but she doesn't, unfortunately for us. Then we get this animated retelling of the origin of werewolves. TLDW, thousands of years ago, there was a happy couple, but then the wife died, so the husband made a deal with the devil under a blood moon to bring his wife back. The deal required a sacrifice, so the man sacrificed a wolf, but then the wolf god found out and cursed the man to forever be half man, half wolf. They call this man's bloodline, aka the Lycan family, aka Aaron's family, the Ultima. And Ultima is not a real term, it's actually just ripped from Final Fantasy, just like everything else in this universe. And the family name Lycan is basically Lycaean, which comes from an old story from ancient mythology, aka Ovid's Metamorphoses. The story talks about the origin of werewolves, where a man named Lycaean is turned into a werewolf as punishment for betraying Zeus. So that's actually the closest that Aphmau will ever get to writing a real story if it was intentional and not purely coincidence. It would be much cooler if she wrote all of her stories based on mythology instead of just ripping them from all of my favorite video games. Anyway, additionally, the Ultima family was also cursed with the ability to turn humans into werewolves. So with our werewolf origin story, Lucinda, Zane, and Aphmau just leave. Nothing else is said. Aaron runs after them, and it's super dramatic, and Garth follows. Does anyone remember when this series was supposed to be the fun and lighthearted alternative to Diaries? Aaron and Garth are running through the woods trying to find Aphmau, and Aaron is being all weird. At one point, he stops dead in his tracks and shuts his eyes and says,
I can hear her.
And suddenly he has superhuman senses, almost as if he's a werewolf or something. On their way, they run into the wolf girl, and she's begging them to stop and to let her help them because if they go any further, the alpha will kill them. But Aaron says,
Please. She's my world.
And Garth is like, what the fuck is going on? And honestly, he's the only reasonable character right now because yeah, what the fuck is going on? The wolf girl gives in and agrees to help. Didn't take that much convincing. And she finally reveals that her name is Tatiana. She says that she's not a werewolf, but a real pure-blood wolf. She used to be a normal wolf, but then she was turned into a human, and now she's rejected by nature, which is actually weirdly profound for Aphmau and actually kinda sad.
I was once a wolf, a pure-blood wolf. I ran, I hunted. Nature was my home, and it accepted me. Now it rejects me and the human I've become.
She says that back when she was a wolf, her pack was attacked by the weird cloaked wolf guy, and he would only let them live if he got to become the alpha. So that's exactly what happened. She also says that this cloaked guy isn't even the real big antagonist. The real evil is this snake-eyed man, and the evil wolf guy is just his goon. The snake-eyed man was making these forever potions with the emeralds that the wolves collected, and once he got what he wanted, he dipped and left the wolves alone. The cloaked wolf guy tried to recreate the potions, but he couldn't do it on his own, until the gang arrived at the lodge. Somehow, the cloaked guy recognized Lucinda and knew that she could help with the potions, and he also recognized Aaron. For whatever reason, seeing Aaron made him really angry, and we don't know why at this point. He also really wants Aphmau. Desperately.
And he wants Aphmau. He wants her. Desperately.
Join the club. Once Aaron finds this out, he's just even more pissed, so he runs off to find Aphmau. Eventually, he finds her standing at the top of a really precarious cliff, and she's obviously under the effects of a potion now too, because her eyes are green. She's super happy to see Aaron, and she says she has someone she wants him to meet. Aaron is confused and refuses and says that they need to talk. Like, now. And Aphmau's response is,
We'll talk. But first, my fiancé has been dying to meet you.
Wait, that's kind of tea. Like, that reveal is kind of crazy. So Aphmau leads Aaron into this house in the middle of the woods and says that this is where her and her fiance live. Once they get inside, there's pictures of Aphmau plastered all over the walls. And they're old pictures too, like from when she was in high school, with drawings all over them. As in, someone drew a wolf tail and ears on Aphmau. Is this raising any red flags for anyone? Perhaps reminding you of someone? Aphmau finds her fiance, who's actually the still unnamed cloaked wolf guy. Surprise. And this is where shit starts to get suspicious, as a viewer.
Good girl. You've done just what I asked.
Anything for you.
Guys, is it just me, or is this starting to feel like a fetish? I'm gonna add like 30 points to the total right now just to account for this and the rest of the episode. Eventually, the fiancé reveals himself to be Ian. What a fucking shock. Him and Aaron bicker a little, and then Ian says,
"Darling, why don't you go to the bedroom and get dressed in something more comfortable?"
Yes, Ian.
When I tell you I gagged, bro, like what the fuck is this all of a sudden? And Aphmau obliges. Aaron tries to get her to stop and it doesn't work, and Ian says that she's under his control now. And this entire thing just has fetish written all over it. Mind control is something that gets a lot of people off for some reason, and Aaron is being cucked, and obviously all of this is non-consensual for Aphmau. Like, this isn't cool, dude. And not to mention, this isn't the first time that Aphmau has been forced to marry someone else as her love interest watches. Remember back in Diary Season 2 and the Werewolf Kingdom? Once is a coincidence, but two is certainly a pattern. While Aphmau has stepped away, Ian and Aaron really go at it. Ian is going on about how back in high school he finally had everything he wanted and Aaron took it all away from him. Could you imagine, about a decade later, someone you mildly inconvenienced back in high school is still so pissed off at you that they are willing to brainwash and fuck your girl in front of you? And Aaron acknowledges that too.
All of this was just to get back at me for something that happened in high school?
Then Ian reveals that Aaron is, in fact, a descendant of the Ultima they talked about earlier. I'm confused. Is this supposed to be like a shock to us? Is that not what Lucinda's monologue was about earlier? Anyway, this means that Aaron has the ability to turn humans into werewolves. And now that Aphmau is dressed all slutty, Ian wants Aaron to turn Aphmau into a werewolf. Obviously, Aaron refuses, so Ian gets really mad and then uses a potion that makes Aphmau hate Aaron. And then the fucking Final Fantasy VIII soundtrack starts blasting in the background as Aphmau tries to kill Aaron.
Kill him.
The best thing you could do for me is die.
And she literally succeeds. She chases him until he jumps off of a fucking cliff as flashbacks of their life together play. What the fuck is happening? But oh silly, Aaron can't die. He literally just speaks to Irene in some form of the afterlife and she just gives him a second chance at life. It was that easy. When he comes to back in reality, he's laying in a pool of his own blood with a knife buried in his chest. And this entire section is so fucking uncomfortable because Aaron's voice actor, Jason, is putting 1000% of his effort into this, for better or for worse, which just means that he's like moaning and groaning for the entire episode. Like, I laughed out loud, I'm sorry. So Aaron gets his ass up and he goes back to the lodge to clean himself up and get all bandaged, and he and Garth are about to head back out to fuck Ian up when they get stopped by Kim being force choked by that goddamn ghost. The ghost is asking where Zane is, and when they fill her in on the fact that Zane got taken by Ian, she's suddenly on their side and they all head out to find Gang with the ghost hitching a ride in Kim's body. The three of them, or four I guess, head back into the cave systems and find Lucinda making some potions. They figure out that they can use potions to help them get everyone back to normal, so the ghost possesses Lucinda and uses her body to instruct everyone on how to make said potions. Eventually, they make a potion and get Lucinda back to normal. When Lucinda is herself again, she reveals that the entire time she was under that spell, she was conscious and aware of everything she was doing. She just didn't have the control to stop it. So that means Aphmau is aware of everything that she's doing too, and now she'll be forever traumatized by memories of her literally killing her boyfriend. And this also means Lucinda remembers Aaron's little fight with Ian because she was there watching in the background the whole time, and therefore now she knows Aaron is the Ultima werewolf. And she doesn't let Aaron wait to reveal that himself, she just outs him to Kim and Garth. She also reveals that there are 2 ways that the Ultima werewolf can turn a human into a werewolf. The first method is biting, which okay, very original, and also convenient for fetish purposes. The second method is eye contact when the Ultima's eyes go all red, like Aaron's have in the past. And that's why Aaron used to wear a blindfold all the time. Who knew? At the end of the episode, things are really building up. We cut to Ian and Aphmau, who are outside heading to where they expect to find Aaron's dead body. When they realize he actually lived and just got up and walked away, Ian smacks the shit out of Aphmau and starts screaming at her about how she failed him. Before things can escalate between them any further, Aaron pulls up and screams at the top of his lungs, challenging Ian to a fight.
Ian! I won't let you take her! Come here and face me!
And of course, Ian just runs off, so Garth, Lucinda, Aaron, and Kim have a few moments to themselves to plan their attack. Aaron uses his werewolf abilities to smell out where everyone went, and determines that Zane went one direction while Aphmau and Ian went another, and obviously he wants Ian all to himself. So before they can separate, Lucinda says that she made 3 potions to pull Aphmau and Zane out of their spells. One potion is to stop Zane from obeying Ian's orders, another is to stop Aphmau from being in love with Ian, and the last potion is to stop Aphmau from hating Aaron. And all these potions need in order to be complete is an emerald. But what do you know, we only have 2 emeralds. So a decision has to be made. Immediately, Garth is like,
You love Aphmau so much. Really. This emerald.
Bro, what about your brother? Literally everyone just hates Zane so much this season without directly saying it, it's almost sad. Imagine being Zane and finding out that your brother gave up your freedom just so that Aphmau wouldn't hate Aaron anymore. So f***ed up. Thankfully, Aaron picks the logical decision and forces Garth to use one of the emeralds on Zane's potion. So now he has to choose between Aphmau not hating him but being in love with Ian, or Aphmau not being in love with Ian and hating him. And he actually picks the correct no bullshit answer and picks the option to break Aphmau's love spell. Finally, Kim and Garth set off to find Zane, and Aaron and Lucinda set off to find Ian and Aphmau. When Garth and Zane reunite, they have an almost heartfelt moment. Garth is pleading with Zane, trying to ask if a part of him remembers them being brothers, and Zane's true self peeks through for just a second, but he still only has bad things to say about Garth, like how selfish he is and how upset it made him to always live in his shadow and whatnot.
Seem like a selfish buffoon! Nothing like my real brother! All the times you made me do things I was never comfortable with doing! All the times everyone said you were better than me! You never acknowledged how I felt! You never did! Ah!
But that doesn't last long, and the potion takes back over and Zane grabs a giant stick and is about to just beat Garth to death with it before Garth uses the anti-potion and saves him. Meanwhile, Aaron finally finds Ian and Aphmau. Ian gives Aphmau a knife and tells her to kill Aaron, again. When she approaches Aaron, he sees the bruise on her face from when Ian hit her earlier, and he goes fucking ballistic. When I saw this during my watch through when I was taking my initial notes, I literally had to shut my laptop because I just couldn't fucking do it anymore. And imagine my reaction when I opened my laptop after a night of sleep and expected to lock back in again, and I saw this. I almost had to tap out again, but this was one of the scenarios where I was so baffled that I just couldn't look away. And this goes on for a long time. Aaron's about to lose, he's all bruised and bleeding, and Ian delivers some crazy line like,
You chose to live like a human, and now you'll die like one.
Which is honestly hard as fuck. But then, of course, Aaron just locks in and now he has ears and a tail and he's suddenly winning the fight. And then Eren uses his Ultima werewolf abilities to turn Ian into a human. I didn't know that was part of the lore, and it actually never is again. So now Ian is fucking devastated because, like, if he can't be a werewolf, why should he even be alive? He begs for Eren to just kill him, but of course he won't. But not for some cool reason, like you should be forced to shoulder your sins. It's just because Eren is too much of a cool good guy to kill anyone.
No one deserves to die.
Bro, you could have made it cool, but you made it lame. Some people deserve to die. Eren slow motion walks away like the cold-hearted badass he is, and as soon as Ian is alone, Tatiana and the wolves that he had been abusing for so long pull up, and I guess it's implied that they kill him?
What are you doing? Stop! Stop! I command you! Stop! No! No!
It happens off screen, but I guess the sentiment is there. But also I wouldn't be surprised if he somehow showed up later. Now Eren's adrenaline is starting to run out and he's coughing up blood. His vision is starting to go and he can barely walk. But he finds his way back to Aphmau, who's being held by the rest of the gang as she rages and screams about how she wants to kill him. Lucinda tries to use the anti-potions on her, but for some reason, they don't work. So Eren tells everyone to let Aphmau go, and they do, and Aphmau runs at him with a knife, and he just lets her slice away at him while she yells about how much she hates him, and he just keeps repeating,
"You just need to smile."
I just can't take any of this seriously, dude. Like, that can't be the correct course of action. Once she realizes what she's done, Aphmau has some flashback/vision with dramatic music playing in the background. And I want to pause to talk about this song for a second. The song that's playing right now is the main theme for Final Fantasy X, which I'll talk about in a second. When this particular song started playing, I was really confused because the song does have lyrics, but the ones that are playing are not the lyrics. And the original one is, good. And this one is not. So immediately some red flags were raised in my brain. I thought the voice singing sounded familiar and I realized it's Jess singing. And the more you listen, the worse it gets. Look, I'm a former band kid and I like to think that I was at least kind of good at what I did at least half of the time. I could hold a tempo well enough at least some of the time. But Jess apparently cannot. For the life of her. It starts off okay, but it just gets worse and worse as it goes on.
Hearing your voice, your words call out to me, searching for love's warm, tender light, memories past of your soft, gentle touch. Seems like a distant memory. Heart beating, come gently calls out to me, calling my name into your world.
Like, girl, come in on one. You're late, but you're rushing at the same time. Nobody listened to it back and thought, yeah, we should probably redo this. It almost feels like active sabotage on someone's part. To anyone that knows anything about the bare minimum of music, it's glaringly obvious that this is not good. And I'd argue you don't even need to know the bare minimum. It's just, have you ever listened to a song in your life? And nobody in the comments is talking about the song, positive or negative, which was kind of a shock to me. Just to be safe, I looked up the lyrics to this little parody that Jess wrote, and the first results are links to Genius lyrics with Jess credited, 2 YouTube lyric videos also credited to Jess, and even a link to Smule. So, if you have some free time, you can karaoke this. The lyrics that Jess wrote are also a little iffy. The first 2 lines are, memories past of your soft, gentle touch. Seems like a distant memory. You couldn't have Googled memory synonyms so that you don't have to use the word memory twice in a row. And the fact that she picked the Final Fantasy X theme is just extra salt in the wound to me personally. Final Fantasy X is easily my favorite Final Fantasy game of all time, if not just my favorite game of all time, and I'm not just saying that for the sake of the video. And now every time I open the game and get to the fucking menu screen, I hear Aphmau singing in my head. This might be a controversial take, but I do think that Yuna and Titus might have the best video game romance of all time. She better not dare touch 1000 Years from the Final Fantasy X-2 soundtrack. I will be at your front door. Anyway, back on track. Aphmau has all these flashbacks of her life with Aaron up until now, and that's just enough to bring her back out of the spell she was put under. And not even 30 seconds into the finale, we're hit with the 1 week later text over a black screen. Thanks, I didn't want to know what happened anyway. So 1 week later, I guess. I'm not mad, why do you ask? The lodge is bustling. Apparently they've just opened it for business and now people are staying there like it's normal and like a man wasn't killed by wolves on the property just a few days ago. And someone actually does acknowledge this, kind of. A couple of the visitors are chatting and one of them mentions that there's a rumor going around that someone was murdered on this property a few days ago, and the victim was the Ultima werewolf.
No, I mean literally died. They say he was murdered.
Murdered?
I think it was an Ultima.
Now, I was referring to Ian being killed, but I guess no one cares about that. Or maybe he didn't actually die. That would be crazy. But these people do care about Aaron dying. But don't worry guys, he's not actually dead. Otherwise, Jason wouldn't have a way to force his way into the story. Garth and Zane have a good old brotherly moment where Zane gets emotional and talks about how difficult it was to be under Ian's control while still being conscious and unable to do anything about it. They get all chummy and share a hug, and it's like the first time that they've ever really acted like a family before. And then, the ghost lady still living inside Kim gets really horny for Zane out of nowhere.
He's so perfect, even when he's crying.
Kim and the ghost go to the restroom so they can talk alone, and the ghost just asks Kim if she can continue to live inside her as her host even after they leave the lodge. No, is the correct answer. But of course, like a dumbass, Kim says yes. Oh my fucking god. Lucinda and Tatiana have a little chat in the caves, which still exist under this operating lodge. Lucinda asks Tatiana about the previously mentioned snake-eyed man, and Tatiana offers almost nothing about him. All she has to say is that Ian was his pawn, and then she gives Lucinda a spell book that once belonged to him, and that's all we see of her. Everybody say goodbye to Tatiana. We only knew your name for like 5 episodes, but we'll miss you. Back inside, Aphmau is wildly depressed about the fact that she just killed her boyfriend twice. I guess that's pretty reasonable. Her mom shows up to try and offer comfort, and she knows almost nothing. Aphmau explains the entire story, brainwashing, werewolves, murder, and all, and then she says that Aaron's in a different room with his parents and a bunch of doctors trying to bring him back to life. She's not allowed in that room, which makes Aphmau's mom very upset, so she goes on her own to talk to Aaron's parents. Aphmau runs after her and tells her that they can't be here right now because the doctors are working and Aaron needs to rest. Because despite what we've been told multiple times, we see Aaron is very much alive here in this room. And of course, once he hears Aphmau's voice, he immediately starts to calm down, because of course he does. So the doctors all leave with Aphmau's mom, and Aphmau's allowed to stay because her voice has healing properties now. Aaron's dad has some moment of clarity where he's like, holy shit, I've neglected and emotionally abused my son for his entire life, what the fuck? And I guess we're supposed to feel bad for him. He apologizes to Aphmau for the way he treated his son, and then he tells her that the whole reason Aaron took this job of fixing the lodge up in the first place is because he wanted some extra cash to take her on a trip somewhere special. How thoughtful. Aphmau starts freaking out and blaming herself like, oh my god, this is all my fault. He came here and got killed because of me. But then Aaron's dad is like, no, you saved him years ago, and blah blah blah. This episode is 39 minutes long, by the way. So let's get to the point. Aaron's family is going to take him into hiding because now that the secret is out about him being the Ultima werewolf, people are going to be hunting him and trying to kill him, I guess. And Aphmau can't come with them because Aaron is just so sensitive right now that he might turn her into a werewolf. And apparently that process isn't exactly painless, and sometimes it kills people. We wouldn't want that, would we? So remember when Aaron used to wear a bandana all the time? And remember how his dad was trying to shut him off from the outside world when he was in high school and college? That's because when Aaron was younger, he didn't fully have control of the Ultima werewolf ability, and there was always a chance that he could just randomly turn someone into a werewolf and kill them if he wasn't wearing the bandana. But Aphmau saved him or whatever all those years ago, and she's the reason he can finally control himself. But now, after all that nonsense about him dying twice, he's lost the ability to control himself. So Aphmau is banned from seeing Aaron until he's fully recovered, and his recovery is going to take an entire year. But don't worry guys, they'll be reunited on a beach vacation getaway in season 5, and we'll get a season-long beach special. Oh joy. my cup runneth over. So Aaron's dad leaves and gives Aphmau and Aaron some time alone, and she just sobs and apologizes for murdering him, and then she leaves. How tragic. Personally, I am really affected. Now it's finally time for the gang to leave. Lucinda says that they should keep this entire event to themselves and not tell the rest of the squad who wasn't present in this season. Which is wild, but okay. So they leave, and that concludes the season as the credits roll. But now things are getting crazy because there's an entire f***ing post-credits scene. The scene is all a flashback to when the gang was just little itty-bitty kids. We see Garte Romave, Aaron's dad, and Travis's dad, with his first appearance by the way, standing outside of the same lodge seemingly about 2 decades prior, and they're discussing buying the property. Then a mysterious other father shows up, but it's pretty obvious it's supposed to be Aphmau's dad because he talks about having a daughter and how she's struggling with the divorce.
My daughter is having a hard time with the divorce.
So just casually, half the squad has outrageously rich businessman dads, which actually explains a lot that's happened so far. But that's really it. They just talk about buying the lodge and then the season ends. Fucking finally. So before we move on, I want to talk about the elephant in the room. I mentioned it briefly in the moment, but I want to talk about how Jason and Jess really brought their fetishes to the forefront of their writing this season. And it really only is going to get worse from this point on. Jess has said before that her channel was listed for viewers aged 13 and up because her videos sometimes touch on more serious topics. Like I said before, you can say that your suggested age limit is whatever you want, and that's not going to change the fact that your actual audience is less than double digits. Because of this, I think that some of the things Aphmau writes into her stories are better off being left out of kids' content. She knows damn well that her audience is not above 13 years old, and any one look into her comments can prove that. And I'm not saying this is the kids' fault at all. It's pretty standard for kids to be where they don't belong on the internet. My point is, if Aphmau has already established this audience of children, it's pretty careless of her to suddenly up the severity of the topics in her videos. Her saying that her audience should be or even is 13 plus isn't gonna change anything. All that to say, in this season, Jason and Jess's weird fetishes do not belong in their Minecraft roleplay series for kids. Is this gonna look like shit because it's getting dark outside?
Yes.
Sorry, you had to see that. Okay, finally it looks a little better. Before we get into this next section, I want to have a little content warning for the rest of this season. What I'm about to discuss is kind of dark and has to do with sexual assault. So if you don't want to hear about that for whatever reason, you can skip ahead exactly 6 minutes to get to the tier list segment of this part of the video. Okay, like I was saying, the entire section with Ian is rife with things that are probably AO3 tags. We're just gonna go down the list in order of severity. First of all, brainwashing. For the entire scene with Ian and Aaron, Aphmau is obviously under Ian's mind control, and mind control is something that gets a lot of people off. I don't have much to say about that beyond just acknowledging it, because I don't really want to know why mind control is something that gets people off. I just want it to be known that Jess and Jason's use of it is probably intentional in this season. Moving on down the list, cucking. Obviously, Aphmau consistently finds herself in some promiscuous situations with Ian while Aaron just has to sit and watch, which is something that happens multiple points in the ACU up until this point and multiple points after this. If I had $1 for every time that Aaron had to watch as Aphmau engaged with someone else romantically, I'd have probably like $12. Ian calls Aphmau good girl, has her dressed in revealing outfits, and generally views, speaks to, and touches her in ways that are pretty inappropriate as Aaron is helpless. And of course, during all of that, Aphmau is unable to consent to anything that is happening to her. Before I get into this next part, I want to specify that not every depiction of sexual assault in media is some indicator of the writer's weird fetishes. There are a lot of stories where sexual assault can be important to a narrative and tell the audience more about a character or their relationship with other characters. Otherwise, if the assault serves no greater purpose, it's probably worth thinking about why it's even there at all. And more often than you'd think, the answer is probably just because someone somewhere is getting off to it. I'll give you an example of sexual assault that's written well, just so that we have something to compare to. The main example that comes to mind for me is David and Ellie in The Last of Us. This next part contains spoilers, so here's another timestamp you can skip to if you haven't watched the show or played the game yet. And you should do that. Anyone with a keen eye for characterization could probably guess that David was a creep from the moment he was introduced, but the narrative reveals this to the player in a very slow and intentional way. At the climax of David's character arc, we witness as he climbs on top of Ellie and reaches for his belt to presumably rip her. But Ellie slices his face open with a machete before he even gets the opportunity to do anything to her. Even though Ellie made it out of the situation without having experienced the worst case scenario, she's still very clearly traumatized by what happened to her. David's actions had a lasting effect on her, and we can see that months later as she stares longingly into this dear monument and reflects on her time last winter with David. She's a more hardened, cold, and distant person after everything that happened to her. Therefore, the assault served some narrative purpose. It happened to 1, portray the dark, brutal nature of this post-apocalyptic world, and 2, change Ellie in a way that is seen throughout the rest of the series. And that's what Jess got wrong when she wrote this part of the season. Generally, I feel like if assault only exists in a story to make a villain seem more evil, it shouldn't be in the story. There are so many other more effective ways to portray a villain being evil. And I think that's really the only normal explanation that one could come to try and explain Ian's sexual assault of Aphmau. It serves no purpose than to just prove to the audience that Ian is a bad guy. But we already knew he was the bad guy from Phoenix Drop High Season 2. We didn't need to have anything proven to us. Otherwise, the assault doesn't help explain the world or the location, and it doesn't help develop any characters in any real, meaningful, lasting way. She's just more depressed in the time she has to be without Aaron. Once they're reunited, she's fine again. And not to mention the way that kind of just reduces her character to being about her boyfriend. Speaking of her boyfriend, he seems to be the only one really affected by what Ian did to Aphmau. It makes sense for him to be traumatized by this event too, that's not my point at all, but the way he talks about it is more revenge-centered and territorial. Let's be honest with ourselves here. Based on Aphmau's writing thus far, the way Aaron reacts to Aphmau's sexual assault and the way he wants to protect her from Ian is more to paint him as the cold-hearted badass than some real genuine commentary on sexual assault. And we'll see more of that as we go into Season 5. I know we haven't really seen these kind of effects yet. I'll leave it at that though, because at the end of the day, what 2 consenting adults choose to do in the privacy of their own home is none of my business, and that's not what this video is about. But that's just it, in the privacy of their own home. This is not in the privacy of Jess and Jason's home. It also makes me wonder, is this something that Jess suggested they write? Or is this something Jason suggested they write? Either way, it's a problem. That's just some food for thought. I don't even want to think about it, and regardless of who thought of it, they both still wrote it and published it. I also had a realization about this whole part as I was editing my script for this season. I've mentioned before that I am an extreme Sword Art Online hater. Trust me, this is relevant. Even though I hate it so much, I have seen the first season. You usually do have to watch something to know whether or not you hate it. Near the end of the first season, the main love interest, Asuna, is kidnapped by the main villain, forced to wear promiscuous clothing, assaulted while the main character has to watch, and of course is eventually saved by the main character. I don't know about you guys, but that sounds extremely familiar. Also, there's incest in Sword Art Online, and what do you know, there's also incest in later seasons of Mystreet. You just sit tight for now. At the very least though, Sword Art Online is not a kids show. Sword Art Online is gross because it appeals to grown men who have a fantasy for saving hot and underage anime girls. In doing this, it includes an extremely distasteful and poorly written sexual assault scene. Aphmau is gross because it contains an extremely distasteful and poorly written sexual assault scene, and then markets that to their audience of children, mostly young girls. And if you can recall, Aphmau did dress up as Asuna for the anime convention in Mystreet Season 1. See? It all comes together in the end. Right, that was definitely one of the seasons of all time. I'm not gonna lie, Jess finally caught me off guard, I'll give her that. I cannot act like I was expecting any of this to happen. I said most of what already needed to be said negatively about this season as we were going, so I'll say this. I think that if this season existed as a separate story away from the existing 3 seasons of Mystreet, it would have a lot more potential. I think that if I look at it by itself, there's compelling moments and intriguing lore and all that. I just think it comes a little too out of left field compared to all that comes before it. It just doesn't really make sense in the established world. Not that it doesn't make sense lore-wise, the last couple seasons with Aaron's family and him being a werewolf do obviously set up for something to happen, I think it's more that it doesn't make sense in terms of its tone and intensity. I think if I just considered all of that, I'd give it an A, but everything with Ian makes me want to knock it down to a B because the whole debacle with him and Aphmau just feels kinda tone deaf in a way. Insensitive, maybe, is a better way to put it. I don't know, it's hard for me to verbalize how I feel about it other than I just don't really like it. B tier it is. Hey, I have some unfortunate news. So this season was filmed months ago, almost a year ago at this point actually, and I was so excited for it. I had a whole explanation for why I was sitting in a bathtub. It was a whole planned out bit. I was doing shots of V8 every time I got angry. It was really funny, trust me. But since this was one of the first seasons I filmed, I didn't realize that the audio quality was f***ing dog shit until it was way too late. We're running on a tight schedule and I'm trying to get this video out to you guys as soon as possible, so instead of refilming this whole season, I'm just gonna redo the voiceover. It's all the same information, all the same jokes, you just won't get to see my face commentating for this bit. Actually, I just got a really funny idea for what I'm gonna do, so maybe it'll still turn out, I don't know, we'll see, I haven't done anything yet. Basically, I don't want anyone to have to watch an entire hour of me talking where my words don't line up with my mouth, so I can't just dub it over, and instead, I have to take some creative liberty. I'm actually so disappointed in myself, I was so excited. I thought about just scrapping the entire season entirely and leaving it out, but I told you guys that I was going to include Falcon Claw University, so Falcon Claw University is going to be included. So, with all that out of the way, Phoenix Drop High Graduation Days is technically a mini-series, so it doesn't really fit my qualifications for being a mainline Aphmau series, but it does include information that you need going into Falcon Claw University, so we have to go over it. I'm just as disappointed as you are. Episode 1 straight up just starts with their graduation, as the title might imply, which means that we just missed out on Aphmau's junior and senior years, which are arguably your most formative and, interesting years of high school. But hey, I'm not complaining. More time for me to do other shit. So Aphmau, Zane, and both of their moms are talking following the ceremony, which, by the way, we don't even really get to see. And Zane calls Aphmau a furry, and she takes personal offense to this.
Don't you dare call me or anyone else that in a derogatory way again!
Like, damn, okay, touched a nerve there. Also, in this universe, do you think being the alpha is good to put on your college applications? And speaking of alpha, the other alpha, Daniel, got held back? I shouldn't laugh, but also, why? And are you still the alpha even if you get held back, or does he get replaced? Anyway, now Caitlin is here, and so is this other girl. Apparently her name is Luca. Okay, whoever you are. I was really confused when I saw her because I thought for sure I had missed something, but no, according to the Aphmau wiki, which has been my bible for this whole experience, this really is her first appearance, and she's just here now. After graduation, Aphmau, Luca, and Caitlin all have a sleepover. They have a ton of pizza and wings, and this is genuinely one of the first real teenage girl interactions that Aphmau has ever written. And speaking of real, Caitlin speaks to Aphmau's mom alone, and Aphmau's mom confirms that Caitlin is bisexual. Her and this new girl Luca are girlfriends. I'll pour one out to that. Remember all my complaining about how there's no way Caitlin is straight? It's all finally coming to fruition. She heard me and made gay Caitlin canon. This is a huge win for lesbians. Back with the ladies, Aphmau reveals that her and Aaron haven't spoken in person in 2 entire years, and she can't even remember the last time they spoke in general. She's under the impression that he just got busy with school and stopped reaching out to her, but we all know that it's actually because of his werewolf daddy issues. Regardless, Aphmau doesn't seem pleased. She's super chill about it and says that they're both just living life, so it's fine. Which is a really positive outlook to have. It just happens sometimes. If only it stayed this way, but we all know something's gonna happen to bring them together again. Now, we're introduced to some new characters who go to school at Falcon Claw University. This girl's named Jenny, and she's gonna be pretty important moving forward. And fun fact, she's also voiced by the same girl who voices Nicole from Class of 09.
How do you feel about that, Nicole? Do you have an I feel statement?
I feel like he wants to fuck children.
Jenny's chatting in her lecture with her friends Betty and Kathy, who are less relevant but still there, I guess. Their conversation is quickly interrupted when Aaron walks into the lecture and Jenny's friend refers to him as her hunk. They start talking about Aaron and we immediately gather that Jenny is obsessed with him and the others think he's he's a freak because he doesn't go to parties and doesn't have a roommate. They say, we're in college now, you should be done being antisocial by this age, and they think this is his biggest character flaw, but then they just gloss over the fact that apparently he failed an entire year and now he's a year behind his graduation schedule. Jenny remains unfazed by all of this though and thinks he's just so hot and mysterious. Their professor gets to talking and he says that he wants some volunteers that attended Phoenix Drop High to help assist in this orientation week event that they're doing. And the orientation is only for people who went to Phoenix Drop High, for some reason. Their graduating class looked pretty damn small last episode. I bet only like 10 people would end up attending Falcon University and therefore this orientation, but whatever, it had to happen for the plot, right? Aaron immediately is super eager about volunteering. Like, he jumps out of his seat and is shouting about how he's interested, and everyone starts murmuring and gossiping like, wow, this guy's never spoken before. And this is more unbelievable than the existence of werewolves. Nobody cares less than college students. You could get up during your lecture and do a backflip and no one would even care. But even the professor is offended by this. He says that the role is better suited for more socially adept students. Oh my god, that hurt my feelings that I'm not even involved. But don't worry, Jenny is here to save the day and she volunteers, despite having not been a Phoenix Drop High graduate. It's unclear how she gets away with this. After class, she approaches Aaron and says that he can help her with orientation if he wants to, but he literally just leaves without a word. At what point does cold, shut off, and mysterious just become being a dick? Eventually, the orientation rolls around, and of course, Aphmau is there. And this orientation thing lasts an entire week. If you're wondering, they never do anything important for those long 7 days either. And Aphmau's mom is super annoying about it, freaking out about how her baby's gonna leave her even though, again, it's only for a week. And Aphmau brought a bunch of decorations for her dorm that she's only staying in for a week. Next episode, we see Jenny talking to her building's RA. While they're talking, Aaron walks by and the RA makes a comment about how he doesn't usually see Aaron out like this, and insinuates that he knows some dirty secrets about him or something. Jenny starts to pry, and the RA is hesitant to be gossiping like this, but it doesn't take much convincing to get him to tell Jenny everything. Basically, he says that Aaron has the entire top floor of their building all to himself. No roommates, no other people living in this hall, nothing. And the dean has ordered that nobody other than Aaron is allowed up there. His student fees must be fucking insane. Now it's time for the first orientation event. Aphmau meets up with Kawaii-chan and her other friend, Tara. And this is Tara's first appearance in the ACU, but they discuss her like they've been besties forever and we're supposed to know a bunch about her, which just is a lie. Apparently they both liked the same guy at one point, and of course the guy liked Aphmau more than he liked Tara, so they started off as enemies. But at one point they got into a physical fight over this dude. What boy was this about? Whoever it was, he couldn't have been worth that much trouble. But somehow, through all that, they came out best friends. Anyway, the orientation event for today is musical chairs, and that's literally it. They're just dismissed after this. I don't know about you guys, but orientation was not fun for me. Like, when are they gonna sign up for classes, or learn about meal plans and student loans and shit? Spoiler, they never do. They just sit in the grass and do dumb shit for the entire week they're here. The next morning, Aaron's alone in his room trying to write a letter to Aphmau because he's too scared to approach her in person, but he's quickly interrupted by a knock on his door. And who could this possibly be? Whatever you're thinking, I can 100% guarantee that you're wrong. It's Nekoette, as in Kawaii-chan's daughter from Minecraft Diaries, and she's going door to door in the building selling Girl Scout cookies. Or rather, Mayflower Scout cookies. And she's really fucking annoying about it. They argue for 5 entire minutes before he caves and just buys some of the damn cookies. And it's so fucking pointless, I'm actually mad. Later, Jenny's just chilling when her friends Betty and Kathy pull up with one of the incoming freshmen that Jenny's mentoring, and her name is Diana, and she's an emo werewolf. Diana says that she's older than the other kids being mentored because she got held back a grade in high school for unnamed mysterious reasons that I'm sure we'll find out later. Just kidding, we never do. But regardless, the 4 of them are all getting along really well, and now Diana is a part of their group. Back in Aphmau's dorm, Tara bursts in like she owns the place and declares that they need to find the Mayflower Scout selling cookies on campus. And they both leave in their pajamas with no socks or shoes on. Even just thinking about walking down a dorm hall and lobby in my bare feet sends a chill down my spine. After some searching, they still haven't found any Mayflower Scout cookies. Tara is diabetic, like canonically, and because she hasn't eaten all morning, her blood sugar is low, and she needs food imminently. Aphmau leaves Tara to rest and goes on alone to find the cookies, and when she finally does, they're they're all sold out. But thankfully, Aaron was stalking Aphmau for this entire interaction, and he gives her the cookies that he bought earlier. But by give, I mean he shoves them into her hands and runs away without saying a word. And Aphmau doesn't put together the pieces that it's him, or seem to be at all concerned with a stranger giving her food. Next episode, their little orientation group is hanging out doing another pointless activity or whatever, when Zane and Diana start fighting. Diana gets really upset about the situation, and nobody can seem to calm her down until, of course, Aphmau just asks her to, and suddenly Diana just obeys her without question, and Aphmau says,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to act like an alpha to you, it's just—
So that begs the question, does the role of alpha give you mind control abilities? Later, Aphmau's at a coffee shop with Caitlin and Luca, and it just so happens that Aaron is at the same coffee shop at the same time. What a coincidence. Jenny also shows up, and she approaches Aphmau and says, I think that guy over there wants to talk to you, referring to Aaron. And Aaron just freaks the f*** out and jumps out of the window and repeatedly bashes his head into a tree and yells at himself like a crazy person. Nobody notices or cares. After that, Jenny and Aphmau have a little friendly conversation, where Jenny's first question is,
are you dating anyone?
Casual. Aphmau says no because just so many guys were interested in her back in high school and she's just over dating right now. And then Jenny's like,
Really? That's a shame. You're a beautiful girl.
I feel like we were doing so well with the compliment stuff. The next day, Aphmau's just hanging out on a bench when a soccer ball comes flying at her face. But her reflexes are incredible and she leaps out from her relaxed sitting position to bunt it with her head at just the right time. Because of course she does. The guy that kicked the ball heads over to apologize, and it turns out he's in her orientation group and his name is Antonio. And they have this really weird interaction. I just have to insert a clip because this cannot just be summarized.
You okay? You look like you missed a date or something.
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about something I forgot.
Got lost in my ice?
Huh?
Mom always tells me she sees girls get lost in my ice. She says they're pretty like my dad's. I secretly think she's jealous I got his eyes instead of hers.
Your mom?
Yeah.
Aw, that's sweet.
Hey! You, wanna play?
What the f***? Why was this guy blushing at the thought of his mom? Literally, who is this guy and what does this imply about his relationship with his mother, you may be asking? We'll never know, because we never see him again. Not joking. I'm actually so confused. Is this a reference I don't understand? I don't know. Later, Jenny's at her lecture with Betty and Kathy, and she has a romantic dream about Aaron before the class starts. To the point where she's saying Aaron's name out loud in her sleep. When she wakes up, her friends tease her and say, you sure like him a lot considering you've never even had a full conversation, which is, in fact, pretty reasonable to say. They start encouraging her to go talk to him, and when she's finally had enough, she just goes up to him and asks to sit down next to him. And he says yes, but then he gets up and leaves. How fucking humiliating. Then Jenny has this whole internal monologue moment where she's like, oh well, at least I got to speak to him. He didn't mean it, but it made me feel special, even if only for a fleeting moment. At least I get to sit in his chair. Girl, if you don't stand the fuck up, literally and emotionally. I get finding a guy in your lecture hot and having a tiny crush on him. I think everyone's been there, but it's never that serious. It's finally the last day of orientation week, and Jenny's final plan to talk to Aaron is to invite all of the kids she's mentoring into her class that she has with him. I'm not sure what kind of mental gymnastics had to be done to come to that conclusion, but alright. Obviously it's not even going to work because Aaron is too busy being in love with Aphmau. Of course, the empty seat that Aphmau chooses to sit in is right next to him, but he's too much of a wuss to say anything, and Aphmau has still yet to realize that Aaron is even here. Tara sits in the seat on the other side of Aphmau and loudly, without trying to hide it, points at Aaron and says,
Whoa, check out that guy. He looks like he's from one of your animes or something.
And I am secondhand embarrassed, like, oh my god, nobody taught you how to whisper? Aphmau takes this opportunity to introduce herself to Aaron because she still doesn't recognize him, which is crazy. I feel like if someone I knew really well for a couple years showed up with a bandana over their eyes, I'd like to think I'd still be able to tell who they are. But whatever, she tells him her name and he doesn't respond. He just breathes really heavily at her, which is horrifying. Once the lecture starts, Aaron drops his pencil and Aphmau picks it up and hands it to him, and she says,
"Your hands are nice."
Ever heard of inside thoughts? So the lecture goes on, the professor spouts some nonsense about physics, the class ends, and Aaron finds Aphmau outside afterwards. He finally has the courage to approach her, and he dramatically takes his bandana off for her, and she finally realizes that it's him. Before he can say anything though, his dad's fucking Secret Service shows up and drags him away. So that's cool. Not to worry though, remember the letter I briefly mentioned Aaron writing a little bit ago? Well, he finished writing it, and in their brief exchange, he hid it in her pocket for her to find later. And I didn't mention it every time it came up, but there's been a reference to him freaking out about not knowing what to write in this letter at least once an episode. So I expected it to be super long, front and back piece of poetry or something, but you know what, I'll just read it for you. Hey, stupid potato. I hope to see you next year. I haven't forgotten you, I promise. From FC. Now, let's think about this from Aphmau's perspective. I don't want to say that Aaron ghosted her because I don't think he did. It was said by Aphmau herself they just kind of drifted, but they still haven't spoken in several months and haven't seen each other in person in 2 years. And she's shown that she is at least kind of bothered by this at a couple points in the last few episodes. And I think to receive this letter after months of no contact is downright insulting. Like, you think that's all it takes? Whatever happened to sorry? And I know it's not necessarily his fault, it's more on his dad, but still, Aphmau does not know that. But you know what? She loves it. She loves it so much that she starts crying happy tears. Oh my god. Okay, it's Falcon Claw University time. I fucking hate this shit. Episode 1 opens with Aphmau's mom dropping her off on move-in day. Sylvana has surprisingly little to say, and after they say their goodbyes without any tears shed or even a hug, Aphmau immediately tries to call Aaron. He doesn't pick up since he's not allowed to have a phone because of his dad, and Aphmau is really frustrated by this. She says he must still be at Falcon Claw University because he gave her the note, but she doesn't know where to begin to look because he's a senior and she's a freshman. Well, he should be a senior, but he failed a whole year of classes, so there's that. In her search to find a way to contact him, she logs onto the MMO they used to play together and discovers that he unfriended her, which is how you know it's serious. So Aphmau decides she's just going to go out and find Aaron in the real world. Somewhere. On her entire college campus. With no leads. As she's leaving her building, she runs into Zane and Garth. Garth also goes to Falcon Claw and he's helping Zane move in. This is also Garth and Aaron's first interaction in presumably a pretty long time, and Garth starts blushing and getting really flustered even after all this time, and he asks her on a little date to a cafe. But it's not called a date, they're just hanging out with no ulterior motive. Wrong. On the walk to the cafe, Garth is having a mental debate, deciding that he still has feelings for Aphmau and that he should try again with her despite everything that happened to them in high school. And the episode ends with him saying that he is still in love with her. Stand up. You're telling me this guy couldn't find one girl when he was at college away from Aphmau? Get real. Garth at a frat party would be fucking lethal. I know my boy would destroy at some beer pong and then destroy some cat. Is that crazy to say? Sorry. At the cafe, Luca and Caitlin show up and derail Garth and Aphmau's conversation. Not that it was ever really that interesting to begin with. Aphmau asks where the senior dorms are because she's trying to find Aaron, but she keeps that part to herself. And when she gets her answer, she just gets up and leaves poor Garth by himself. Super dick move. Aphmau gets to the senior dorm building and just strolls right in. I don't know how other colleges are, but in my experience, dorm security is at least kind of tight. Like, you need some kind of key card or a code to get in, but she just saunters in and proceeds to check every single room, and nobody thought this was weird enough to stop her. She finally gets to the top floor, and if you recall, Aaron has the entire floor to himself. When she gets to the stairs, there's a security guard that stops her and says that the top floor is off limits for safety reasons. But she just runs past him and goes upstairs anyways. Not sure what she thought she was gonna find, but she's met with a bunch of rubble and caution tape and shit. What the f happened between graduation days and now? I don't think it looked like this back then. That night, Aphmau's chilling in her dorm and she decides to log on to her MMO, which I'm pretty sure is just Final Fantasy XIV, but I don't know, I don't have that kind of cash. While she's online, she sees Aaron, and their avatars look exactly like how I thought they would. Aaron immediately dips, and we can see him at his computer being lectured by his dad and his security. They're grilling him to see if he has any friends in the game, and when he proves that he doesn't, they leave him alone and let him log back on. Which is stupid. Like, it's an MMO, there are people everywhere. It's kind of in the name. But whatever, now that him and Aphmau are finally alone together, they start talking about what happened between them. Aphmau asks if they're still friends, and Aaron doesn't give a clear answer, more like an "it's not you, it's me," and no other details. But they make up, and now they have plans to meet together in person tomorrow. What could go wrong? The time they plan to meet up rolls around, and Aaron can't leave his room because he's being watched by his dad's lackeys. Why did they even let him go to college if they're not gonna let him leave his dorm, dude? I'm actually so sick of this shit not making any sense. Aphmau's at the cafe waiting for Aaron when Garth approaches her and tells her that she looks nice, because someone had to. But Aphmau's all bummed out because Aaron is super late, and she's starting to question whether or not Aaron is the same guy she used to know, so she gets up and leaves. Meanwhile, Aaron's formulating a plan to get out of his dorm, which involves him putting pillows under his bed sheets and jumping out of his window that, need I remind you, is on the top floor of his building. And also, I don't even think that windows in dorm buildings open for what I hope are pretty obvious safety reasons, so foiled again, Aphmau. He manages to run into Aphmau as she's leaving the cafe, and everything's fine between them again. Haha. Yay. Aaron starts freaking out about being caught by his security, so they head back to her dorm room. They're not even there for a full minute before Luca shows up and starts knocking on the door. Aphmau tells Aaron to hide under her bed for literally no reason. I can't imagine that Luca, her friend, would care all that much about Aphmau, an adult, having a boy in her room. It's not like they were even doing anything, they were literally sitting on the floor in the most PG of ways. But whatever, Aaron does it. And I'm sure this isn't a kink about them keeping their relationship hidden or anything. Once Luca leaves, Aaron comes out and he insists that he can't tell Aphmau why he hasn't reached out to her in over 2 years, but that he still wants to be her friend. And Aphmau just accepts this and isn't suspicious or even a little bit upset. She starts asking about his bandana in a way that puts them in a compromising position, if your viewers are 9. And of course, Tara walks in at that very moment. Again, not a kink, I'm sure, despite it being a running theme for Aphmau to be walked in on in moments like this, and not even just with Aaron, but still, not a fetish. The next day, Jenny, Betty, and Kathy are talking in one of their classes that, again, Aaron also happens to be in. Jenny's friends are still encouraging her to talk to Aaron, and she has a roundabout way of doing this. After class, Jenny and Aphmau run into each other at the cafe, and Jenny's plan is to use Aphmau to get to Aaron. Right when they get to talking though, Jenny gets interrupted and Aphmau leaves before Jenny can make any progress. So, none of that shit mattered. Aphmau runs into Aaron right outside, and because Aaron doesn't want to get caught by his security, he shoves Aphmau into a bush and, of course, lands on top of her, putting them in a promiscuous pose. Again. After that, they go back to Aphmau's dorm and they're being followed by some shadowy figure. When Aaron leaves the building, the figure enters and slides a note under Aphmau's door that reads, "Stay away from him, hussy." Holy shit. The next morning, Aphmau finds the letter, and this might be the first time people respond appropriately to a problem. Aphmau reads it out loud, and Tara shows valid concern and says that it's very clearly a threat and needs to be dealt with as such. So they take the letter to their RA. And the RA says that it's probably just a prank or some form of hazing and that there's not really anything they can do, which is crazy. In the state where I go to school, hazing is illegal and isn't just something that would be brushed off like that. And also, what organization is Aphmau even involved in where she would be hazed? The RA says that she'll take it to the dean, but that there's nothing she can do beyond that. She also says that Aphmau should just stop talking to the boy the letter is about, because no man is worth that kind of drama. Which is true, but also, Aphmau is not the one at fault here. When she gets back to her dorm and has some alone time, she starts crying and then gets mad at herself for being so upset over a stupid note. Girl, Tara was right, that's a threat, not just a stupid note. The same day, Aphmau heads out to try and distract herself when she runs into Garth. He gets all flushed and asks if she's down to hang out sometime, and like, I don't know, I just don't understand how Aphmau would want Aaron when she has so many better guys just lining up for her like this. I know she's upset because of what Garth did in high school, but I feel like it's not that serious. It was a long time ago, and now he's a sophomore in college, and hotter. Aphmau accepts his proposal though, and they go their separate ways. Garth goes back to these 3 girls that he was hanging out with, and they immediately get really jealous of Aphmau. They ask Garth if they have history, and when he says yes and gives them a synopsis of their love triangle from high school, they say,
"She sure gets around."
And I would never slut shame, but they aren't wrong. Later, Aphmau's at the cafe when Jenny approaches her and asks if she wants to go to the movies with her and her friends. It seems like a nice gesture, but Jenny is really only asking her in hopes that she'll bring Aaron with her. She presents it like it'll be a great time for everyone to socialize and get to know each other, but like, at the movies? Not exactly known for being a place to socialize, but whatever. Aphmau says yes and she agrees to bring Aaron. And then Jenny's friend Kathy decides to invite Diana, the emo girl from earlier. I haven't mentioned it because it hasn't really been important up until now, but Diana has a little crush on Aaron too. I'm still kind of unsure why everybody wants this guy so badly despite him being, I'd argue, less than the average guy, but we've all been there, I can't really be talking. It's about time that everyone meets up for the movies, and as expected, Aaron has to sneak out of his room to get there. But this time he gets caught by one of his security guards, whoever this Silver Fox is. Sorry, I don't know why I called him that. Anyway, this guy catches Aaron as he's climbing out of his window, but he just lets Aaron go. All he has to say is, "Don't do anything dumb," and he just leaves. So they're allies now, I guess. Aaron seems shocked, but he takes the win and leaves. Aphmau meets up with Aaron outside the theater, and he's kind of freaking out that he's expected to go interact with a bunch of people after being a recluse for the entire time he's been at college. And for some reason, he lets Aphmau be the one to coach him on how to be normal and approachable, because she's proven herself to be the expert in that field. Her first piece of advice that she gives him is to take off his bandana, and he's hesitant at first because, in case you've forgotten, he can't control his Ultima werewolf abilities and he could spontaneously turn anyone into a werewolf at any moment. But he does it anyway. F it, right? Once Aphmau and Aaron meet up with the rest of the group, Diana and Jenny are absolutely floored by how hot Aaron is. They both make comments about his strong hands and his hot voice and cute eyes. I'm so fucking sick. Eventually they manage to pick their tongues up off the ground and resist the urge to jump his bones right there in the theater, and everyone heads inside for the movie. And of course, Aaron's seat is right between Jenny and Diana, and Aphmau has to sit in a row behind them. Once the movie starts, literally everyone has broken movie etiquette rules. Jenny starts talking to Aaron, Betty calls Aphmau a cutie, and Aphmau pulls out her phone. Rule 1, as Finn Wolfhard would say. And these freaks don't stop talking for the rest of the fucking movie. Diana and Jenny are both thirsting over Aaron via a weird dream sequence, and they both offer to get Aaron some snacks from the lobby in hopes that this will make him fall in love with them. The two of them run into each other and realize that they're both trying to impress him, and it quickly becomes a competition where they race to get Aaron everything he wants. And they're so loud about it the entire time. If I were in the same theater as these people, I would be actually violent. And overall, nothing even comes from this. The next day, Aphmau and Tara are in a class together when Aphmau catches some girls staring at her. Tara notices too, and she says that she's been hearing rumors go around about Aphmau, which is why everyone's staring. At first I thought it was a rumor about the threatening letter slipped under her door, which I might be able to buy as a big deal rumor in college because that's scary, but Tara reveals it's just some gossip that Aphmau had 4 boyfriends back in high school. And I don't know, I just find the idea of rumors being spread like this in college to be so lame. Rumors and drama are very much a friend group exclusive kind of thing. Maybe I could buy it if it was all within frats and sororities. It's just not like high school where everyone knows everybody's business. And also, nobody would even give a fuck if you had 4 boyfriends back in high school, dude. I'd like to see these fictional college students spend one night downtown or on frat row at my school. I promise these kids are doing things that are way worse than just 4 boyfriends. It's like coke. Actually, they're doing coke. After class, Aphmau confronts the girls that were talking about her, and she tells them that if they have something to say, they can say it to her face. And they sure do.
Heard you got around.
Aphmau holds her ground and tells them to screw off.
Screw off!
Before walking away. And then she starts crying. Anyway, now Aaron and his security guard are getting all buddy-buddy. They come up with a system so that Aaron can signal when he's going out, and the guard knows to cover for him. Aaron asks why he's doing all this, and he offers little to no explanation other than, "I have a heart," and a recounting of how he swooned all the ladies when he was in college, so Aaron should be able to, too. The guard then makes a comment about pictures of Aphmau that Aaron keeps under his bed. What are you doing with those pictures, dude? There's no good answer. This guy is just as much of a freak as Ian. But the guard interprets this as a good thing, and he gives the cliche, "I lost the love of my life, so you should go be with yours." Right, the love of his life that he keeps pictures of under his bed. Look, if I found pictures of a girl under a guy's bed, the first thing I would assume is certainly not that whoever this is the love of his life. As soon as the guard walks away, Aaron does this to himself. Yay! And he's been doing that a lot lately, and I just feel the need to point it out because don't ever say that to me again. Aphmau is outside doing some studying when Gareth spots her and starts talking to himself about how much he wants to ask her on a date. I like Gareth, but whatever happened to him having, I don't know, a personality outside of Aphmau? He's still better than Aaron though, to be fair. While Garth is trying to hype himself up to go ask Aphmau out, a random guy walks up to her and calls her baby.
Hey, baby.
How's it cooking, good looking?
Hey, you look amazing in those tights. Got some fine legs. Wanna go have a makeout session in the library?
Okay, bro, relax. This guy goes on to say that he's heard about her, and he says that he just expected her to give it up so easily because of the rumors about her 4 boyfriends. Why do so many people care? This is unreal. Garth, our hero, notices that Aphmau looks uncomfortable, so he swoops in and saves the day. When he asks what's going on, the stranger replies he's just trying to get something easy. He says that he heard about Aphmau from a friend who allegedly made out with her and that he wanted to get in on the action too. The action being making out. Garth jumps to her defense and says that Aphmau would never do that. That being making out. The weirdo calls Garth a white knight and says that he's just jealous, and Garth's response is to launch him into a tree. And this really messes this kid up. Apparently he's in urgent care and almost died. Grow up, dude. Garth meets with who I'm assuming is the dean. He says that the student's injuries are so severe it looks like Garth was trying to kill him, and this could be labeled as attempted murder. But literally because Garth is a legacy student and a row mave, he gets out of this unscathed. This might be the most realistic thing that Aphmau has written, unfortunately. Back at Jenny's dorm, she's freaking out about Aaron again, and she's genuinely fucking crazy about it at this point. In a way that might be concerning to Aaron's safety.
This apple is red, just like my Aaron.
And she starts a fight with Betty over it. It's really fucking stupid. So she decides that she needs to confess her feelings to him before someone else gets to him first, and she ends up writing him a letter. This letter reads, "Dear Aaron, forgive me for not telling you myself. I think so much of you. I have a huge crush on you, and in time I hope to tell you myself. From your secret admirer." Profound. It also might be worth noting that this letter is written in a very similar way to the letter slipped under Aphmau's door. Very suspicious. The next day in lecture, Aaron is suddenly super popular with everyone. People are inviting him out for lunch and asking him for help on their assignments, despite everyone hating him just a few days prior. And genuinely, nothing changed except he stopped wearing his bandana. Pretty privilege is real. Jenny sees everyone fawning over him and gets super pissed off, and Kathy warns her that if this keeps up, she's going to become a yandere. If you don't already know, a yandere is a type of character that is so romantically infatuated with someone that they become violent towards anyone that could potentially get in the way. And I didn't want to have to be the one to use that word to describe Jenny, so I'm glad someone else did it first. After class, Jenny asks Aaron about the note in a very suspicious way.
Have you gotten any other papers recently?
Huh?
Something like a note?
Aaron says yes, and when she asks what he thought of it, he says he thought it was really weird, so she just runs away crying. And then, via flashback, we see the note that Jenny wrote for him, and it looks nothing like the note we saw last episode. Instead, this one reads, "Dear Aaron, I'm sorry I'm telling you this through a note, but I want you to know that I have a huge, absolutely major crush on you, and I want to tell you, but I'm too chicken to do it. From your secret admirer." So who is the other note from, I wonder? Later, Aphmau's at the cafe and still being gossiped about by what seems to be their entire student body. People are saying she's probably not even going to graduate. But regardless of Aphmau's relationship status, we've only seen her in class one time in 10 episodes so far. So whether or not she fails has nothing to do with her relationships, it only has to do with the fact that she is never in class. Aphmau talks to Caitlin and Luca about her situation, and Luca says that she herself has heard these rumors too. Luca's exact words are, "There are rumors going around that you get around, that you're a hussy." Oh my god, the word hussy has been run into the ground. Ultimately though, they all decided there's not really anything they can do about it right now. At Diana's dorm, she finds that now she has a note slipped under her door too, and it says, "Talk to him again and I will ruin you." Interesting. The next night, Aaron's getting ready to go out again when the Silver Fox guard walks in and gives him a stern talking to. He says that Aaron's dad is more on alert recently because of some vague event in the news that he doesn't bother to elaborate on. So now, Aaron is only going to have 3 hours out every night. If he's not back after 3 hours, Silver Fox isn't going to let him back in, and he'll end up getting caught by someone else and he won't be able to go out anymore. Stakes are high. Aaron leaves his dorm to meet up with the whole gang at the mall, and it quickly becomes another competition between Diana and Jenny. Whenever one of them starts talking to him, the other gets all pissy. And now, drama's starting to stir up between him and Aphmau again too. The two of them are talking alone, and Aphmau is still bothered by everyone gossiping about her. Aaron starts to notice she's not acting like herself, so he offers her a comforting hug, and Aphmau literally says no because she thinks that people are watching her and are going to start a rumor about her if she hugs him back. Girl, be for real. This same formula repeats for a little bit with everyone getting jealous of each other, and everyone kind of starts to come to the realization that the letters everyone's been receiving are from the people they trusted. Aphmau thinks her letter is from Diana, and Diana thinks her letter is from Jenny. Finally, some fucking sense. This is what I thought at this point too, but with the fact that we're only 11 episodes in and this was stated with such confidence, I'm starting to believe that maybe this is all a fake out. The next day, we see Aaron's dad speaking to the Silver Fox, who is still unnamed by the way. I'm not just calling him that to be funny. Aaron's dad says that he knows Aaron is sneaking out because he's using his allowance up 5 times faster than normal. So he declares that Aaron is officially cut off and no longer has access to his credit card. Oh no, is the rich trust fund baby going to have to find money on his own? Does the trust fund baby not have daddy's credit card anymore? Oh. And look, you can tell how serious it is from this screenshot of Aaron's dad canceling his credit card. See, because it says canceled. Spelled incorrectly. Canceled only has 1 L, not 2. In Aaron's class the next day, they have a partnered assignment to do, and of course, he is randomly assigned to be with Jenny. They decide to meet up in a private study room at the library the next day, and when that time comes and Jenny walks into the study room, Aphmau is also there for some reason. The assignment is an essay, and Aaron is, according to his own words, not very good at writing. So he brought Aphmau along, his obviously very talented writer friend. Well, art is subjective, so Aaron leaves the room to go to the restroom, leaving Aphmau and Jenny alone together. And Aphmau immediately becomes the fucking villain.
I know what you're trying to do. Stay away from him.
Jenny is pretty respectful in her response, and she says that she has the wrong idea, but Aphmau amps it up.
He's never going to be with you anyway. You're too scared to approach him.
I suspected some foul play at first, like, I don't know, she was under a spell or something, but no, she was genuinely being bitchy. Just kidding, it was all just a dream, of course. At their real meetup at the library, nothing juicy happens. Just another wasted 15 minutes of my life. Aaron and Jenny decide to divide the work and meet up again with the drafts they wrote and combine them into one final essay. When they meet up again, Jenny wrote over 3 pages and Aaron wrote 3... sentences. Honestly, I don't think anything could turn me away from a guy faster than something like this. But regardless, Jenny still wants him and they find a way to finish the assignment. After the two of them leave their work session, they're just minding their business and hanging out when some random guy tackles Aaron. He beats the shit out of him for a little before revealing that he was Aaron's childhood friend and his name is Xavier. He recounts a few tales of their past together, but it's not ringing any bells for Aaron. Eventually, they all go their separate ways, and when Aaron gets back to his dorm, he's met with his dad, who confronts him about all the money he's been spending lately. And he says that if Aaron doesn't get it together, they won't be paying for his college anymore. And then, in a crazy turn of events, it's revealed that Xavier is not Aaron's childhood best friend. He's actually one of his dad's newly hired agents. Oh no, this character that we met maybe 10 minutes ago and that I'm super attached to isn't who we thought he was? I feel so betrayed. Since Xavier is college student aged, he can follow Aaron around literally everywhere on campus without raising any suspicion. So basically, Aaron is f***ed. And it only gets weirder, because later, Silver Fox says that neither he nor the other agents know what Xavier's true motives are. Does he need a motive other than, like, a paycheck from Aaron's dad? To be fair, he does have ulterior motives, but why would anyone else suspect that at this point? Now though, we finally get a name for Silver Fox. Kind of. Aaron asks him what his name is after they've been allies for several episodes at this point, but he says he can't tell him, so for now, he should just call him Agent R. A couple days later, at the park, Jenny and Aaron are working on finishing up that essay they've been working on. And suddenly, Jenny, out of nowhere, decides to ask Aaron what he knows about romance and whether or not he's ever been in love. Finally, something interesting. The conversation gets a little more serious. They both talk about what they want out of life and how they define love and whatnot, when Aaron says that the thing he wants the most is a family. And Jenny is so moved by this, for some reason, that she starts crying and very suddenly confesses her feelings to Aaron. And it immediately escalates. She starts off by just telling him that she likes him, and when he doesn't respond, she straight up just asks, "Can I be your girlfriend?" Imagining adults in college act like this makes me laugh. But then, most shocking of all, Aaron says yes. But like, not sincerely. It was more of a panic response than him genuinely reciprocating her feelings. And before anything can be sorted out between them, Xavier shows up and now Aaron has to leave. A couple genuinely pointless episodes later, Aaron has still not been able to tell Jenny that he doesn't actually like her like that. And despite Jenny now having Aaron to herself, or at least thinking she does, she's still super jealous of Aphmau. And speaking of, Aphmau's got several more notes lit under her door threatening her to stay away from him and calling her a hussy. Do y'all not know any other words? But Aphmau is slowly starting to get over it and get on with her life despite everyone hating her. Yay, I guess. In his dorm, Garth is having a freak out about Aphmau. He really wants to ask her on a date, but he just doesn't know how. While he's trying to come up with a plan, his roommate, Mac, walks in on him talking out loud. His roommate asks, "Is this about that girl you like?" And Garth responds, "Which one?" Which just made me laugh a little. His roommate says he's talking about the one he likes most obviously.
The one you like most obviously? There's one that stands out because you won't shut up about her.
And obviously he's referring to Aphmau, because of course he is. The two of them come up with a plan for Garth to win Aphmau over, and they decide that Garth should ask Aphmau if she wants to go get coffee with him, and she says yes. But also, Garth's roommate is gonna be there. While the three of them are all there hanging out, Aaron shows up too, and now all four of them are hanging out. While Aphmau and Aaron are mid-conversation, Garth straight up just asks Aphmau if she'll go on a date with him, and she says yes. But Aaron is not very happy about this. Why does he look like that, dude? I actually have to laugh. Look at my lawyer, dog, I'm going to jail. As all this is happening, Jenny walks in and forces herself into the conversation. When she finds out about the date, she suggests they make it a double date, and now Aaron and Jenny are going to be accompanying Garth and Aphmau's date. And also, Garth's roommate Mac has a crush on Jenny, so now he's all pissed off at Aaron because he just stole his girl. And to top things off, Xavier just invited himself and his date, whoever that even is, so now it's a triple date. Why wouldn't this happen? The day of the date finally comes, and they're all going to the beach. How fun. Not like that's been done before in this universe, and it certainly won't be the last. And also, Mac is going on the date with Betty, and Caitlin and Luca are also going to be there. So now it's a quintuple date. And Xavier's date turns out to be Diana. What the hell, sure, bring everyone in. On the date, everyone gets into the water and Aphmau and Garth are playing around. Garth gets kinda rough and picks her up and throws her into the water, which by itself is kinda cute, like they're flirting or whatever. But if you recall from Mystreet Season 2, Aphmau can't swim, so she gets whisked away by the currents directly into Aaron. But also, like, the water is only 1 block deep. Girl, stand up. She doesn't want to admit that she can't swim, so she lies and says that she twisted her ankle, and this leads to Aaron and Aphmau staying on the sand together for the rest of the date. And because of this, the two of them kinda rekindle their friendship a little bit after their fallout at the mall. They want you to think it's cute, but I hate Aaron so much and I was sincerely rooting for Garth this entire episode. A few days later, it's spring break. Most of the students went home or on vacation, but Aphmau stayed on campus. And while she's minding her business, she gets a nice little text from Garth. "Hope you're having a great break. I'm back home right now, but after break we should hang out again soon." A few days later, Aphmau gets another text from Garth letting her know that he's back on campus and he wants to know if she's free to hang out. And also, to clarify, I haven't been adding most of these Garth encounters to the tally because they really aren't that crazy and they have like a true narrative purpose. Anyway, Aphmau says she's down to hang and the two of them go out to lunch and then they play soccer and baseball. And it's low-key really cute. I don't know, I'm just a big Garth supporter. Garth finds an opportunity to confess his feelings to Aphmau and he finally takes it and tells her how he feels. But again, similar to back in Phoenix Drop High, Aphmau immediately asks Garth what he likes about her. And this next part is truly just character assassination for the sake of Aaron being the sole love interest.
What do you like about me, Garth?
I like your mind and body. Wait, that wasn't what I meant to say.
By this point, it should be very apparent that Garth doesn't just like Aphmau for no reason, or for her body or her looks. It's very clear to me as an audience member that he genuinely likes her as a person and could name several traits about her that he likes. But of course, when he's asked to, he can't come up with a real answer, and Aphmau turns him down, and Garth just leaves. Not joking. After Aphmau says no, he says that's okay, and they both just leave without saying goodbye. Minecraft Diaries Garth would never do this, dude. I'm pissed off. At night, Aphmau logs onto her MMO and speaks to Aaron. She's moping around when he finds her and asks her what's up, and she immediately makes the whole situation out to be so much worse than it actually was.
A friend of mine asked me to do something I wasn't comfortable with, or rather wasn't ready for.
Well, what was it?
I'd rather not say. I rejected him and I told him I just wasn't ready yet. And that was it. He just left.
Dude, are we serious? The way she makes it sound is like she was pressured into doing something sexual, but in reality, Garth literally just told her he liked her, and when she said no, he told her that it was okay and that he's still okay with just being friends.
I understand.
I get if you don't want to be friends after this, but...
No, it's my fault for bringing this to you so suddenly. Well, Aphmau, I wanted to thank you for a great day.
Same. I had a lot of fun.
I know I said moments ago that he left without saying goodbye, which is true, but it wasn't like he said nothing. That's an awkward thing to experience, and I think not saying goodbye doesn't make him, like, the villain. And she's making this entire situation out to be like she's the victim. I wouldn't necessarily call Garth a victim in this scenario, but Aphmau certainly isn't the victim, and Garth certainly isn't malicious for any of this. So Aaron asks if Aphmau wants to get coffee tomorrow, and Aphmau says,
"That's all we'll be doing, right?"
And he says yes. Amazing. You want an award? Justice for my boy Garth. Later, Aaron and Jenny are trying to have a conversation where Aaron finally opens up about his feelings. He tells her that he just likes her as a friend, but Jenny literally doesn't get the hint, and before Aaron can be super straightforward about it, Xavier pulls up and starts flirting with Jenny. By this point, Xavier's under the impression that Aaron truly does have feelings for Jenny, and in this same episode, it's revealed that Xavier's goal is to make Aaron jealous to the point where he goes all Ultima crazy so he can expose him. Which is certainly not why Aaron's dad is paying him, so I'm not sure how that got approved. And then Kathy, who's openly been an Aaron hater for a while now, approaches him alone and tells him that Jenny is using Xavier to make him jealous, and then she says that if she was his girlfriend, she would treat him better. I should add an Aaron compliment tally because this is getting actually insane. So eventually, Xavier figures out about Aaron's connection to Aphmau, and he decides that this is how he's going to make Aaron go all Ultima and expose him. One day, while Aphmau's out playing soccer, Xavier approaches her and she starts teaching him moves and stuff when Aaron pulls up and is visibly jealous. Aphmau walks away for plot-convenient reasons, leaving the two bros alone together. Aaron says that he's pissed that Xavier keeps forcing himself into every aspect of his life, and Xavier says,
"'Cause I really like the aspect I see in her."
When Aphmau comes back, she apologizes and says that she was thirsty, and Xavier goes,
"Not as thirsty as I am."
The three of them start playing a game of soccer together, and Xavier pretends that Aphmau hit his shin really bad, to the point of him not being able to walk. He gets Aphmau to help him up and walk him back to his room, to Aaron's dismay, and he also guilts her into taking him out for a cup of coffee as an apology for his injury. The next day, they get coffee together just like they promised, and Aphmau asks him how he knows Aaron. He says they were childhood friends, but Aphmau doesn't believe this and just leaves. Awesome. So now Aaron's dad is in town, and he meets up with Aaron and tells him that he knows he's being disobedient and not wearing his bandana, but he literally doesn't do anything about it. He just says that if Aaron continues, there'll be consequences, but he trusts him enough to not do anything else about it, and he leaves. Later, Aaron happens to be walking outside when he sees Xavier suddenly grab Aphmau and pull out a camera. Then Aphmau kicks him in the nuts, which sends him falling to the floor and passing out for the rest of the episode. You go, girl boss.
Nuts! Or nothing!
Aaron goes up to her and comforts her, and he walks her back to her dorm after whatever just happened. And while they're in her dorm, Aaron finally opens up to Aphmau about his girlfriend, but he leaves Jenny's name out of it. Aphmau tells him that he should break up with this poor girl that he's been stringing along for God knows how long, and this is what finally gets him to do it. Jenny doesn't take it very well though, and she goes back to her dorm where she's consoled by Betty and Kathy. And Kathy's switch up here is actually insane. Jenny is sobbing in Betty's arms while she talks about how Aaron never loved her, and Kathy literally says that she never deserved him in the first place. Kathy has never been a super significant character, but somehow she is still being destroyed by the narrative despite having maybe 10 minutes of screen time in this entire season. And it's the finale now, and we have less than 18 minutes to resolve everything from this season. and somehow it only gets worse. So now Kathy finds Aaron and confesses her feelings to him, and she actually goes fucking insane. Aaron says that he's not interested, but Kathy says that she's been in love with him the entire time, and that Aphmau, Jenny, and Diana were getting between the two of them, so she had to take care of them. And by that, she means that she was the one sending all of the letters to everyone and starting the rumors about Aphmau. And honestly, in my opinion, this wasn't really the shocking reveal that Jess probably intended it to be. Usually, but of course not always, in order to have a good twist villain, you have to at least care about the character up until their true colors are revealed. But Kathy was barely ever present, and when she was always pretty bland. She gave no indication of anything dubious until the last couple episodes. Okay, this next part actually contains spoilers for Big Hero 6. I know that sounds irrelevant, but I promise I bring it all together. For comparison, Kathy's entire character is really reminiscent of Disney's recent love for twist villains. The most widely known bad Disney twist villain is usually considered to be Callahan from Big Hero 6. He's barely in the film, there's no foreshadowing that would even come close to making the viewer guess that he's the villain, and his character is completely destroyed compared to how he acts in the beginning of the film, which all also applies to Kathy in Falcon Claw University. We as a society have strayed too far from the concept of having a normal villain that you just know is evil from the very beginning of the story. You can still have tension and a sense of mystery when you know who the villain is. Anyway, back to Falcon Claw University, there's hardly any resolution after Kathy's actions are revealed. Betty and Jenny show up and say that they heard everything, and Betty takes Kathy to the dean. And that's it. Jenny apologizes, then she runs into Mac, and their future relationship is implied, I guess, in all of maybe 2 minutes. Then Xavier gets caught by Aaron's dad, and he comes back to his dorm to a bunch of agents looking through his shit with a manila folder on his bed labeled proof. So that's how you know he's f***ed. And of course, Aaron's dad fires him and presumably he's arrested? That's kind of left up to interpretation. Aaron's dad meets up with Aaron and tells him that he knows everything. And then Aaron's dad reveals that he fired Agent R, Aaron's only real father figure. And Aaron is not happy about this, reasonably so. So he basically just gives his dad the finger and tells him that he's old enough to make his own decisions, and he doesn't want anything to do with him or the rest of his family, and he leaves. And do you want to know what happens next? Do you? We get a 2-year time skip. Yeah, I'm pissed off. Time skips just seem to be Aphmau's solution when she's written herself into a corner and there's nothing else for her to do. The time skip begins with Aphmau ringing a doorbell to Aaron's new apartment. When they greet each other, Aphmau says that it's been a long time since she's seen him in person. Are these two even friends anymore, dude? Well, they must be, because next, Aphmau gives Aaron a phone. He didn't have one in college because of his dad, but you're telling me he never got one in the 2 years since he left? How did he land a good enough job to be able to afford an apartment without a phone number? What the hell is this guy doing? And that's genuinely it. That's the end of Falcon Claw University. Why did I waste my time on this season, dude? Right, if it wasn't already painfully obvious, this is one of my least favorite seasons in the entire ACU. But not in an it's so awful, I hate everything about it way, more in a I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed way. It's so unfortunate because I think this world and these characters have a lot of potential in a university setting, but it's just not even close to reaching all that potential. Other than the name, there's really not much to even indicate that they're in college at all. They're barely in class, there's no Greek life, no sporting events, no parties, we don't even know any of the characters' majors. They're at that goddamn coffee shop more than they're ever at class. We genuinely only see Aphmau attending a class one time. I think if they leaned a little bit more into the college cliches, it could be a lot more entertaining. There is so much potential for frats and sororities in a world with catgirls and werewolves. And you're telling me that Gareth wouldn't be in a frat? I also just don't really like any of the new characters that are introduced this season. I'd prefer if there was more focus on the older characters, and some of the better characters aren't even mentioned here. There's no Lucinda, no Lawrence, barely any Gareth, no Travis. Not that Travis is good, but I hate to admit that I would pick him over, like, Betty. It's another one of those seasons that you could just remove and it wouldn't really make that much of a difference. It kind of just feels like we're repeating the same storyline every episode for the whole season. Aaron hides going out from his dad, Aphmau's sad, everyone has a crush on Aaron, etc, etc. And speaking of Aaron, I just really don't like him, we all know this, and this season is pure Aaron glaze and I'm not falling for that propaganda. D tier. So this is another one of those short prequel seasons that just funnels directly into another longer than average Mystreet season, so we can't really skip over it. Finally, we're back in Mystreet. 2 months after the events of season 4, the gang is throwing a little party for Aphmau to welcome her back home after the incident. Where, if you don't remember, Aphmau kind of killed Aaron twice, but he lived because of the power of love or something. But I don't know, I feel like if I were in Aphmau's shoes, I would not want to come home to a party. And when I say party, I mean like Lucinda planned on having fireworks and Garth brought balloons. Like, seriously, what are we supposed to be celebrating? And they're doing it all at her house, so it's not like she could just leave and go home if she felt like she needed to. And Aphmau certainly isn't in the mood for any social gathering right now. When we first see her, she looks rough, to put it simply. Her solution is to wear Aaron's bandana over her eyes, but if I were her friend and I saw her wearing that, I would assume way worse than if I were to just see her looking a little tired. Back at her house, we see that Lucinda, Garth, Kim, and Zane are all keeping everything that happened at the cabin a secret from Caitlin, Kawhi-chan, Dante, Travis, and Lawrence. Caitlin asks why they're even having this party, and they give her some shitty excuse that she doesn't really buy, and people are starting to realize that something else is up with Aphmau than what they've been told. Especially when Aphmau arrives and she can't even walk in that stupid bandana, and the first thing she does is walk into a fence. And you know what? This party isn't even lit. Not to use the word lit. Everyone just says surprise and then dips almost immediately. But Aphmau gets all emotional because she's so grateful to have such great friends. Once Aphmau gets back into her house, she sees all of the pictures of Aaron all over the walls and gets all sad. I am begging Aphmau to just hit the bars and have her hot girl summer and find a new, better guy. But instead, she just falls into a deep depression where she wears Aaron's jacket around everywhere. In episode 2 of the miniseries, we already begin with a 5-month time skip. We all know how I feel about time skips by this point. Major cop-out in the way that Aphmau uses them. But anyway, Aphmau goes to Lucinda and asks her to teach her healing magics. During their lesson, Travis shows up and says that there was someone going around the neighborhood asking about the lodge. Then he says that he knows something sketch happened there and insists that Lucinda tell him what. She refuses, and the two of them go inside to talk after Aphmau has already left. As they're speaking, Travis stumbles upon one of Lucinda's spellbooks and suddenly gets super fucking weird.
Where did you get that book?
Lucinda says that she just got it from the library, and Travis drops it and has to leave. But Lucinda takes this personally and hides the book. Very suspicious. When Aphmau gets back to her house, Aaron's sister, Melissa, is waiting at her door. And seemingly all she's here to do is talk about Aaron. But not in a updating Aphmau on his condition kind of way, more in a asking Aphmau to recount her memories with him way. She starts by saying that Aaron always seemed like a loser who had no time nor desire for girls, let alone such a pretty one like Aphmau.
There was no way he had time for romance, let alone meet a pretty girl like you.
Because we had gone too long without adding to the tally. She does eventually come out with news about Aaron though, and she says that he woke up a week ago and she has a package from him to Aphmau. But it's nothing crazy, it's just a corny letter and a can of Pepsi, or Poopsie, as it's called in this universe. Very funny. But alas, Aaron still needs time alone to heal, so they can't be together just yet. I know, we're all very disappointed. Next episode begins with another 7-month time skip. And when the episode begins, the whole neighborhood is decorated for Christmas, which makes no fucking sense. Okay, this is me from editing, and I've made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment. After I did some critical thinking, it became apparent that the 7 months later actually meant 7 months after the events at the lodge, not 7 months after the last episode. She could have written 7 months after the incident, or simply just 2 months later and spared us all the trouble. Not counting this as a loss for me. Kim speaks to Garth privately and tells him that Lucinda's house was broken into the night before, and the perpetrator only stole one thing, the spellbook that Travis asked her about last episode. Garth and Kim reveal to us that the spellbook is the one Lucinda got from Tatiana at the lodge, and not the library like Lucinda told Travis. The ghost, who is also still only being referred to as Ghost and still lives inside Kim, chimes in and says that the spellbook is dangerous.
That book is dangerous.
But don't stress about all that. It's Christmas time and the gang is throwing a party. And Aphmau's being a big Debbie Downer and ruining the vibes by missing her mid-boyfriend. At the party, Garth gives Aphmau a gift that came directly from Aaron. How sweet. I assume that Aaron had already written their stories in the journal, which would actually be pretty thoughtful and cute. But Aphmau takes it and says,
"Maybe I'll write a story."
So he gave her a task, basically. Thanks. The next episode begins 9 months later, and I don't think that an episode has ever gotten off on a worse foot than this. So the episode begins with Aphmau saying that she bought something and she's embarrassed about this purchase and wants to keep it to herself. Then she says that she bought this thing because she's been missing Aaron a lot lately and wanted to try something new.
And since he's not here, I wanted to try something.
Honestly, I was terrified at whatever was about to happen next. What's actually about to happen is worse than what I had in mind. What it actually ends up being is fake werewolf ears and a tail. Look, I don't want to sound accusatory, but if it looks like a dog and barks like a dog, it's probably a dog. But if it wants to wear ears and a tail and it wants to be called alpha, it's probably a fetish. Aphmau gets really emotional about this to the point of tears, saying that she did this because she wanted to understand what Aaron was going through and that it must be so hard for him.
I thought that, since I'm learning more about werewolves, that I would try to understand how it feels to have ears and a tail. I'm not there to help him through any of it, so I thought I'd try to understand in whatever way I could.
She says that she doesn't want anyone else to find out that she bought this, so she's only going to wear them at home. But, while she's at home trying them on for the first time, she left her front door open, and she's also in her underwear as she's trying them on. Completely vulnerable for literally anyone to walk in on her like this. And I'm sure this isn't some kind of thinly veiled fetish because that would be weird. But of course, in this position, someone had to have walked in, and they did. Melissa walks into Aphmau's open door, all the way up to her room, and finds her naked in wolf ears and a tail. And that's just how that ends. Aphmau composes herself, and they both quickly move on and start discussing her and Aaron's reunion. If you can remember at the end of season 4, it's said that the whole reason Aaron even took on the job at the lodge was to take Aphmau on a beach vacation getaway. It's at this place called Starlight, and in 3 months, that's where Aaron and Aphmau will finally be reunited. Melissa makes it clear that the trip is just for the two of them, and then makes the comment that maybe Aphmau can wear those wolf ears for Aaron.
Maybe even wear those wolf ears for him.
And I think I just threw up in my mouth a little. Then Melissa says that she wonders what kind of babies a human and a werewolf would make together.
A werewolf and a human together. I wonder what kind of pups they would...
Alright, Melissa!
And I'm an only child, but I don't know, I feel like it's kind of weird to be talking about your own brother's sex life like that. Aphmau gets flustered and forces Melissa out, and her excuse is that she needs to go to the magic store. Then Melissa says,
Magic store? Tell me, is that where you buy your undergarments too? Because they are bewitching, girl!
No comment. Now we see Travis's dad paying little old Travis a visit. Apparently, Travis told his dad that Caitlin was his girlfriend, and Caitlin also happens to be around when his dad visits, so Travis has to beg her to play along. She refuses at first, you go girl boss, but then as soon as his dad offers to pay for a spa day and dinner for the three of them, she's in. So she goes through with it, the day goes well, super happy for her. Travis's dad leaves, and Caitlin and Travis are back home, and low-key, he's putting the moves on her, and it seems to be working when they're interrupted by Dottie, one of Aphmau's werewolf friends from high school.
I was wondering if maybe you wanted to...
What was that? Anyway, you were saying?
I just wanted to see if you wanted to watch Netflix and...
That doesn't sound like any woodpecker I've ever heard.
It's going to sound like fried chicken if it doesn't shut up and let me finish my...
They go over to see what all the fuss is about. Dottie explains that she's just dropping something off, and then she leaves. Travis asks Caitlin if she recognizes Dottie, and she says kind of, but she's not sure because Aphmau hung out with a lot of werewolves in high school. Then Travis gets all weird and creepy again like he did when he was talking to Lucinda about the spellbook, and he says he doesn't remember that at all.
I heard things about werewolves. Tell me, have you ever heard the story of the Ultima werewolf?
The final episode begins with another 12 months later time skip, and as I'm saying this out loud, I'm realizing that the time skips have actually been in reference to the lodge and not between each episode. Literally everyone else already figured that out. But 12 months later means it's finally time for the Aphmau and Aaron reunion that we've all been waiting for. Melissa arrives at Aphmau's house to pick her up and take her to the airport. Melissa arrives at the same time that was arranged, and Aphmau is nowhere near finished packing despite having started packing a week ago. But you know what? It doesn't even matter, because they're going to buy Aphmau an entirely new wardrobe before they leave. And they're not even going to be late because they're taking Aaron's dad's private plane, so there's not a real time they need to be there. So as usual, the stakes don't exist and nothing matters. But whatever, they go to the mall, get Aphmau some new outfits, and she has boobs now. So she's ready to go to the beach. Welcome to the beach special, baby. Why do I feel like we've done this before? Let's not bother wasting any time and just get right back into it. Aphmau and Melissa are officially on a plane on their way to Starlight, and while they're in the air, Melissa won't stop being creepy and invasive regarding Aphmau and Aaron's relationship. She asks Aphmau what she wants to do first when she sees him, but in a suggestive tone.
What are you planning to do when you see Aaron for the first time? What? Come on, I'm curious.
Why does she care so much about her brother's intimate sexual life? Can you relax? Once they land, Melissa and Aphmau meet up with Derek. They both inform Aphmau that their whole family is no longer hiding their werewolf ears and tails. Except they are. They're only letting it all hang here because allegedly no one at Starlight knows who they are. But they also had to come up with a fake last name, and it's Wolfswear. Very creative. But also from here on out, they only use the fake last name a couple times and then they go back to Lycan later in the season, so what's even the point of any of this? What's the point of anything? So the three of them head back to the house they're staying at, and Melissa gives them a tour where she suggestively shows off the bedroom where Aaron and Aphmau will be staying.
Other luxury bathroom. Big TV. And finally, your bedroom.
Then their mom walks in and offhandedly says to Derek,
"This will be the perfect place for them to make Pop's eye."
And I am actually sick to my fucking stomach. Anyway, then it's revealed that actually all of Aphmau's friends are here too, including her mom and Eric. Surprise! Aphmau has still yet to see Aaron since he's at a physical therapy appointment. Melissa suggests that Aphmau should go surprise him when he gets out, and Aphmau says that's a great idea, so off she goes. But she very quickly gets lost, and just because she's lost, she starts self-pitying and saying shit like,
"I'm lost. I'm weak. He's in pain. Because of what I did. Because I wasn't strong enough. He shouldn't have saved me. I wasn't worth saving."
Girl, you just took a wrong turn. Pull out Google Maps or something, jeez. Also, not to mention that this just further reduces Aphmau to being reliant on Aaron when, as far as I can remember, she used to be pretty badass and independent. Aaron eventually finds her, and when they're reunited, it's all animated with some sappy music in the background. And honestly, there aren't words for how this made me feel. Just kidding, there are. Bad. It made me feel bad. Aphmau immediately begins by apologizing, but Aaron insists it wasn't her fault, and that goes on and on for a little bit. Aaron says that he was worried Aphmau wouldn't find him attractive anymore now that he's a werewolf, but we all knew that wasn't going to be a problem because Aphmau obviously feels a certain type of way about half human, half animals. Aaron asks her for a kiss, and Aphmau says she wants to do it the way werewolves do.
"I want to do it the way that werewolves do."
Yeah, this isn't indicative of any weird fetishes, I'm sure. This is completely normal. Aaron also says this.
"I'm really shy."
I just felt like that needed to be put out there. This entire season only gets 100 times weirder, by the way. We've only just started. The next day, Melissa and her and Aaron's mom, who's named Rachel by the way, are trying to figure out a plan to literally get Aphmau and Aaron to make babies. Derek calls them out for being creeps, rightfully so, but they brush it off pretty quickly. I can kind of understand Rachel's motivation, at least a little bit, because she's a mom and she wants to have grandkids, but Melissa is literally just a freak. And whether or not either of their hearts are in the right place, it's still weird as hell. We get this animated bit of their plan to get Aaron and Aphmau together, and of course, Aphmau is drawn with huge boobs, which I'm adding to the counter. 2, actually. The plan doesn't work, they get caught, yada yada yada. Then of course, Melissa makes a comment about Aphmau's ass and runs away giggling.
I just wanted to lighten the mood. I guess it wasn't the best way to go about it, but... I mean, speaking of butts, Aphmau's is...
Go away, Melissa!
Anyway, Aaron wakes Aphmau up and gives her a bouquet of flowers, and it's all romantic and... What was that? Literally, what was that? I'm not joking when I say that when I watched this for the first time, my hand flew over my mouth. I had to take the longest break from this project because I just didn't have the mental capacity to deal with this Minecraft freak shit. Eren freaks out when he realizes what he did, and Aphmau tries to reassure him that it's okay. She says that this is a new side of him that she wants to learn more about.
This is a new side of you. A new side I want to get to learn more about.
In a completely normal, not sexual way, of course. She then asks to touch his ears, and he whimpers.
Do you think I can?
I'm actually gonna be fucking sick. And of course, Aphmau says she thinks it's cute. I'll talk more about all of this later, but for now, I'll say that whatever two consenting adults choose to do in the privacy of their own home is none of my business. But writing it into your script and presenting it to your audience of children is a little strange. Next episode, we find out Caitlyn is werewolf racist. She literally just says,
"I'm not too fond of werewolves."
Interesting thing to say out loud. Back at the house, Aphmau's mom suddenly seems way more okay with Eren than she ever has been in the past. Because she has a thing for werewolves.
You have a thing for werewolves, don't you?
Hey! Guess it runs in the family. She baked him and Aphmau a bunch of little goodies, but they all had chocolate in them, which Eren can't have, because he's a werewolf. Sylvana swears that she remembers there being moments where Eren used to eat chocolate, but Eren's mom chimes in and says that he did have chocolate, but whenever he did, he would literally go throw it up as to not raise suspicion.
When he was hiding as a human, he ate a lot of chocolate, but he always made sure to barf it up. He didn't want anyone suspecting him for not eating it.
You know, there are also humans that are allergic to chocolate too, right? I feel like allergies are a more realistic excuse than just disappearing to go throw up after every time you eat chocolate. Next episode begins with Aphmau waking up in the middle of the night to find Eren crying by himself. She asks if he's okay or if he needs to talk, and he says that he sometimes still has nightmares about what happened at the lodge. Not even necessarily about Ian, just about how Aphmau was mean to him. And he just goes on and whines the whole time, like, stop, bro, you're annoying. And now Aphmau is crying because she feels like shit after Eren repeats word for word all of the things she said about him when she was under the effects of the Forever Potion. Nice going, dude. Remember in the Aphmau's Year special where I mentioned that Aphmau had approached Lucinda about learning healing magics? Well, since then, it's been said a few times that Aphmau's been studying, but she hasn't really made any good progress. But now, she tries to use magics to heal the scars Eren has from when she sliced the shit out of him, and she's somewhat successful, but she passes out after. Mind you, this all happens in the first 3 minutes of the episode and is not brought up again until the last 2 minutes. In a 20-minute episode where the B-plot is random bullshit about Caitlyn and Travis pretending to date. Travis's dad says that he thinks they're not making out enough, so they have to pretend to make out instead of just not doing that. It's a whole thing. But back to Eren and Aphmau. After Aphmau passed out, Eren literally didn't do anything. He just brought her back to bed and they laid there literally all day until she woke up. He didn't think to bring her to a doctor in case something bad had happened. But it's okay because she's perfectly fine by the next episode. Next episode, she also calls Eren a good boy.
Good boy, Eren.
Good boy?
So there's that. And then shortly after, she calls him Alpha.
What do you think, Alpha?
So there's also that. Eren and Aphmau head to some springs to swim with Eren's wolf pack, which is composed of Blaze, Maria, and the Three Stooges werewolves from Phoenix Drop High Season 2. And of course, Aphmau still can't swim, so she brings a little floaty, which Eren just lifts her up into because she couldn't just do that herself. And she blushes while this happens. Then, in a very suggestive tone, she says,
"Oh, I'm not ready for this, Alpha."
When I say that my jaw dropped and I had to pause, like, yeah, that was my reaction too. Honestly, if you just shut your eyes for any Aphmau and Eren interaction this season, it just sounds like the intro to a really bad porno. After all that, Maria speaks to Aphmau privately and gives her some tidbits about werewolf culture. She says that it's kinda not cool for humans to refer to the Alpha as the Alpha.
It's not normal for humans to call the alpha wolf alpha.
We're not really sure why, that's just how it is. Aphmau's confused because she was still the alpha in high school, and Maria says that the alpha male and female is just a high school custom.
The alpha male and female is a high school custom.
For some fucking reason. And in the real world, there are no alpha females. So, misogyny or something. Aphmau and Aaron are at the beach playing fetch with some more suggestive dialogue. As they're playing fetch, Aaron catches a glimpse of some stranger that looks a little bit like Ian, and then he starts having flashbacks and his eyes go all red in Ultima. If you remember, this is really dangerous because if a human looks into his eyes, they'll be turned into a werewolf and might die. Aaron starts his slow descent towards the Ian lookalike and nobody can stop him. Melissa tries and so does Blaze, but to no avail. But of course, when Aphmau steps in and tries to stop him, she pulls the classic, "This isn't you, listen to my voice, I'm here for you," and it works.
Aaron, listen to my voice. I'm right here.
Back at the house, Zane and Kawaii-chan have a conversation, and our girl KC reveals her dark, traumatic past. Just kidding, it's not that serious. She says that she had a hard time growing up because she had 11 siblings. She felt like she didn't stick out enough from her family and would often be mistaken for other people, and in the grand scheme of things, she felt boring and untalented compared to her brothers and sisters. So, as a coping mechanism, she adopted this Kawaii-chan persona to be different. Which means Kawaii-chan isn't her real name. She actively chose to be a walking stereotype. I don't think this is the serve that Aphmau thinks it is. The entire time she's speaking, she drops her high-pitched voice, Japanese honorifics, and the use of third person, and just talks normally.
So I started to do that. I was acting cuter and everyone started to tell me apart from my brothers and sisters. And for once, I felt confident.
When Zane realizes this, he questions her about it and asks her what her real name is. Then she picks back up the annoying voice and speaking in third person, and we drop the subject for several episodes. The next day, Caitlin and Travis meet up with Aaron and Aphmau and find out that Aaron is a werewolf. And this is their first time figuring that out, by the way, because they're still trying to keep it a secret from everyone that wasn't at the lodge. And we all know that Caitlin is werewolf racist, so it doesn't end well. Her and Travis talk about it privately, and she says that she doesn't know how to feel about Aaron right now.
I guess not entirely sure how to feel about Aaron right now.
Not to defend Aaron because I still hate him very much, but he's the same guy they've always known, he just has a tail now. Travis agrees with her and says that it's like they never even knew him at all. Guys, this is insane. Imagine one of your friends revealed to you that their parents are from another country and you suddenly start acting like they betrayed you and they're some malicious, evil liar. That's basically what this is. Aaron didn't do anything. Regardless, Travis and Caitlin decide to ask Aphmau and Aaron on a double date to mend any tensions that their meeting the other day may have caused. When Caitlin and Travis show up to ask them, they hear Aphmau giggling behind their bedroom door, and then they just invite themselves in and find Aphmau petting Aaron's ears. I have nothing to say about this that I haven't already said. Aaron says,
"Next time please knock louder. I was enjoying that."
Alright dude, they don't want to know that and neither do I. So the four of them all go to a Rainforest Cafe knockoff for the date, and Kawaii-chan and Zane follow them there so that Kawaii-chan can watch Aphmau and Aaron, which is creepy. That goes without saying. Zane says that it's kind of immature for Kawaii-chan to be doing all this, which is putting it lightly, to be honest. And then Kawaii-chan goes super in-depth about her past with shipping Aphmau and Aaron and how they became her OTP, and all she really wants is someone to look at her the way they look at each other. And it's fine to, like, admire their relationship or whatever, but, like, watch a romance movie or a show or read a book or something and leave your real-life friends alone. And then, get this, she reveals her real name is Nana.
My name, it's Nana.
Unfortunately though, because she does still go by Kawaii-chan at this point in the story, I won't be referring to her as Nana just for simplicity's sake. The next day, Aaron's at his final physical therapy appointment, and well, who do we have here? Aaron's physical therapist is none other than Aphmau's dad, who we already know is kind of a deadbeat. Also, his name is Zach. Aaron leaves after his appointment, and his dad Derek walks in after him to thank Zach for everything he's done for him. When Derek sees Zach though, he acts super shocked. Unsure how Aaron went through a presumably pretty long time with this physical therapist without Derek meeting him, but okay. It's then made pretty clear that Derek and Zach have some kind of history together.
I bet you never thought you'd see me again.
How did you
get out? A lot of time, pain, and effort.
And the implication is that Zach went to prison, or at least some prison-like place, for something that Derek did, and we don't know what that is yet. Derek warns Zach to stay away from everyone or else, and Zach says,
"You're going to stay quiet like a good boy."
Oh my god, can y'all just fucking get it over with? Jeez. Next episode, the gang is traveling to a different island at the resort called Starlight Adventureland, and they'll be staying there for a few days. Basically, Starlight Adventureland is this huge theme park, and to get there, they'll need to take a boat. While they're on the boat, Aphmau literally falls off because she was leaning over the edge too much. And of course, Aaron jumps off after her. They both end up needing to be saved by a lifeguard and brought back to their room on the boat. Once they get back to their room, they both are left without their clothes for a half hour while they wait for them to dry. I sure hope nothing weird happens. Something weird happens. Aphmau makes a weird face. Please don't look at me like that ever again. And she suggestively asks Aaron,
"So, what do you want to do for 30 minutes?
Aaron gets all flustered and says,
"Well, I was gonna save this for later, but I found something in the gift shop that, might interest you. Something we could enjoy together."
Uh-huh. But don't worry, it's just a coloring book, silly. What were you thinking it was? Somewhere else, Derek and his wife Rachel are discussing Aphmau's dad. Garth and Zane's dad, Garte, apparently also has something to do with this whole situation, so now he's on his way to the island. Derek makes a comment that if Zach is out, so are Michael and Elizabeth.
If Zach is out, that means Michael and Elizabeth are out as well.
Who are these people, you may be asking? I don't know. Michael and Elizabeth Afton, perhaps? This entire story is actually just Five Nights at Freddy's lore? Really, anything could happen by this point. At Starlight Adventureland, Aaron and his werewolf pack try to attend a restaurant and get denied at the door because they're werewolves.
"We don't accept werewolves into this establishment."
Apparently, being werewolf racist is actually just really common in this world. Blaze and Maria get really mad at the host and start to threaten violence, so they have to be held back by Aaron. After they get kicked out, they head back to the boat and Aaron suggests that they plan for the next day. His pack says that they never make plans because in the moment, you just want to follow your instincts rather than bothering to think ahead. Then Aaron has a moment where he realizes he kinda hates werewolves too. I'm paraphrasing for comedic effect, of course, but the sentiment is really there. I think this is kind of a strange message to deliver to your audience when werewolves are a pretty obvious allegory for racial minorities. It's also a bit strange to have this fictional race that you are obviously connecting to real-life minorities be overly violent and typically unintelligent. I just think this isn't thought out well enough, and it's not the complex, important discussion that Aphmau thinks it is. That's not to say that you can't or shouldn't talk about important, heavy topics in kids' shows, I just think it needs to be handled with a little bit more care. Like, if she wants this episode to be about assimilating into a culture, the conclusion that Aaron comes to should probably be something more along the lines of, I feel differently than the other werewolves, but that's okay, we can still get along and feel connected in other ways, instead of, I hate these freaks who are less intelligent than I am. So, obviously, Aaron is having some problems navigating his werewolf identity. He feels like he doesn't really identify with the other werewolves, and he gets so down on himself for it that he wants to leave Starlight Adventureland to go back to the resort by himself. He doesn't tell Aphmau why he's upset or even really that he's upset at all, and she has to find out by overhearing someone else's conversation. She starts feeling really guilty about it because she's worried that perhaps she was fetishizing the new Aaron so much that she was ignoring how much it might have been hurting him. Which is so real and a very mature conclusion for Aphmau to come to. If only she ever actually acted on it. I promise that what happens in these next coming episodes is going to undo any progress that you think may have been made. Aphmau catches Aaron right as he's about to get on the boat to head back to the resort, and she tells him everything she's been feeling and apologizes and asks if she can go back with him. Aaron basically says, I was worried you'd want to come with me for the wrong reasons, but after that, you can come.
I just wanted to make sure that you were joining me for the right reasons.
As they leave, the rest of the gang goes to a haunted house in Starlight Adventureland. While inside, Kawaii-chan and Zane share a tender moment. She confesses that she likes Zane.
If I had the chance to ship you with someone, I'd like to ship you with me.
And then they kiss. Guys, this is crazy. Retweet if you were not expecting this. The whole next episode is the two of them freaking out about the whole situation. They both go to Aphmau and Eren for advice separately, and they tell them to be honest with each other. So they do. And now Zane and Kawaii-chan are going on a date together. All of this B-plot means actually nothing compared to the bullshit that is about to unravel soon. Aphmau and Eren are back at the main resort, and they run into Travis's dad. He asks Eren if Aphmau is his girlfriend, and when Eren says yes, Travis's dad says,
"Well, I can see what you see in her. She's very pretty, and on top of that, super cute. It's almost as if I'm drawn to her aura. It's so radiant, almost like I've felt it before."
Okay, brother, let's reel it in a little. Later, Travis's dad and Eren have a conversation privately. Travis's dad says that Eren and Aphmau's relationship must be hard because humans and werewolves tend to have relationship issues because werewolves have bigger tempers and humans will never really understand werewolf issues. And then he leaves. So, thanks. As that conversation is happening, Aphmau runs into Caitlin and Travis. When Aphmau explains that her and Eren will be at the house alone for a couple days, Caitlin asks if Aphmau will be safe being alone with Eren.
Is it safe to leave you and Eren alone?
Girl, what? Travis literally throws Caitlin a line and tries to save her ass from being racist by saying,
"What she means to say is you just don't get too rough, you know what I'm saying?"
And Caitlin responds,
"No, that's not it."
And then she starts going off on another tangent about werewolves. So Aphmau just leaves, which is pretty reasonable given the situation. When Aphmau gets home, she speaks to Eren and, oh my god. Aphmau asks him to turn her into a werewolf.
Do you think you could turn me
Turn you?
into a werewolf?
They have a long conversation about it, and through the whole thing, I feel like nothing significant was said. I think the implication is that she wants to understand Eren better, but I feel like that could have been made clearer. And again, I feel like this is not the right message to be putting in a kids show. Like I said earlier, it should be about loving each other despite your differences, not trying to be identical. There are other ways to understand your partner, usually like talking. Anyway, Eren says he's gonna need some time to think about this, and for now, they bond over dinner. He has plenty of good reasons to not turn Aphmau into a werewolf. He says that it'll really hurt and Aphmau will be in pain for a while, it could change her entire personality, his family will be furious, she'd have to face discrimination, and he likes her just the way she is, so why would he change that? He does have one good reason to turn her though. There is always still a chance that he could lose control over his emotions and his eyes would turn, just like they did the other day. And if Aphmau looked into them as this was happening, she would turn and potentially die. But if she was already a werewolf, that wouldn't happen. So it is a pretty tough decision to make, I feel like. But like, let's get real, we all already know what's about to happen. Why would Aphmau pass up an opportunity to become a werewolf? Anyway, back to boring B-plot, Zane and Kawaii-chan's date at the theme park, which I feel was heavily inspired by Final Fantasy VII. Like, they have their little heart-to-heart in a Ferris wheel and everything. But whatever. It starts off with the two of them talking about their kiss the other day. They both say that they didn't come on this date with any ulterior motives, and Kawaii-chan says that she liked the kiss, but she doesn't want Zane to think that she is easy like that.
I just don't want you to think I'm easy like that.
It was a kiss? Then they get really serious, and Kawaii-chan says that Zane can call her Nana, but he has to keep it a secret from everyone else. Very romantic. If you even care about these two together at all. Then we see Aphmau's dad, Zach, answering a call from a blue-haired woman who calls him handsome. She says that she'll be landing in Starlight in an hour. Nobody ever told you not to call people when you're on a plane? She says that the mysterious Michael character called her in.
Michael called me in.
So I'm assuming this is the previously mentioned Elizabeth? When Zach tells her that Derek and his family are on the island and that better yet, Derek's son is dating his daughter, she starts laughing maniacally, and she says that this situation is perfect.
You've got to be kidding me! This is too perfect!
Zach also tells her that her daughter's on the island too, and she says she'll pay her a visit. And considering this woman's appearance, I'd say it's not too far off to guess that Caitlin is her daughter. Once she's on the island and physically meets up with Zach, he immediately asks,
"Where is the kid?"
And the blue-haired woman says,
"He's being restrained in one of the warehouses near the port."
Who is this kid they're talking about, and why is he being restrained? It's not Michael, because they talk about him separately and it seems like he has some kind of power over these two. Then they talk about Derek, and they say that they have some kind of power over him, presumably in the form of blackmail. And then, get this, Zach reveals that he is a werewolf, which I guess makes sense considering Sylvana has a thing for werewolves. But he says that Aphmau didn't inherit his werewolfness.
"Because even though she's my daughter, Aphmau never inherited my traits."
So what a twist that affects almost nothing. The woman says that all of their plans are in motion, and Zach acts shocked and questions that there's more than one plan. The woman just says something ominous about how there are more things in motion than you could ever wrap your head around.
"There are more things in motion than you can wrap your head around, Zach."
And then she just leaves. The next morning, Caitlin and Travis are hanging out, and Caitlin makes a comment that she doesn't really want to do any activities that don't involve sports because it's not her cup of tea. When I say it like that, it sounds kind of silly, but the way she says it kind of implies that there's some deeper reason.
I've always had a hard time participating in things that weren't sports or physically engaging.
But rock climbing is a sport. I mean,
it's not my cup of tea.
What about theater?
That one's different.
Travis tries to play it off and lighten the mood by making a joke, but it comes off kind of rude and Caitlin gets upset. Then, suddenly, Travis is possessed by something that says,
"Let me handle this."
And he starts apologizing very eloquently and gets all flirty and literally sweeps Caitlin off her feet and convinces her to go on a fun date with him. Then he snaps back to reality and wonders whether or not it was really him that said all those things. So, what the fuck? My working theory is that this has something to do with the fact that his dad is the demon warlock in Diaries, but in Mystreet, his dad seems like a pretty chill guy, so I don't know. The next day, Garte and Ziana arrive at the island. Garte and Derek speak privately, and Derek reveals to him that Zach is on the island. Then Derek says that if Zach is out, then this Michael character is absolutely the reason Zach escaped from the realm that he was sealed into. And it's also said that Elizabeth was in this realm with Zach too.
Zach is out, which means Michael absolutely was the reason they escaped. Garte, you know that Zach is smart, but neither he nor Elizabeth were smart enough to escape the realm we sealed them in.
I didn't know that was the implication. I thought it was just that Zach went to prison and did his time and got released. And still, who is Michael? They say that he must have been the one to let Zach and Elizabeth out because he's the only one with the knowledge and skills to open a doorway to a realm like that. So somewhere out there, there's just some evil guy named Michael with these crazy magical abilities just running amok. Garte suggests that everyone get off the island because they can't put their families at risk like this. But Derek says no because that would just draw Michael's attention. Then Garte says something really wild. He says that Gareth, Caitlin, and Aphmau are here, which means that Michael knows how to quote-unquote use them. Derek says,
"Calm down, Garte. Just because he knows about the potion's effects doesn't mean anything. Remember, Gareth and Caitlin, the potion just gave them superior strength."
"And Aphmau? She's here!"
"I'm not aware if Zach ever gave Aphmau a forever potion."
So, back up. What the fuck? The reason Gareth and Caitlin are so strong is because they were given a forever potion by Zach? And that's why Gareth almost killed a man by launching him into a tree back in college? Then, Garte asks if Zach ever gave Aaron a forever potion, and Derek says no. Garte insists though and asks,
"How do you know Michael never gave him one in the child experiments?"
Child experiments? Child experiments. What the f is this all of a sudden? Then Derek says that Michael, Zach, and Elizabeth know about Aaron and Derek being Ultimas. And after all of that, Garte and Derek still agree not to do anything. All they do is come up with an escape plan, and they leave everything else as is, and they don't tell anyone. Perfect idea, guys. I don't know about you guys, but my head is absolutely reeling with all of this new information. Still, who is Michael? We can safely assume that Elizabeth is the blue-haired woman from earlier and Caitlin's mother, but how the hell is she even involved in any of this? And where could this plotline possibly go? Well, if you have any of the same questions, prepare to be bombarded by the most unrelated bullshit in the meantime. It's about to get really weird. That same night, Aaron and Aphmau are having a romantic dinner alone as Aaron decides whether or not he wants to turn Aphmau into a werewolf. Aphmau's just finished preparing dinner when Aaron says he needs to talk to her about something important, and he drags her away to the roof where they watch the moon. When they get there, Aaron tells Aphmau that he wants to turn her. He warns her that his bite won't kill her, but it will cause her tremendous pain for a little while, and he asks if she's mentally and physically prepared to endure that pain. Aphmau says yes, followed by,
I want you to be my alpha.
If you were questioning whether or not this is part of a fetish, I think you have your answer. And I don't know, I feel like the next logical step in all of this would be to wait until they get home so that Aphmau wouldn't be in excruciating pain while they're on vacation. But no, of course not. He bites her there, at the resort, at that very moment, and this is kind of unclear in the video, but trust me, that's what happened. Aphmau herself actually clarified in the comments, so. The next day, Aphmau wakes up and, of course, she's in unbearable pain, and it's genuinely uncomfortable to watch. She acts as if the pain is equivalent to that of, like, giving birth.
I can't eat! I'm in so much pain! It feels like my whole body is on fire. My bones feel like they're breaking, and my heart is racing. I'm hot and cold. I feel like I want to die.
I don't know, I just feel like there has to be some kind of purpose for them to include this to this extent of detail. My instincts are telling me this is a fetish, but I can't prove that. But I will try in just a few minutes. Aaron says that Aphmau should try and go to sleep, and Aphmau is immediately confused because how could she possibly sleep when she's in this much pain? But don't worry guys, Aaron plays the guitar, remember? So he pulls out a recording of him playing a song and she's immediately put to sleep. Then, Caitlin the werewolf racist shows up at their front door. Caitlin and Aphmau had a whole day out planned together for this specific date, and now Aphmau obviously can't make it. Aaron answers the door and tells Caitlin that Aphmau is really sick and she has a fever, so she won't be able to hang out today. But Caitlin insists and says that if that's the case, she should just come inside and help. In a sincere way, not in a racist, doesn't trust Aaron way. She truly just wants to chill with Aphmau and watch some movies to help her get better. But the more excuses Aaron tries to come up with, the more suspicious Caitlin gets, and eventually when she's had enough, she forces herself inside to speak with Aphmau herself. When she does, she's met with Aphmau's locked bedroom door, and Aphmau on the other side screaming in pain. She asks Aphmau what's wrong, and Aphmau says that she's cramping, and that's all it takes for Caitlin to leave. She's literally on her way out as Aphmau tells Aaron that she needs him to go distract Caitlin. Literally, why? So Aaron leaves his girlfriend at home, still in unbearable pain, and takes Caitlin out to dinner. And also, bonus, when they arrive at the restaurant and ask him for a name, he tells them Aaron Lycan.
Name?
Aaron Lycan.
Despite us being told that they were using a fake last name for the entire time they're on the island. But whatever, they get seated and Caitlin is immediately visibly uncomfortable in Aaron's presence because she is still werewolf racist. But then they bond over their shared trauma related to Ian, and now Caitlin isn't werewolf racist anymore. And I'm not even leaving anything out, it really was that simple and it happened over the course of like 3 minutes. And then they go home and the episode is over. The next morning, Aphmau wakes up and now she's able to walk around and feed herself, but she's still in excruciating pain and has a hard time doing things for herself. As they're having breakfast, Melissa gives Aaron a call and tells him that everyone's coming home from Starlight Adventureland tomorrow, which means that Aphmau and Aaron have to either confront everyone and tell them that Aphmau's a werewolf now, or risk it and keep it a secret. And they chose to keep it a secret because secrets are sexier for their weird little fetishes. They share some dialogue that I feel is a little questionable.
Explaining this to everyone isn't gonna be easy.
It's not. But we knew that when we decided this.
Ow! Aph!
I'm okay. I need to move around.
You should go lay down.
No! Trust me. It feels better to move around in pain than to just lie down in it.
makes my muscles feel better.
This dialogue is appropriate for the situation, but to me, when combined with all of the symptoms that Aphmau's been expressing, tell me that this entire situation isn't an allegory for pregnancy. It's completely normal for characters to be pregnant in kids' shows. It's a part of life and children experience it all the time. But if a character were to be pregnant in a kids' show, I don't think they would show it to this much extreme detail. So, my theory is that this is some workaround to include some sort of alleged pregnancy fetish without the actual pregnancy part. And instead, it's joined with something else she finds attractive: anthropomorphic animals. I have no evidence, and I'm probably reaching, but at this point, who gives a shit? If Aphmau gets to write whatever she wants, I'm gonna write whatever I want to. With that, a character very near and dear to my heart makes a return. Kai, the one and only Catboy. Some of his friends approach Caitlyn and Aphmau to hit on Caitlyn and not Aphmau, which is a first. Once Caitlyn rejects them and they leave, Kai apologizes for his friend's behavior, and then they realize who each other are and they have a little reunion. Kai gives Aphmau his business card and he leaves. Now we have to talk about Zane and Kawaii-chan. Zane and Kawaii-chan aren't officially boyfriend and girlfriend yet, and Kawaii-chan is really bothered by this. She really wants to take her relationship with Zane to the next step and to officially become his girlfriend, but everyone around her keeps pressuring her and telling her that she's moving too fast and otherwise just discouraging their relationship altogether. Because of everyone's comments, Kawaii-chan is really worried about being perceived as easy.
Kawaii-chan, you aren't rushing things, are you?
She wants to talk to Zane about it, but Zane doesn't want to have this conversation, for whatever reason. His method to get out of every important discussion is to just start making out with Kawaii-chan, which is like, I don't think it's assault per se, but it's definitely morally wrong. In editing, I decided I wanted to expand on this a little more than I initially planned because I think there's a lot to be said about Kawaii-chan's fear of being perceived as easy and the way everyone perceives her relationship with Zane. Kawaii-chan's issue is that she wants to move a little bit faster than Zane does. Obviously, relationships are a two-way street and she shouldn't just push his boundaries if he's not comfortable with that, but I do not like the way everyone is villainizing her or dumbing her down for this when she never actually acts on any of these desires. Some people just naturally move faster like that, and I think it's harmful, especially for a female character to be described as quote-unquote easy for just expressing how much she likes Zane. This is another part that I just have a hard time verbalizing why I don't like it. Again, this is very opinion-based, so I don't know. Let me know if you felt the same because this really stuck out to me as uncomfortable. The next episode, Aaron and Aphmau are hanging out with Travis's dad. When Aphmau steps away for a minute and leaves the guys alone, Travis's dad reveals that he knows Aphmau is a werewolf now. When he cites his evidence, he says that Aphmau's butt is bigger.
And her butt is looking much bigger than before.
F***ing freak. Anyway, Travis's dad is friends with Zach and he's holding on to a bunch of his stuff while he moves his office or something. Among Zach's things is this cool-ass old sword that Travis's dad says is thousands of years old and poisonous to werewolves. Which is strange to have considering Zach is, like, out to get Aaron's family. And Travis's dad also may or may not be evil too because of his association with Zach, I guess. But we move on. Then some bullshit ensues. Kawaii-chan and Zane finally talk about becoming official, and Zane says he's not ready. Kawaii-chan's upset, blah blah blah, but nobody cares about any of that because Aphmau and Aaron are going on a secluded hike together to an even more secluded spot. I wonder what's going to happen. Once they get to their destination, Aphmau finally reveals to the audience what her ears and tail look like. And they're just so small because she's just so petite and tiny. And now Aaron has a hard-on and he takes this opportunity to get down on one knee and propose. And you know, to relate this back to Jess and Jason's real lives, Jason proposed after they found out Jess was pregnant. And like I said before, I don't think it's impossible that this werewolf thing is supposed to represent pregnancy. And Aaron just proposed. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? I'm just saying. Aphmau says yes, of course, and instead of finding out more, the episode ends and the next begins with Caitlyn and Kai at a party dancing together while Travis runs around all jealous. I do not care about this B-plot ass couple. Bring back Luca and then maybe I'll consider caring. And then, when we finally do see Aphmau and Aaron again, they're only in the episode for less than 2 full minutes, and all they talk about is how Aphmau's upset that she can't have chocolate anymore, and how they don't know how they'll tell anyone all of the news. That's literally it. In this 17-minute episode, there is no other mention of their engagement. How are you going to introduce a crazy plot development that arguably the last 5 seasons have been building up to, and then just not mention it for the next episode? I hate Eren and Aphmau together so much, but I would rather hear about their engagement than whatever bullshit is going on in this episode. Kawaii-chan leaves a note intended for Zane, but Garth finds it instead, and because our girl KC didn't write her name or Zane's on the letter, Garth assumes it's for him, and that it's from some random hottie at the party they're at. So of course, chaos ensues. Garth goes to find this mystery girl, and instead Kawaii-chan finds him and just starts making out with him because she assumes he's Zane. And I'm not entirely sure how this happens. Neither of them saw who the other was before they started macking on each other. As they are deeply passionately kissing, Zane strolls up and sees it all going down and starts freaking out because he thinks the girl he's dating is kissing on his brother. And she is. When KC and Garth finally pull themselves off each other, they realize what they just did, and Kawaii-chan runs after Zane to try and explain herself. Zane understands the whole miscommunication, they both talk about their boundaries, and they agree to go slow, despite the fact that Kawaii-chan isn't really comfortable with that. So basically, all of that was for nothing. And all the while, this forced Travis, Kai, and Caitlyn love triangle is happening. As if anyone cares. But finally, Travis speaks up about it and genuinely asks Caitlyn on a date for the first time, so I guess at least some progress was made in some regard. Finally, in the next episode, we get back to Eren and Aphmau on their camping trip. Within the first minute and a half of the episode, it's said that they've been up there alone for 3 days while Aphmau learns how to hide her ears. Aphmau makes a comment that they both sent a text to everyone before they left telling them where they're going and asking them to respect their privacy. Get real. You want your friends and family who constantly follow you around and bombard you with questions because they want to watch you are just going to leave you alone because you asked? Aphmau has said a lot of stupid things, but that's the top of the list. Of course, the first time we see Melissa, she's on the phone trying to call Aphmau and Eren because she wants to know what they're doing. I understand this is like a funny haha joke for the kids, but if me or my fiance had a sister like this, she's not getting invited to the wedding. Also, as an aside, Aphmau asks Eren where he wants to have their wedding, and he says that he wishes the high school wasn't closed so they could have had it there.
About the wedding? Did you have any thoughts on where you'd like to have it?
Well, there are a few places in Phoenix Drop we could have it. If only the high school wasn't closed.
Are we actually serious? I get that they met in high school, but even the cutest high school sweethearts that I know would not ever dream of getting married in a high school. Later, Lucinda is chilling outside when she gets catcalled by Travis's dad. Not cool or funny, but because he's Travis's dad, we act like this is normal. Lucinda's natural response is to launch some straight concentrated magics at him, so when they start talking, Travis's dad notes that her skills are extremely impressive, and that she reminds him of someone he used to know.
By the way, I must compliment you again on your use of spells. It has been such a long time since I've seen someone wield them so easily. You remind me of someone I used to know.
When he leaves, Lucinda seems concerned, and she's immediately caught onto the fact that there's something weird about this guy. But who cares? Aphmau and Eren are finally home from their camping trip, and they get berated by Eren's parents like they're kids. Aphmau and Eren just said this same episode that they informed everyone of where they were going and that they wouldn't be on their phones while they were away, and now they're getting yelled at for not answering their phones or telling them where they are. These people are adults! And they're so mad that they just storm out and go to a suspicious business meeting without hearing what Eren has to say. So he doesn't even get to tell them about their engagement, and he throws a big hissy fit where Aphmau has to comfort him and call him her big puppy.
Aw, don't worry, my big puppy.
And I am pulling the fucking trigger. They go find Aphmau's mom and tell her about the engagement, and her reaction is pretty sweet. She starts crying and saying that Aphmau's all grown up, but then the moment is ruined when she says that she's only crying because she'll have to lose weight to look good in the wedding pictures.
That's not it! This means I have to lose weight to look good for the wedding pictures! Ah!
Thanks, Mom. Great message for your daughter and the child audience watching this. Later, Aphmau and Eren tell the gang that they're engaged. Kawaii-chan loses her mind. That's kind of it. On a more exciting note, Lucinda and Kim have a plan to break into Travis's dad's place because Lucinda is just that suspicious of him. Her main concern is that she thinks he has the spellbook from the lodge that was stolen from her back in Mystreet Aphmau's year. I get that she has a reason to think that he might be evil, but I do think it's a little bit early on to be breaking into homes. But regardless, they move on. Right as Kim is starting to feeling a little bit reluctant about breaking and entering, Ghost suddenly pulls her inside her consciousness and the two of them have a talk privately in this hauntingly empty plane. Ghost tells Kim that Lucinda's fears are justified and that she, too, senses the presence of someone scary. But she also tells Kim not to tell Lucinda any of this, so great. Lucinda and Kim get started, and step one is that Kim needs to distract Caitlin. She does this by challenging her to a game of volleyball, and this works. In order to do that, the two of them are in bikinis at the beach. So Travis and his dad spend the entire game ogling at the two of them.
I was checking out the babes. There's nothing wrong with looking, as long as at the end of the day you know your limits and are respectful.
I don't need to explain why this is freakish. We have done this song and dance a million times at this point. Travis and his dad are weird. Anyway, all you need to know is that Lucinda uses this opportunity to sneak into Travis's dad's house while he's arguing / staring at women with Travis. In Lucinda's search, she doesn't find the book she was looking for, so she leaves. But then Kim ends up getting injured in their volleyball game, and Caitlin brings her back into the house, and Kim ends up being the one to find the book because it was just sitting on the floor out in the open in Travis and Caitlin's room. When Kim asks about it, Caitlin says that it's just a book Travis has been reading lately. She says she doesn't know anything else about it, and she's completely sincere. And there's nothing Kim can do here, so she just leaves. Then we see Derek and Zach meet up alone, and Derek again warns Zach to stay away from his family. Zach says that anything that happens from now on is basically just reparations for Derek and Garte taking the fortune that was rightfully his.
You took the fortune that was rightfully ours!
And we'll find out what that means in just a minute. Derek reveals that the whole business that this group of dads had together was selling forever potions. He says that that's why he and Garte left the business.
We weren't saving people! We were selling shackles for people to be enslaved!
The dads in the Aphmau cinematic universe playing an active part in slave labor was actually not on my Aphmau bingo card, so I'll give you that. Zach is apparently still cool with slavery, and he's mad at Derek and Garte for not being cool with slavery. So in retaliation, Zach has outed the Lycan family as being Ultima werewolves. Ultima werewolves do exist. Lycan family confirmed Ultimas. But literally in this screenshot, it doesn't seem like that big of a deal because the market is still selling like there's no tomorrow. Be honest, if you found out that like Microsoft was owned by werewolves, would you still buy their products? There's already no ethical consumption under capitalism, so who cares if the CEOs have wolf ears and tails? Next episode, Aphmau and Aaron are looking for something, and Aaron gets another hard-on when his girl bends over to search under their bed. And then her tail pops out, and he gets even more of a hard-on. What the fuck? Then, of course, Kawaii-chan walks in at this exact moment, so Aphmau and Aaron are forced to come up with an awkward excuse again. These freaks definitely have some kind of exhibitionist thing going on because there is always, without fail, someone ready to walk in at these uncomfortable moments. Later, Aphmau and Aaron are going shopping for new outfits when they run into Kai at the store. As Aphmau is busy trying on clothes, Aaron and Kai talk, and Kai wastes no time and immediately asks Aaron what he sees in Aphmau.
I was just wondering, like, what do you see in her? I just don't see what's so special about her. Honestly, she's very airheaded.
I am so sick of the way Aphmau keeps writing Kai into the fucking ground. He used to be cool and they had so much chemistry together. And now he's saying he thinks Aphmau is annoying and airheaded? Like, yeah, he's right, but him of all people should not be thinking that. And even in all of this, of course, he has to compliment her as he's insulting her.
Don't get me wrong, she's a cute girl.
Aaron jumps to her defense as a good fiancé would do in this scenario, and Aphmau never finds out what Kai said and they leave. Once they both get outside and into their new outfits, Aphmau takes one look at Aaron and tells him that she loves him. And then her ears and tail pop out and she says,
I think it happens when I get excited!
Can we all relax? Take a cold shower and finish writing your show when you're done. Next episode, the bros are all hanging out and celebrating Aaron's engagement. Cracking open a cold one with the boys, if you will.
I just came over to crack a cold one with the boys.
One thing leads to another, and Zane and Travis start fighting after Travis says that Kawaii-chan is too good for Zane, and Zane says that Caitlin is too good for Travis. They both go crazy trying to defend their honor both in a boxing match and a volleyball match, and it's really stupid. No conflict is resolved. But after the match, Travis catches a couple girls eyeing their whole group down. They can't decipher who specifically they're staring at, so they all decide to split up, and it's revealed that Aaron is the man being sought after. If you hadn't gathered, Aaron is the new Aphmau in terms of pointless flattery. Like, okay, damn, we get it, he has abs and he's hot. He gets all flustered when the girls approach him, and Garth shows up to try to save the day.
Why, hello ladies. I heard you wanted someone to have fun with.
I'm confused as to why that was unsuccessful. This whole debacle causes another fight between all of the guys, nothing matters, who cares. Next episode, the whole gang is about to head to Starlight Wonderland. And you're probably thinking, weren't we already there? Or even, isn't that where we are right now? Well, no. And don't ask me how it's different, it just is. Before they leave, we see Derek on the phone with someone, and the person on the other end seems to be asking Derek if he's the Ultima werewolf. Derek denies that he's a werewolf, let alone the Ultima, and he says that he's going to be in contact with his lawyers for defamation. I understand why Derek is upset, but surely taking this to court is not the right course of action. I can only imagine it would be pretty easy to prove whether or not someone's a werewolf based on just a blood test or something, and then there would be proof that Derek and his family aren't human. But I'm not a lawyer, so what do I know? Melissa walks in on Derek's phone call and he explains the whole situation about their family being outed to her. She asks how people found out, and Derek says that the person who told everyone was anonymous, but also that she was a Mayflower female from the lodge. So, not very anonymous. That narrows it down to literally one person. Michi. But they don't know that. And it never matters again. Michi is never brought up again. Michi is never brought up again. Derek then describes the entire history of their family business to Melissa, and we get another one of those animated bits again. Basically, he says that he was involved with this guy Michael, who was a warlock very invested in his craft, and that the two of them, plus Zach, Garte, and Elizabeth, were all very close. One day, Michael suggested that the five of them could make a very lucrative business together. Zach and Elizabeth were skilled doctors and magics users, Michael was an extremely masterful warlock, and Derek and Garte were talented salespeople. Michael gave little information and just said that his intention was to make the world a better place with their combined efforts, and that's all it took for everyone to go all in. In little time, the whole crew was making and selling potions, with Michael basically being the overseer of the entire project, having a hand in both the potion making and in finding investors. Derek says that he was suspicious of the motives of some of these investors, but that he didn't really give a shit. Eventually, Michael insisted that they should test the potions on their own children, and despite Derek's protests, everyone else went through with it. He says that Garth and Caitlin had potions used on them, which we already knew, remember the potions that gave them super strength. But it's unknown if Aphmau had any potions used on her, or if Michael used any on his currently anonymous son. The potions were successful, so they started selling. And of course, the people in the market for forever potions are not exactly the most ethical. Which does explain the comments about slave labor from a couple episodes ago. And apparently, a bunch of people started dying by these potions, but that didn't stop business. Michael also apparently had a larger goal to collect some sort of stone, but Derek doesn't seem to know a whole lot about that, and also I don't even think it's ever brought up again, so.
He was interested in some stone.
Eventually, Garte was the first to speak up about how their business of murder and forced labor was f***ed up and unethical. But Elizabeth, Michael, and Zach didn't give a f***, so they literally planned on executing Garte by sending him to Michael's realm. Somehow though, Derek and Garte managed to turn the tables and made them fall into their own trap, despite not being particularly skilled at magics and going up against three of the most skilled people they know. Once the deed is done, Garte and Derek swear off forever potions, burn all of the evidence, and found businesses in other, slightly more ethical areas. And now Melissa just has to deal with knowing all of this, and Derek said that now that Zach, Elizabeth, and Michael are back, it could cost him and his wife their lives, so that's awesome. But yay, no time to worry about that now. Everyone's going out to dinner together for their last night on the island. Everything is going really well until, out of the corner of his eye, Aaron spots someone on the other side of the island, and it looks like Ian. Please don't look at me like that. But notice his eyes are light green, as if he's under the effects of a forever potion. When Aaron sees him, he goes a little crazy and his eyes turn all Ultima and scary. His dad tries to stop him, but Aaron overpowers him and he tries to run after Ian. Then Garth tries to stop Aaron, but he makes a mistake of looking into Aaron's eyes and he gets knocked the f out. And then Aphmau tries to stop him, and when they make eye contact and Aphmau doesn't turn, Derek gets really pissed off because now he knows that Aaron turned Aphmau. Ian's out of sight now, and Aaron comes back out of his trance when he realizes what he's done to Garth, and everyone heads back to the house to take care of Garth, who may or may not be dying. That all got really crazy really fast. Back at home, Derek interrogates Aphmau and Aaron, and they tell him what led them to make their decision to turn Aphmau. Ultimately, it was to save Aphmau from accidentally being killed, but Derek is still not pleased. He says that now doctors are going to be confused when they see Aphmau because she'll suddenly be a werewolf when she was a human before, and then people will start to make connections, and everything will go wrong. Derek uses this and Garth's suffering in the next room over to say that this is why he was right to keep Aaron secluded for all of his teenage years and young adult years. But don't worry, Aaron's mom comes in and says that everything's okay and what's done is done, so Derek should stop yelling. She says it's okay, so it must be okay, guys, right? That's how it works, right? Aphmau speaks to her mom in private, and she explains that one of the reasons she wanted to be turned was to understand Aaron's culture better, and Aphmau's mom says that that's not a good enough reason to be turned. Common Sylvana W, am I right, guys? But seriously, Sylvana has some good points. She uses her own culture as an example, and she says that nobody needs to become Hispanic to understand them.
We are Hispanic. Someone doesn't have to become Hispanic in order to understand us.
Of course, there are things that people aren't going to understand unless they are of that culture or ethnicity. But what Sylvana's saying is that people have different experiences, and different is good. But what she says is almost immediately nullified when you remember that just a few episodes ago, it was revealed that Aphmau's dad is, in fact, a werewolf. So being a werewolf already was Aphmau's culture deep in her blood. Aphmau doesn't know this yet, but she's about to. She mentions that aside from wanting to be turned so that she can feel closer to Aaron, she also felt something calling to her.
I felt that something was calling me to...
What?
Sylvana immediately says that it's her fault because of Aphmau's father, and she finally tells Aphmau that her dad is a werewolf. Then, Sylvana reveals that it was her that put Aphmau in werewolf class her freshman year, because she thought it would give her an excuse to reconnect with Zach.
When you entered high school, I put you in the werewolf class on purpose.
What?
I wanted to see if you would take to it. Then maybe I would try to reconnect with your father.
Oh my god. That's actually so f***ed up to just alter your child's education for the chance of reconciling with your ex, but I don't want to dwell on that for too long. Sylvana tells Aphmau that the reason her and Zach split up was because before their wedding, presumably while they were engaged and Sylvana was pregnant with Aphmau, she found out that Zach had cheated and had a child with another woman.
We never married. We were going to, but then, before you were born, I discovered that he had cheated on me. He had a child from another woman.
Jesus Christ. Anyway, Garth's pain has slightly subsided in the other room, and we find out that the reason he's holding out so well against the transformation is because of the forever potions that he had when he was a kid. So at least Garth and his group's gross mistreatment of their children had at least one good effect. Garth tells Aaron and everyone else not to feel guilty for what happened because he thinks they all still deserve to have a fun summer, with or without him. So they do. The entire group has a massive rager on their roof, and they all have a great time. Aphmau and Aaron leave the party and get all sappy. They say that they'll love each other forever, and Aphmau says that Aaron will never be a monster in her eyes. And now, again, Aaron whips out his guitar. Of course, he sings another Final Fantasy song, this time from Final Fantasy XI, called Distant Worlds. I am so sick of Aphmau pulling these Final Fantasy songs and absolutely spitting on them. I went to find this song on YouTube because I was having a hard time finding the original on streaming, and one of the top comments of the video I watched was the original poster complaining about Aphmau fans flocking to the video, and they are not happy about it. I wouldn't be either. This time, they at least keep the lyrics the same, but again, it's like Jason wasn't even listening to the instrumental when they recorded this.
Clouds dance up with the heaven stars, chanting in air of joyous bliss.
I can say it's not as bad as Aphmau's blasphemous cover of the Final Fantasy X theme, but it's still pretty bad. And unfortunately, that sour note is what we're left on for the end of the season. We also get a post-credits scene where we find out that Starlight Island is shut down and nobody's allowed to leave because word got out that the Lycan family was there, and now there's a police investigation to try and find them.
The island is shut down. There's a rumor that the Lycan family is here. People are being sent to investigate. No one is allowed to leave.
Which, I don't know, feels a little dramatic. In this universe, most people believe that the Ultima is just a fairy tale that people tell their kids. It would be like if in this world some CEO got outed as a vampire and they quarantined Disneyland to try and find him and his family. So there we have it. Finally, all the weird werewolf shit that I've been referring to for so long has finally hit its peak. Mostly. It's still pretty weird going forward. Right, this season is unusual in a way that I don't think any of the other seasons even come close to. If I were to describe it as simply as possible, it feels like watching your parents be affectionate with each other, like, ugh, gross, guys, stop! You know? Except it's taken a few steps too far and over the course of 35 episodes. I feel like this season really emphasizes the way that Mystreet has become almost exclusively about Aphmau and Aaron's relationship. Even when other more action-type things happen, their relationship is always at the center of it. That's not to say that having a story about a relationship is a bad thing, it's just that in this context, it makes me think back to how Diaries was and how Aphmau existed outside of her relationships way more than she does now. I think it does both her and Aaron a disservice to have them this narratively dependent on each other. And even regardless of how it fits into the narrative of the ACU, all of their relationship stuff is taken just a hair too far. Like, I can smell the fetishes from here. And I am still so convinced that Aphmau being turned into a werewolf and going through that whole process and Aaron proposing right after is definitely a metaphor for Jess's real-life pregnancy and their real-life engagement. I get why Aphmau had to be turned into a werewolf, I get that Aaron wouldn't want to turn her by accident with his eyes later, but I still think that Aphmau should have stayed a human because it would have been more intriguing. Overall, I think I have to give this one an F. Thank God we are finally in the last season of Mystreet. Okay, before we begin season 6, I have to say, I was completely unaware about the existence of the prequel miniseries that sets up for this season. Unfortunately, because I'm running really short on time and I actually have to get this video out ASAP, I do not have time to return to this miniseries in this part. I'll probably discuss it in the next video if I return to talk about season 7 if I think it's necessary, but we just don't have time to include it here. This part is already going to be like 5 hours long. Anyway, I bring all that up to say that I'm sure because I missed the mini-series, there's a lot of stuff that I'm going to be confused about, or like, wow, that came out of nowhere, who is this person, what does all this mean? And the answer to those questions is probably that it was established before this season. So I'm really sorry for the confusion, please don't hate me. Okay, sorry, back to business. If you don't already know what happens this season, I'd recommend that you brace yourself. The first episode wastes no time and opens in an extremely dramatic way. First, we see a clip of presumably Irene that immediately fades into a clip of everyone's favorite gilf, Agent R, aka Silver Fox. I missed him. Agent R is riding towards Starlight on a boat, and as he closes in on the island, 2 other boats are attempting to cut him and his crew off. And they start shooting at him, which causes his boat to burst into flames and sink. What the f happened between season 5 and now? This is an insane opening coming straight out of season 5. Anyway, somehow Agent R is still alive and he sails out of the flames on a much smaller boat this time. He sails full speed ahead and crashes into the island, and as soon as he gets back onto his feet, he's greeted by Werewolf Gareth. Honestly, I thought they would find some way to get Gareth out of being a werewolf, but I guess not. I swear we saw back in season 4 that Aaron can turn werewolves back into humans like he did to Ian, but whatever. The 2 of them run back to one of the homes on the island that's now all destroyed, and we get some lore to catch us up. Which is desperately needed because why are we suddenly in a fucking war zone? Garth tells Agent R that these soldiers that are posted up all over the island are called the Guardian Forces, or the GF, which is a name that is again ripped from Final Fantasy. A lot of this season is heavily inspired by both Final Fantasy and a lot of other franchises, but we'll get to that way at the end. Don't worry, I have a lot to say about it. So a few weeks ago, the Guardian Forces came to the island to conduct a search for the Lycan family, but since then, the whole squad has managed to avoid being discovered. And instead of finding a way off the island, they all just went further inland. Which sounds extremely stupid, but it worked, I guess. Garth asks Agent R,
"Do you have it? Whatever it is."
Referring to something that Derek sent for. and neither we nor Garth know what it is yet. Then there's this crazy sequence where Agent R and Garth fuck up some of the GF and make a run for it, and I guess it's kinda badass for Minecraft standards. We see Aphmau on the island out buying groceries when a giant screen plays with an announcement about the Lycan family. Some man with a British accent says that everyone on the island should keep an eye out for all of the suspects, and that they apologize for any inconveniences caused by the unexpected lockdown of the island.
And your stay is 100% on us.
I guess this company can just afford to let everyone stay on the island for an undefined amount of time for free. Everyone that was on the island at the time of the lockdown is remaining here for zero cost. Although I guess the cost would be like being laid off of your job after being gone for a month. Aphmau shows back up to where everyone's staying and she does a secret knock to get let inside, so that's how you know this shit is serious. And by the way, it's not like they're hiding anywhere actually hidden, they're hiding in a penthouse in a resort in the middle of the island. Very subtle, everyone. Inside, not much happens. Aphmau bandages up Melissa and Aaron, and she also mentions that Lucinda got pretty f***ed up, so there was some kind of fighting going on. Aaron and his dad are arguing about where everyone should hide out. Aaron wants to double back and go somewhere the GF has already searched, but Derek wants to head even further inland, effectively cornering themselves. Which is stupid, but Derek wins because we need even more conflict in this plot, of course. Garth and Agent R show up, and we finally find out Agent R's name, and it's Rowan.
Rowan?
So I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed. Derek asks Agent R,
"Did you get it?"
And then we cut away. And for the second time, we still don't find out what it is. This lasts almost half the season, by the way. A cool theme that you may pick up on this season is that anytime tension starts to build up, we just cut away. I get doing that a few times, there's nothing inherently wrong with it, but every time is kind of annoying. Cool transition though, I'm not gonna lie, this was pretty impressive. This season's production value has obviously increased significantly, and I can't sit here and act like that's a bad thing. But we'll talk about why that is at the end of the season. It's actually a lot more complicated than you'd probably think. Moving forward though, we finally see Michael for the first time, and apparently he's the one in charge of the Guardian forces. What kind of power does this guy have, and how did he get it so quickly? He was trapped in another dimension for an unspecified amount of time, remember? Did the GF exist before this? Did he create the GF? We don't know yet. Another man walks into the room with Michael and says, "We found what you were looking for," with absolutely no elaboration.
Sir, we found what you were looking for.
You know, you're allowed to tell your audience things sometimes. All we get from this is that this scientist seems pretty enamored by what they found, and Michael demands that they get to the center of it as soon as possible. The scientists leave, and Michael speaks to Zach and asks, "Where is your boy?"
"Where is your boy?"
Zach responds that he's at the resort zone, and that the last potion is about to be settled.
He's at the resort zone. The last potion's about settled.
And the episode ends. I don't know about you guys, but I am already extremely overwhelmed. Next episode, we see Travis and Caitlin wandering around the island, and Caitlin is frustrated with the fact that they can't leave and that they haven't been given much information about why. Travis says that they should do something about it instead of sitting around and complaining, so they do. They head to the docks to ask the GF, and immediately Travis and Caitlin get into a bit of an argument with a soldier. It escalates, and Travis gets punched and knocked out, and then suddenly he awakens in some sort of other plane that I'm assuming is in his own mind. He's spoken to by this darker version of himself that says he's worthless and a waste of oxygen for being unable to stick up for Caitlin.
A pathetic excuse for a Valkyrum. A complete waste of oxygen.
Travis wakes up and he and Caitlin leave. We find Sylvana in some sort of GF interrogation room being questioned by an officer, who I guess is the captain of the guard and becomes a recurring character. He asks her about Aphmau's location, and Sylvana refuses to give any information up. Not about Aphmau or about the Ultima. The officer then gives us a lore dump via another animation. He says that 45 years ago, the GF were sent to investigate a murder and were met with a brutal massacre, all of which happened at the hands of the Ultima werewolf. So the Guardian forces have existed for a long time. So what did Michael do to get into power, and what the hell did the GF do outside of looking for the Ultima? Back at the penthouse, Derek speaks to some mysterious human or creature.
You said he couldn't escape.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what that's supposed to be. And then he starts getting angry at whatever he's speaking to and says that he was told that they were done when they sealed Michael away for the first time and that he wouldn't escape. But obviously, all of that was wrong. The mysterious being responds with something, and Derek says, "Fine, you better be right this time. I'm trusting my family's lives on your plan." So whatever this thing is seems to be pretty knowledgeable, and Derek trusts it a lot. Suddenly, all the TVs on the island turn on and display an interview with Michael.
Sir, is it true Starlight has been shut down?
Absolutely. The safety of our guests comes first and foremost.
Our guests? So Michael owns this place too? The next day, Kawaii-chan sees an advertisement on TV for a new casino opening on the island, and for their grand opening, they're hosting a ball. A masquerade ball. At a casino. Sounds really original, and not at all derived from any video games that were nominated for Game of the Year at the most recent Game Awards at the time of this video's upload. Kawaii-chan really wants everyone to go, but obviously that's kinda tough since their entire group is being actively hunted by a heavily armed militia. Kawaii-chan pitches her idea to the ladies, but they're all super hesitant for very obvious reasons. But what do you know, while Lucinda was out for supplies, she happened to pick up a bunch of masquerade masks for everyone. And suddenly Aphmau is in on the idea. Ziana listens in on that entire conversation and tells the ladies that she thinks a night out is a wonderful idea, so now they just have to convince the guys. When they pitch the idea, the guys are, reasonably so, not interested. At all. It's way too dangerous. But Ziana literally tells them that she's now forcing them to go. And you know what? I'm the fool, because they all go to this masquerade and absolutely jack shit happens. Nothing. Nothing good or bad. They just go and dance a little and like Zane plays roulette. So thanks for wasting my fucking time. The only important thing that happens this episode is that Derek has decided to turn himself into the GF with the hopes that it'll give his family and friends a chance to escape. He tells Agent R his plan, and despite R's protests, Derek decides to go through with it. The next day, after turning himself in, Derek wakes up in a holding cell with 2 guns pointed at him. And he's way too chill about it. Then Michael walks in, and the soldiers that were previously on guard tell him he's not authorized to be in the same room as the Ultima.
Sir, it's dangerous. You shouldn't be here. Only authorized personnel are allowed in this room.
Michael uses some sort of mind control ability to then convince one of the guards to let him stay, and when the other guard protests, the first guard just fucking shoots him. Jesus Christ, why didn't you just mind control the other guy too? Then the guard leaves, and Michael and Derek are left alone. After some bickering, Michael says that he's not satisfied with having only Derek, because he knows that Aaron is still out there with his Ultima ability. And Derek acts shocked? I don't know, I feel like I could have seen this coming. And now that Derek's gone, an entire fleet of GF is heading straight for the rest of the gang's location. But luckily, everyone is super fucking badass, especially Melissa, so they hold them off pretty effectively. Melissa's knocking over tables and throwing chairs and shit. It's insane. This sequence is unironically cool, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Aaron, what remains of his family, and Agent R are all hiding in a room when a helicopter blocks their side of the building. Agent R gives Aaron the briefcase containing it and says that Aaron needs to keep it safe and that he'll explain what it is when they get out of this mess. Then he jumps out of the fucking window and says that he'll deal with the helicopter, and he starts jumping across the roofs of buildings and shit. This shit is actually cool as fuck. Zane and Aphmau find themselves cornered on a bunch of balconies, and they decide that the only way out is to jump down to the balconies below them, and it's this whole tense sequence where they both almost fall to their deaths a couple times, but thankfully they both also have crazy upper body strength and pull themselves up with one hand. Similarly to what I said at the beginning of part 1, if there's guns and actions in parkour, I'm probably gonna have a good time, and I'm having a good time right now. Back inside, Rachel rips the fucking door they're hiding behind off its hinges and uses it as a shield to push back the soldiers while her kids make their escape. They almost get caught, but thank God for Kawaii-chan, who fucking body slams this soldier. The 3 of them are about to escape together when they just barely get cornered, and Melissa shuts the door behind Aaron and Kawaii-chan, leaving her alone with an entire squad of soldiers so the others can escape. Melissa's about to be taken into custody when one of the soldiers receives another mind control order from Michael to shoot her. So he does. And Melissa is genuinely fucking dead. Kawaii-chan and Aaron don't have any time to mourn though, so they just have to book it out of the building. And while all of that was happening, Garth, Kim, and Lucinda teleport away with magic, so they're safe. But at the end of the episode, we see that Ziana, Garte, Agent R, and Rachel were all taken into custody. Oh my god, y'all, take a deep breath. Genuinely, what the f just happened? I don't know that I've ever seen the tone of a show switch that quickly before, and I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. I can't act like the sequence was bad at all. It was produced really well, it was paced well, it was choreographed well. Maybe choreograph isn't the right word if it's Minecraft. I'm just shocked more than anything, really. So when Lucinda, Garth, and Kim teleported away with Lucinda's magics, Lucinda warned that she wouldn't be able to control where they end up. They took the risk anyway, and they ended up at the center of Starlight Adventureland in a huge crowd of people. When the bystanders see Garth's ears, everyone starts freaking out and shouting for the GF, because they are actively hunting down every werewolf on the island. They are literally ethnically cleansing the werewolves. As the squad makes their escape, Kim hears the same voice that Derek hears, and it causes her to have some sort of breakdown.
Kim!
Where her consciousness is in some other plane, and now she's speaking with Ghost. Ghost says that someone is trying to speak to them, and then they see a vision of Irene before coming to. When Kim wakes back up, she and Ghost tell Garth and Lucinda that Terry, Travis's father, is both the owner of Lucinda's spellbook that she got from the lodge, and the man who taught Ian to make forever potions. She also says he's planning on using us, and he's going to pit us against each other. She goes on to say that Terry is the one who sent the GF to the hotel, and that he is the one controlling the entire army through his mind control abilities, or whatever. So what the f***? Are Terry and Michael the same person, I guess? Or some other mind control situation? Who knows? Kim and Melissa have their hearts set on finding Terry, but Garth says that he can't in good faith go with them, because his priority is his family and he needs to find them first, so they go their separate ways. Somewhere else, Aphmau and Zane are trying to find a way out of this mess. They're in a pretty public and crowded part of town, but they have to be inconspicuous and not raise the attention of any GFs because they're posted up everywhere. While they're making their way through the boardwalk, the TVs start broadcasting another alert warning everyone to keep an eye out specifically for Aaron and Kawaii-chan. So Aphmau and Zane make it their mission to meet up with them. Meanwhile, Aaron and Kawaii-chan are on their way to the mountain, where Aaron and Aphmau camped out last season, where they run into Daniel and Blaze. Daniel and Blaze lead them to this underground encampment where the werewolves have been hiding since the GFs began their search. Because until the Ultima is caught, every werewolf is a suspect. Even though the GFs already know who the Ultima is. It's Aaron. And it's plastered everywhere all over the island. I'm not sure why every werewolf is a suspect now. Blaze asks Aaron privately if he's the Ultima, and Aaron denies it, and Blaze believes him. When they arrive at the encampment, it's huge. There's so many people hiding out here that they could build their own society. And they low-key kinda have. They have people who keep watch and a whole rotation system and different living quarters. It's pretty impressive for just a few weeks. I sure hope nothing bad happens to these people. Back with Aphmau and Zane, they're now being tailed by the captain of the GF. We get this whole sequence where they realize they're being followed and they have to start running. Zane gets caught, but Aphmau turns into a werewolf and knocks the captain several feet away, and they both get up and get away. They reach a river, and because being a werewolf just gives anyone superhuman abilities, Aphmau picks up Zane bridal style and leaps over the river with him still in her arms. The captain stops because he can't swim, I guess, but he shouts after them and asks why Aphmau feels the need to protect Aaron when he's a monster, and it's only a matter of time before he loses control and goes on a killing spree. Aphmau argues that he's not a monster, he saved her life, but the captain asks,
"Then how many innocent lives are you willing to sacrifice? Huh? How many need to die just to protect him?"
I don't know, dude, your crew seems to be the only ones doing the killing here. Back with Travis and Caitlin finally, Caitlin says she's gonna go check out the transportation help desk to try and figure out if there's any way to get off the island. As soon as Caitlin leaves, Travis's other self that I've mentioned a few times slaps the hell out of him and says,
"Let me help you get off this island."
Travis asks who this other him is, and all he has to say in response is,
I'm you.
The other Travis says that he, Caitlin, and all of their friends are in danger because of the presence of the Ultima, and that if Travis let him help, he can save him and Caitlin. So the other Travis takes control of Travis's body, runs after Caitlin, and tells her that they need to head back to the resort if they want to get off the island. And then, scene transitions from Travis's possessed face to Terry's face. But Terry is also Michael.
Michael.
So they're the same person, I guess. Zach starts giving Michael/Terry updates on a bunch of different things, and he says,
"We just got a report from the excavation team. They've located the room you spoke about. The Seers have confirmed the ruins and its capabilities."
This was mentioned earlier in episode 1 by that scientist guy, but we still don't really know what any of it's about. He also says,
"The kid is about to reach that camp. Are you sure you want him to use all those potions on them?"
And we can only assume that the camp he's talking about is the werewolf encampment. I mean, I can't think of any other camps. Michael doesn't respond, and when he turns around to face Zach, he has a very pensive expression on his face, which makes Zach very angry, and he asks,
"Where's Michael?"
So my guess for right now is that Michael is some non-corporeal thing, and Terry is just his vessel? Or something? I don't know. Back at the werewolf encampment, Aaron and Kawaii-chan decide to leave and head for the original beach house from last season, where they plan to wait for the rest of the gang to show up. How they know everyone else will also be meeting there is unknown. Blaze warns them that the GF check that house every single day, but Aaron and Kawaii-chan insist that they can handle it. When they get to the beach house, they find that the whole place has been ransacked, but the super badass sword from Terry's house has been left behind with a note from Terry himself.
Things are getting pretty rough around here. I can't hold on to this anymore, so I thought I'd let you have it. Terry.
But who Terry is speaking to right now is kind of unclear. At the GF headquarters, Michael, who is now fronting, for lack of a better word, is speaking to this red-headed scientist again. The scientist tells Michael,
"He was here before we got to the control room. I think he was here before us. Maybe he was always here."
Who is he, you may be asking? Well, it's this guy. Who is this guy? Well, I'm actually not sure. Michael, some GF soldiers, and a bunch of scientists are surrounding the area that this guy is in, and the guy seems to be doing some kind of magics to prevent everyone from entering. The man tells the GF that he knows their intentions, and because of that, he's not going to let them enter. When Michael asks to talk to the man says that there's not going to be any talking, and he stands his ground.
"There will be no talking."
Michael goes on about how him and his crew are amazed at what this man and his people are capable of, but the man doesn't falter, and says that he knows Michael's intent is to quote-unquote use this machine, and that he won't let that happen again.
"Your intent is to use this machine, and I will not let that happen again."
So Michael's done with the sweet talking, and he just phases through the barrier that the man put up and tries to beat the shit out of him. Then the man's eyes get all glowy, and he says that Michael's attempts at violence aren't going to work on him. He then declares that his name is Hala, and asks again that Michael leave the room, and then we cut away. Because what else would Aphmau do right as we get information vital to the plot? At the werewolf encampment, we see that everyone's least favorite character, Ian, is back in the house, and he's used a bunch of forever potions to get every single werewolf under his control, and also to call him Alpha.
Yes, Alpha!
And he uses these newfound powers to bully everyone and rough them up for a little bit. Daniel happened to be away from the encampment as everyone was being forever potioned by Ian, so he's not under Ian's control, but he acts like he is when Ian finally spots him. Because he recognizes Daniel, Ian declares that Daniel is going to be his little dog.
"You're going to be my little dog."
And I don't want to know what that means. A little bit later, Aphmau and Zane run into one of their werewolf friends, Dottie, but she's acting a little suspicious. She tells Aphmau that Aaron is at their encampment and that he's badly injured. She also says that Garth and Kawaii-chan headed back to the resort to find a boat to get off the island. But we all know that's not true. But obviously, Aphmau and Zane don't know that, so Aphmau says she's going to go back with Dottie and Zane is going to go to the resort to find Kawaii-chan and Garth. Before they split up, Dottie tells Zane that the encampment is on the beach by the docks, and that's where everyone will meet up later. Which is also not true. We saw that their encampment was in a cave. I don't know about you guys, but I have a feeling something fishy is going on. Next episode, we see Hala seemingly unable to walk and beaten to a pulp by Michael. Michael doesn't seem very remorseful, and he says that he's waited too long for this, and all the other stereotypical villain shit.
I've waited far too long for this moment.
Hala warns him that whatever he's about to do is wrong and will have catastrophic consequences. But Michael insists and goes into a monologue that just has so much information in it that I can't summarize it all for you, so...
You see, I once had it too. A lavish amount of energy to use at my discretion. I've searched for millennia to figure out where it came from and why it resonated with me. And you know what I eventually found? A diary about a man, his wife and son, and a comet and a cannon. How many times did you let her use this? How many people did you let her bring here? How many of her friends and family did you let her trick? How many people did you let Irene kill here? All I'm asking is to be able to do the same thing.
So yeah, even after all that, I still am not really sure what's going on, but I guess we'll find out in due time. Then Michael presses the big red scary button that causes the entirety of Starlight to quake, but it's probably fine. Around the same time as all that other craziness, Travis and Caitlin are making their way back to the resorts. Once they get to the military checkpoint that the GF have established, Travis cuts the line and walks straight up to an officer. The officer basically tells him to f*** off, but Travis's eyes go all weird and suddenly the officer lets him pass.
I'm sorry, Travis! Right this way!
Once they arrive to the beach house they stayed in last season, Travis takes a moment to himself where he speaks to the other Travis again. The other Travis says that he can help if Travis lets him in. Travis protests, but the other Travis wins their little argument, and now the real Travis seems a little different. Presumably, he has let the other Travis in as he asked, and now the other Travis has more, if not full, control over Travis. And now his eyes are the same shade of gray as Michael/Terry's. Got all that? Aphmau and Dottie are navigating the caves to get to the encampment when they run into Daniel, who insists that he can take Aphmau from here. Dottie agrees, and right before she leaves, she says that the Alpha is really looking forward to seeing her again.
Alpha is really looking forward to seeing you again.
Boy, I'm sure he is. Once Dottie's gone, Daniel drops the act and fills Aphmau in on everything. He tells her that everything Dottie said was a lie and that Ian took over the camp and is waiting for Aphmau's arrival. He says that they need to go and get help now, but Aphmau literally says no and says she needs to face Ian herself. What a fucking dumbass, seriously. Obviously, we all know why Aphmau would be upset in this situation, but sometimes you need to know when to pick your battles. He showed up and brainwashed an entire pack of werewolves in a day, and you think you can take him alone? Okay, dude. In Aphmau's explanation for why she wants to go after him, she very angrily says,
"He took me. He made me his plaything."
And yeah, he did, but this line made me think for a minute. I know the whole Ian kidnapping bit was strange, we talked about that in length after it happened. But it becomes even stranger to hear it from Aphmau's mouth, knowing that she is both the writer and actor starring in this story that she wrote. It just makes you think and reflect again about why the whole thing with Ian happened in season 4. Aphmau and Daniel head off together and make their way to the werewolf camp, where Ian is beating the shit out of the GF captain for some reason. I thought they were supposed to be working on the same side. I don't even know anymore, dude, we just roll with the punches. Daniel makes his way over to Ian and lies about there being a bunch of GF forces on their way to the camp. But Ian immediately catches on and just tosses Daniel across the room. Ian says that he knows Daniel is working with Aphmau and he starts shouting after her into the void and saying extremely creepy things.
"I know you're there, my pet! It's been so long since I've been able to play with you."
I think I'm gonna be sick. Aphmau wastes no time revealing herself to Ian and saying some dramatic bullshit about how she'll never allow herself to be used like that again. But all of it is for naught when one of Ian's goons splashes a forever potion onto her as dramatic Final Fantasy music plays in the background, as is tradition. Once the potion takes effect, she runs into Ian's arms and calls her love once again. But something's different this time. Ian says that he's been waiting for this moment for all too long, and Aphmau agrees, but then she stabs him, so something happened to make the potion not work, I guess. But again, in true evil villain fashion, Ian just rips the knife out of his chest and acts completely unfazed by it. He summons this green, glowy, magical stuff and says something about how it's not the right time for him to fight her, and that they need to wait for the right audience.
We need to wait for the right audience.
And I'm not really sure what all that's about, but before I can come to any conclusions, he makes another comment about how he wanted to have so much fun with Aphmau.
What a shame. I wanted to have so much fun with you.
So good to know this guy is still a fucking freak. Kawaii-chan and Eren are still at the beach house waiting for someone else from the squad to arrive, but nobody's coming. The TVs in the beach house start displaying another broadcast, and this time it says that Eren's mom has been captured and killed. So Eren is not exactly the happiest fellow anymore, considering all of his family was murdered or captured in the last 24 hours. Eren goes full depression mode and says that it's all his fault.
It was me. I did this.
I know he just experienced an extremely traumatic event, but all this guy does is whine, like shut up. Back at the encampment, Daniel and the GF captain, whose name we just found out is Esmond, are making their escape. Esmond calls for backup, and he explains that he found the missing werewolves and that they're being controlled by an unknown man using elixirs. The woman on the other end asks for his location, but he insists that he's not the priority and that they need to send the GF to the encampment as soon as possible. The woman continues to push for his location, and this time she asks,
"Your location, sir. We need to know where you ran after you met Ian."
But Esmond never mentioned Ian by name. Daniel and Esmond immediately know that something's up, and make the connection that Ian has taken over control of the GF, so their solution is to ditch the phone and just dive into the ocean and swim away. Now, Garth is meandering around out in the open and talking out loud to himself as GF are patrolling everywhere. Dumbass. Diaries Garth would not do this. Oh wait. Of course, he gets caught, and the soldier receives orders over a walkie-talkie to return him to the Alpha. Before that can happen, Zane pulls up out of nowhere and just fucking crushes the soldier's skull in with a rock. The two of them run off and try to hide when they find themselves in the same house Travis and Caitlin are hiding out in. When they see Garth, though, they're extremely caught off guard by the fact that he's a werewolf. Because remember, the two of them don't even know about Eren being the Ultima. And who knows how they'll react since Caitlin is a known werewolf racist. We see Michael again, and he's speaking to someone over a walkie-talkie and ordering them to start the evacuation. He orders that they take the civilians through the main walkways slowly, and cautions that they should be ready to stop at a moment's notice. A couple episodes ago, in the midst of all that other chaos, Kim and Lucinda were off somewhere else trying to find Terry. They needed to steal GF uniforms and IDs, so they used some potions that turned them into completely different people. So where was this potion when everyone was trying to escape from the penthouse a few episodes ago? After some silly hijinks, they eventually make their way in using their stolen GF uniforms, and now they've finally found Terry/Michael. Right as he's done giving orders to his people, he finds himself in some Full Metal Alchemist-ass transmutation circle, and Lucinda and Kim walk in all cool and shit, and Lucinda announces that he's now immobilized. Kim calls Ghost forward, and somehow Michael/Terry recognizes her aura.
That aura. You've been on this island before.
And this isn't the first time he's talked about aura either. He complimented Aphmau's aura back in season 5. Lucinda steps in and says,
"But we know that body isn't yours."
And Michael is not pleased. Lucinda threatens to remove his host, so to speak, and Michael says that she has no idea what she's doing. She doesn't listen though and starts speaking in tongues. She's successful in removing Michael from Terry's body, but Terry seems way more upset than grateful.
What have you done?
In another animated scene, we see that Travis is presumably now the person to be possessed by Michael, and he immediately uses his abilities to take control of Caitlin and Garth, and then orders Garth to take care of Zane. At the same time, Daniel finds Eren and tells him about Ian and Aphmau, and we get this crazy chase scene of Eren running to the encampment and Zane running away from Garth. Zane finds the house Kawaii-chan's at, and Kawaii-chan tries to get between Garth and Zane to break up the fight, but she's not successful. When Aaron arrives at the encampment, he finds Ian holding a knife to Aphmau's throat, and all of the other werewolves are super pissed at Aaron because he lied to them about not being the Ultima. Ian tells Aaron that it's all his fault that this is all happening, and a real alpha would have killed Ian in the woods when he had a chance, and so on and so on. Ian asks Aaron to give them to him, referring to his ears. Then, as Aphmau tries to make a break for it, Ian uses some magic ability to stab her in the heart, as Michael makes some weird comments about how Irene's time is up and how he's gonna kill her when he gets the chance.
I know you can hear me. Your time is up. Everything you saved will return to nothing. There is no stopping it now.
Somehow, Aaron and Aphmau escape the encampment and make it back to Zane and Kawaii-chan, where they all have to play doctor. Aphmau's all emotional, talking about how she doesn't want to die and she's not ready and whatever, and it's supposed to be dramatic and stressful, but like, as usual, there are absolutely no stakes here. Like, I'm not worried at all about whether Aphmau's going to live or die, because there is no way Jess would just let her self-insert die like that. Or at least she won't let her stay dead once she is. We already saw it happen with Aaron, so why the hell is this gonna be any different now? Especially when we already know Aphmau has some divine connection to Irene. And also there's 9 episodes left, so I'm sure she'll be fine. Aphmau does die by the end of the episode, but I'm telling you right now, it is certainly not the last of her. Aaron is so distraught by this that he takes the werewolf killing sword and just leaves Kawaii-chan and Zane to their own devices. Next episode, we see a bunch of distressed citizens on the island all crowded around the gate that leads to the port. 2 soldiers stand on top of the gate, and one announces to the crowd that once the gate opens, they are all to make their way to the boats. The other soldier privately asks the first what the hell they're doing here because there are no boats, and the first says,
"Doesn't matter. They won't get there."
They open the gates, and a third soldier speaks to Michael over the radio and refers to the citizens as witnesses.
Your witnesses are moving into position.
And says that they'll make sure they all reach the rendezvous point. Then we see Michael and Caitlin, and Michael's being a fucking freak. He's using his powers to make Caitlin subservient to him, and it's not cool. Michael speaks to Travis in his mind palace and basically just bullies Travis about Caitlin, kind of dangling her in front of his face in a way, and saying that he could have so much fun with her.
We can have so much fun together. Don't you want to have fun with her?
I want to have fun.
This seems to be an uncomfortable trend in the Aphmau cinematic universe. Women being mind-controlled into promiscuous situations while their lover has to watch. The women in this series have been reduced so much. Pretty much all of them used to be really powerful and really strong, but since then they've kind of all just been reduced to currency, in a way. None of them really exist outside of their partners, and they really only exist as motivation for the men to do whatever the villain wants them to do. Anyway, then Michael puts Caitlin in a fucking chokehold and lifts her off the ground and tells Travis that if he gets any ideas, he'll just kill her. Guys, can't we all just be friends? Later, Aaron is on his hunt to find Ian and avenge his girl with his super badass sword, but it's not gonna be easy with basically the entire population of the island rooting for his death, the entire GF trying to kill him, all of the werewolves subservient to Ian, and Ian himself after him. When he finally does find Ian, Blaze is the first to stand in his way, and Aaron is over trying to talk things out, so he just fucking slices him open with the werewolf poison sword. And for some reason, this entire sequence is laughable to me. Like, this is the modern alternate universe, and in just one season, we went from fun beach vacation to everyone being dead and Aaron mass murdering a bunch of people with a sword. I also think it kind of goes without saying that it's not easy to use a sword, but he's suddenly a master with it despite having never used one because it's the modern AU. And he just kills people without flinching because he's the cold-hearted badass. Once he finally slices down everyone in his way and has killed or at least horribly wounded 5 people, he makes contact with Ian. When he does, we see Michael in a helicopter flying above the scene and he orders the GF not to shoot Aaron. Then, Aaron transforms into an actual werewolf and all of the bystanders are fucking horrified. So now we know what Michael and the GF meant when they referred to all the people as witnesses. They wanted everyone to witness Aaron going fucking crazy. And they sure got what they wanted, because Aaron looks several people in the eyes, turning them or killing them before he starts fighting Ian. And somehow Ian doesn't lose immediately against this giant wolf that's like 5 times his size. But he doesn't last that long because Aaron just slices him open too. And as the cherry on top, Michael sends Garth and Caitlin down to fight Aaron too, because, you know, they have those super strength potions from their childhood. It's pretty brutal, I guess, like they both take a pretty rough beating, but they eventually do succeed in beating Aaron. Once Aaron is pacified, I guess, Michael kneels down next to him and starts taunting him. Aaron opens his eyes to try and kill or turn him, but Michael says that won't work on him because he's a cursed soul.
Your eyes don't affect me. You see, I'm a cursed soul. Just like you. You can't do a thing to me.
Whatever that means. He sends Aaron back to the kennel.
We need to transport him to the cannon.
And starts walking past all of the dead bodies everywhere. As he walks, some of the bodies flash a really bright light and then disappear like we're in some kind of video game. Oh wait. Michael speaks to the sky and says,
Is that all you have power left to do? Can't even save just one of your toys. You're out of time, Irene. I'm going to enjoy every second of hunting you down.
Guys, there is so much happening in such a small amount of time, I am genuinely overwhelmed. I'm not really leaving anything out or being dramatic, this is just how it is. Next episode, the GF seem to be in a panic. We see some rando soldiers talking over a radio, and they're talking about riots and how they need backup and whatnot. And it seems like they're starting to lose control over the people.
Everything's gone to heck.
This one soldier is about to fly his helicopter and go to deal with the riots when Esmond shows up and throws the pilot out.
Hello?
Once he's in the air, there's another earthquake on the ground. Except it's not an earthquake, obviously. It's actually some sort of GF science center destroying the center island and taking its place. Once it's out of the ground, we see a bunch of scientists freaking out about how some parts of this base received damage and others didn't, when Michael walks in and asks about its ability to collect.
What about its ability to collect?
When the scientists say that it's fine, Michael says that's all that matters.
None of the other rooms matter.
What the f does this mean? What are we collecting? And guys, I'll say it, you're allowed to keep secrets from your audience to create tension or mystery or whatever, but it gets to a point, and we're at the point. We're almost 11 episodes in and there are still so many secrets that most of the plot is completely nonsense to us. You can have a villain that doesn't have a purpose other than just to cause mischief, it happens all the time, but I feel like it would greatly benefit the audience to know what the hell Michael's motivation is. Anyway, Zach walks in and starts screaming at Michael for having Aphmau killed. Michael says that he's surprised he's so upset about Aphmau's death when he showed no regard for Ian's life, but Zach says that's different. And well, yeah, of course that's different. Aphmau is Zach's child and Ian isn't, right? This comparison doesn't even make sense, right? I want you to brace yourself for this twist. Michael says to Zach,
What allows you to value the life of one of your children over the other?
So, what? Basically, Ian is Zach's other child that he had outside of his relationship with Sylvana.
He had cheated on me. He had a child from another woman.
Which means that Ian and Aphmau are half-siblings. And season 4 also happened. This raises a lot of questions for me. Mostly, did Ian know that Aphmau was his sister back during the events of Phoenix Drop High and Mystreet season 4? And the answer is unclear, we never find out. But it doesn't really fucking matter, does it? But either way, I can't think of any reason why this would be the correct plot twist to write into the season. I know it's important to Zach and Sylvana's relationship that Sylvana got cheated on and Zach had another child, but Ian did not have to be the child in question. Hear me out, okay? A crazier twist that would not have been incestuous would have been if Ian was actually related to Aaron and the Lycans instead. Not only would this give Ian some strength that would presumably rival Aaron's, it would also create some moral dilemma for Aaron and his family when they find out. See how easy that was to not write incest into the story? There are a bunch of rumors I've seen flying around saying that they only made Ian Aphmau's half-brother because Jason was jealous of Ian's character being with Aphmau, but I couldn't find any evidence of either Jason or Jess saying this. However, Jason does have a bad habit of talking poorly about fans who shipped Aphmau with any character other than Aaron, so I can't act like it's entirely unbelievable. But we'll delve deeper into off-screen antics once we finish this season, so hang tight. The last thing I want to bring up is that Aphmau actually has discussed Aphmau and Ian being related in a comment section somewhere. Where that comment is, I don't actually know. All I have of it is this low resolution ass screenshot with the Android font. So I guess Ian and Aphmau aren't actually siblings, canonically. But this could just be another convenient excuse that they dropped when people caught on to how fucking weird it was. Red herring we didn't have time to resolve sounds awfully too convenient. Maybe they'll resolve it in season 7, who knows. It's still pretty fucking weird for now, and one obscure comment isn't gonna change that. Anyway, Aaron in his weird werewolf form is being held in some lab where he sits completely restrained and muzzled, and I don't want to comment on this. Now we see inside his mind palace where he speaks to Irene, again. Irene tells Aaron that something horrible is going to happen to him, but he starts self-pitying.
They were right. I am a monster. Murderer.
Great, glad we all agree. Can we please finally kill this guy for real now? Irene tries her best to convince Aaron to return to reality and escape because he has the power to, but Aaron continues to sulk and say that it's all his fault and whatever. Then Irene just turns into Aphmau, because they're the same person in Minecraft Diaries, in case you forgot. And she says,
"If they take you, your soul will not return to the stream. You will cease to ever exist again."
I fucking wish, dude. But now this raises a lot of questions. We're getting into some weird shit about whether or not this might all just be a dream. Like, none of this is actually real. That's some writing that, in order to be good, requires actual forethought. Leave that to the professionals. Zach approaches the cell Derek is being held in, and Derek starts shouting at him about how he should have been there for Aphmau and how it was his job as her father to be there for her. But Zach doesn't really care all that much. He says that it was out of his hands, but at the end of the day, his family was just in the way of his dream. And by the way, his dream was just to be filthy rich, so. Zach starts yelling at Derek and saying that Aaron's about to be killed, and Derek starts pleading and asking that they take him instead of Aaron, but Zach just walks away. I wish that they were forbidden lovers or something, maybe then I could bring myself to care. Once Zach leaves, Derek asks Agent R, who's in a cell across from him, if he was a good father. And like, maybe in the last year you were an alright father, but for the rest of Aaron's life? Hell no. Sure, maybe you did all that shit to protect Aaron, but it was still extremely shitty and certainly not what a good father would do. And Agent R definitely would have agreed with me back in Falcon University. He literally helped Aaron disobey his father all the fucking time because he thought Derek was being too overprotective. But once Derek asks him this, Agent R says,
"You are one of the best fathers that I have ever had the grace of meeting."
Okay. Agent R says that Derek's dad asked him the same question right before he died, and he gave him the same answer. Then Derek himself literally says,
"And he was never there when I needed him."
So you have your fucking answer right there, don't you, Derek? You were never there for your kid either. Just a bit later, Aaron, Derek, and Agent R are all moved to the same location. Irene again begs Aaron to save himself, but he's still not listening. He's placed in some thing, and everyone else is posted up around him to watch whatever's about to happen. Zach actually asks the real questions we're all also wondering, like what the hell is this thing and what is it about to do to Aaron? And Derek says that this device is so powerful it can move or destroy anything and that it's powered by the souls of an entire civilization.
And it was fueled by the souls of an entire civilization.
And if this sounds a little familiar, you're not alone, and we'll talk about it at the end of the season. He says the device can also be used to create relics, which are basically the same as the relics from Minecraft Diaries, if you can think back that far. Essentially, they're just really powerful objects from centuries ago in a time long forgotten, or whatever. And Michael is also the only one who knows their true power.
That only I know of their capabilities.
so he thinks he should be the one who gets to wield it. In order to create a new relic, it requires a sacrifice, and in fact, that's how Irene got her relic and therefore her powers. Her relic came from her own daughter.
Her powers came from an individual human soul, her own daughter.
A little dark, but okay. So now, here, Michael is going to sacrifice Aaron to get a new relic. Derek pleads that they use him instead, but Michael says Derek doesn't have what he needs, which is the Ultima Curse combined with Aaron's rage, essentially. And Michael admits to having set everything up to get Aaron to this state. Michael says that once he has the relic, he'll use it to break into Irene's realm and kill her, which will end the cycle of rebirth and make him the master of this world.
And I will kill her, slowly, ending the cycle of rebirth and making me the master of this world.
We see Irene pleading with Aaron again, and now Irene is recalling moments from Minecraft Diaries.
Remember when you saved me from those wolves? When you saved Garth? When we stopped Shad?
So now we've successfully connected Minecraft Diaries and Mystreet as being not separate universes, but the same universe and the same timeline. Irene tells Aaron that he can still stop Michael and save everyone's lives, but he's still just sitting there not doing anything, and Derek and Agent R can't do anything either. And Derek's acting is really convincing.
Please, Zach, don't. Please, don't. Please, don't.
But then, it happens. Michael presses the button and the machine fires. Right as it's about to hit Aaron though, Irene uses her abilities to cast this barrier around him, and Derek and Agent R use this opportunity to save Aaron, and Derek dies in his place and becomes the relic instead. But oh no, Irene used the rest of her powers when she saved Aaron, so she has this dramatic flashback of everything that happened in Diaries, with another cover sung by Aphmau playing in the background. This time the song is from Fire Emblem though, and I'm not gonna lie, this song is a vast improvement from the last one Aphmau sang. This one actually does have someone else credited to mixing the vocals, so that explains why the timing isn't as obviously f***ed up. I still want to know what the raw vocals sound like, if this is what it sounds like after mixing. But I don't have time to complain about this song right now. Irene is dying. She's in some other realm speaking to some shadowy figure, and he tells her that she's lived a long life and asks if she has any regrets. Her answer is,
that I leave this world in the state it is in.
And then he says,
those of us who try to play God soon find ourselves at the mercy of our own actions.
I have to give credit where it's due, that line is pretty cold. This other figure says that Irene is here to face judgment, and that she has committed crimes far worse than her. I don't know who her is referring to, but I'm assuming Aphmau. The figure basically tells Irene that she stopped Aaron from dying back in Season 4, and this was not within her right, and now she must face the consequences. Irene enters these big doors and she ends up in a house where she sees her daughter, who gives us a bunch of really vague information. She says that she wanted to meet her mother again but couldn't because she was in an unreachable realm, so instead she had to meet quote-unquote her, and when she did, she decided to do something about her fate. And now, because of that, Irene now has to choose between her continuing to live or Aphmau continuing to live.
You still lived in an unreachable realm, so I had to meet someone else. After I met her, I had the chance to discover her fate, and I decided to do something about it. This is my choice, and I want you to decide.
Decide?
It's you or her.
Maybe I'm missing something, but how are either of these things connected? I'm so fucking confused.
I don't understand.
So Irene speaks to Aphmau and Blaze, who is also here for some reason. Blaze says that he saw Aphmau sitting here as he was about to pass through the doors to the afterlife. You know, since Aaron fucking killed him. So he came and sat with her because he didn't want to leave her here all alone.
I didn't want to leave you stuck here alone. That's no way to go.
Which is pretty thoughtful, he didn't have to do that. He could have gone to heaven or whatever the afterlife is in this universe, but he chose to stay and stay with Aphmau instead. But for some reason, Aphmau is extremely pissed off about this. She starts shouting at Blaze and goes on to deliver an entire monologue.
It's always been like that, hasn't it? Aphmau can't do anything on her own. Aphmau needs people to help her all the time. Aphmau can't even save herself, let alone save the people she cares for.
That's not what I meant.
But it's true, isn't it?
Girl, oh my god, no one fucking said that. Or even thought that, I guarantee it. I could go on a really long rant about how it's actually the opposite, and no one can actually do anything without her. Back in Diaries, she did all the fucking work herself and everyone else were the ones begging to be involved in her journey. And I can't really think of any time in Mystreet where Aphmau was made to believe like she couldn't do something on her own. Except for maybe swimming. But that is so different than what she thinks she's talking about right now. And also, it's not that fucking hard to swim. My point is, you can't just pull shit like this out of nowhere. Aphmau has always been a pretty independent character and no one has really ever implied otherwise. And all of the major problems she encountered in Diaries, Phoenix Drop High, Mystreet, whatever, she ended up solving all these problems herself. Because nobody wanted to help her in all the instances I can think of. You can't expect people to sympathize with your character when you are literally lying about them. The least you could have done is mentioned Aphmau feeling like this at any other point in the series, but no, this is the first that we're hearing of it. If you were to try to get me to sympathize with Aphmau, I would go more in the direction of, oh, she helps other people so much she forgets to help herself, because that's more in line with what we've seen so far. And whether or not it's been directly said before, it can definitely be felt by her actions. Even if it would be a super cheap cop-out way to make a flawed character. Oh no, your character is so flawed that their biggest issue is that they help people too much? Give me a break. Even though I think it's a silly trope, it's definitely what Jess was going for when she's been writing the Aphmau character this entire time, so I'm not really sure why she just forgot about that and decided to make it the opposite all of a sudden. And I don't know why Aphmau's taking all of this fake shit out on Blaze, because he certainly isn't at fault here. Like, sorry about being concerned about the actual fate of my friend. This has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not he thinks she's weak. They are literally heading into the afterlife and he wanted to make sure she wasn't alone and stuck in purgatory or something. If I were Blaze and I heard all this, I would just get up and leave, like, sure, fine. And to pick Blaze of all characters for this scene is just kinda weird. I understand that he's a significant character that was recently killed, and they're certainly not going to kill any of the main cast off, so it makes sense in that regard, but Blaze has never acted as though Aphmau was weak before. Way back in Phoenix Drop High, he was one of her biggest allies in the whole Werewolf Alpha debacle, and he very clearly respected her and her authority. Aphmau goes on and on like this for a while, and now she's blaming herself and saying that she's so selfish and it's her fault that everyone died trying to save her.
It's always been like that, hasn't it? Aphmau can't do anything on her own. Aphmau needs people to help her all the time. Aphmau can't even save herself, let alone save the people she cares for.
That's not what I meant.
But it's true, isn't it? If I was stronger, my friends wouldn't be in this situation. Aaron would be better off without me.
And I don't know, I feel like we're reaching. I guess Aaron tried to avenge her, but he was killing randos. And Blaze, I guess. I don't know, this entire monologue from Aphmau just feels really unusual to me. It just doesn't fit her at all. I don't know if they had to cut several things out because they were running low on time or budget or what. It just feels like there's so many missing parts to this. Truly, I'd believe this whole sequence more if it was coming from Kawaii-chan, of all people. She is the only character that I truly feel has been underestimated and overly babied by this point, and they have been discussing her past, her fake persona, and her relationship with Zane a lot recently, only for it to really not go anywhere. There have been so many discussions about how nobody thinks Kawaii-chan is capable of making her own decisions, especially regarding her relationship with Zane. My theory is that this whole sequence was actually originally meant for Kawaii-chan, but they had to rewrite it because Aphmau died and she's the main character and they needed a reason to bring her back to life. But at the end of the day, who really gives a shit? Anyway, Irene is here to give us the lesson for today. You deserve all of the people in your life because they chose you.
When relationships are a two-way street, no one is perfect. No doubt, you have made mistakes. That does not mean you don't deserve the people who choose to be in your life.
which is actually a really good message, but it's delivered in a pretty bad way. This message is given to Aphmau, who is literally a god in this universe, and everyone is obsessed with her all the time. She did not need to be told this. Nobody has ever given any indication of being upset with or burdened by her. Stop acting like you're the victim all of a sudden. So now, Irene has made her decision, and she tells her daughter that she wants Aphmau to live again instead of her, because her time passed long ago, and it's time she stopped living through Aphmau and just died already. And I'm here to say I wish they both died and Blaze got to live instead. But that's that. Aphmau leaves this realm and walks back out through the doors, and when she does, a little girl follows her. Once Aphmau's gone, the little girl walks up to the shadowy figure from before and says,
"Daddy, you can be with us now."
And the shadowy figure reveals himself to be Shad? I guess it's Shad? This shit has gotten extremely convoluted. What the fuck is going on? Back in reality, Aphmau wakes up and everyone is happy to see her. Can't say I'm too happy about it, but whatever. How many times can a character die and come back to life before the audience gets sick of this shit? Apparently the limit does not exist because this is like the 4th fucking time. The term plot armor has been beaten to death by people who don't know what it really means, but this is extreme plot armor and it's bad. Contrary to what Redditors would have you believe, plot armor doesn't necessarily make a piece of media bad immediately. It just makes it a little bit unrealistic, and there's nothing wrong with that. Some of the best protagonists have an insane amount of plot armor. Like, as an example, Leon Kennedy and Jill Valentine should be so dead. In Jill Valentine's case, her plot armor means she falls off buildings and gets back up afterwards when her legs should be broken and her ribs shattered. Aphmau just dies and comes back to life whenever she wants. That's not cool, that shit's boring. Anyway, everyone rejoices that Aphmau's alive and whatnot, and then Terry, who's here now by the way, has to ruin the goddamn moment by saying he's the catalyst that helped set all these events in motion.
And a catalyst that helps set these events in motion.
Then Lucinda, our queen, says,
"Being cryptic isn't going to help us in this situation."
And I'm so glad she said that because I've been thinking that since episode 1 of this season. So Terry begins his monologue and he tells us that he's a descendant of the Demon Warlock, which we kind of already knew since Travis's dad was the Demon Warlock in Diaries. Lucinda acts shocked and says that it's not possible.
His descendants were hunted down and killed thousands of years ago.
And all Terry has to say is that basically they did a shit job and that doesn't matter. So what was even the point of bringing that up? He says that the Demon Warlock was sealed away in another dimension by Derek and Garte, basically confirming that Michael is the Demon Warlock. Can you believe that we have a Demon Warlock character and his name is Michael? We couldn't have thought of anything else. Terry says that Michael's trying to take over the world or whatever.
And has been working on making this world his own.
What is it you're after?
World domination.
That's not even funny, man.
But Michael can't do that in his weakened state, so that's why he's trying so hard to get his hands on a relic. And now that his first attempt at getting a relic was unsuccessful, he's probably going to find another way. So Aphmau does her little call to action, and everyone's about to get into some more dumb shit for another 6 episodes. But now, we finally find out what it is. You remember it, don't you, from the beginning of the season? Terry got a hold of it, somehow.
Where did you get that?
I found it lying around here. Literally. Just now.
And he tells us that it's a realm breaker.
This is the Realm Breaker.
Which can break realms, and also seal away powerful beings. Which is what we're gonna do. We're going to seal away Michael. Right as Aphmau is about to leave, her mom shows up and tells her that she shouldn't go after Aaron because she just watched him kill like half a dozen people, and she's just trying to protect her daughter. But Aphmau doesn't have any time to waste, and she literally just fucking knocks her mom out somehow. Like, how did she do that? And also, why? You're an adult, you don't have to do everything your mom tells you all the time. Next episode starts with a dramatic montage of everyone getting all suited up, and I just can't fucking do this. Like, this series used to be happy and about maid cafes and anime conventions. And as much as I complained about it back in the first 3 seasons, this is bizarre in comparison. Anyway, montage over, now it's time to make a plan. Lucinda's goal is to trap Travis the same way she trapped Michael's body a few episodes ago. And once she does, she's going to attempt to get the Demon Warlock out of him. But I don't really know what the plan is, since the last time they tried to do this, it didn't really work and the Demon Warlock just entered someone else. But I can't imagine they wrote this thinking that anyone was going to be thinking this critically about the plot, so we move on. Kim and Ghost are going to be the initial distraction, and once Michael is trapped, they're going to use the Realm Breaker to finish him off. And as that's happening, Aphmau is going to find Aaron, and Zane is back up, I guess. But there's still some questions left unanswered. Zane tells everyone about how Garth and Caitlin were suddenly under the Demon Warlock's control, but all that caused it was the snap of his fingers, and he didn't see the use of any forever potions. But also, remember, none of them know that Garth and Caitlin were given forever potions when they were kids. So Terry steps in and gives us a little flashback of his original business with Derek, Garte, Zach, and Elizabeth. This flashback just confuses things even more. A few episodes ago, when Sylvana revealed the truth to Aphmau about her father, she said that they separated before Aphmau was born, and before they were even married. But now, Zach is telling everyone about how Aphmau is at least toddler-aged, and only just now was their divorce finalized and Sylvana has full custody.
My wife and I decided to go our separate ways, and unfortunately, she has succeeded in removing all custody from me.
Sorry, not the point right now, but I feel like it should be brought up. Zach starts talking about the child experimentation and whatnot, and it sparks an argument. Since Zach no longer has custody of Aphmau, and Aphmau can no longer participate in their f***ed up child experimentation, Terry and Elizabeth ask Derek to subject Aaron to the testing. Elizabeth says that the potions combined with Aaron's Ultima Curse will make him extremely powerful, beyond what any of them can comprehend, but Derek still says no. Because he can excuse Aaron's childhood neglect and emotional abuse, but he draws the line at child experimentation. Then, Michael shows himself through Terry and tells Elizabeth and Derek to stop fighting, because regardless of whether or not Aaron is experimented on, his fate is already decided, and he will be of use in time.
His fate will not change, only his path. He will be of use in time.
That pisses Derek off, because what the hell does that mean? But nobody elaborates as usual. Derek leaves the room, and Elizabeth says to Michael that she can recruit more children for the experiments. Michael says no, because these 5 children that they're already experimenting on, aka Garth, Caitlin, Travis, Aphmau, and Aaron, were chosen by quote-unquote her.
The ones we currently have are the ones she chose.
I'm so frustrated by this series using pronouns all the time instead of just saying who they're talking about. I know it's for the mystery of it all, but stop. I'm so sick of it and him and her, like just say Irene if that's what you mean. God, we're about to be done with this season, just get it over with. Back in reality, Lucinda says that since Garth and Caitlin are under the effects of those experiments, the only way to set them free now is to kill the Demon Warlock. Zane says that he thinks he can convince Garth to get on their side with the power of brotherhood or something, but then Aphmau says that if it comes down to it, she'll be the one to take on Garth and Caitlin, and everyone agrees. I know she's a werewolf now and that gives her a boost in strength, but Aaron, in his Ultima form, lost to Garth and Caitlin. What do they think Aphmau's gonna do? And didn't Aphmau just give an entire monologue about how nobody ever trusts her to do anything on her own? What's this then?
It makes the most sense.
After some stupid pep talks, everyone heads out and the plan is set into motion. Terry tricks some GF into thinking he's Michael, which allows the gang to knock them out while they're distracted, and take over their boat. We arrive at the GF headquarters and dock, right as Michael uses the relic he got from Derek's sacrifice to do this. So now the whole headquarters is in the sky, and now we're fighting Caitlin and it's animated and it's really intense. Everyone's getting the shit beat out of them until Queen Lucinda is actually the one to step in and freeze Caitlin, and that whole fight is over just as fast as it started. And now, everyone is inside of the headquarters, including the injured Kawaii-chan. As everyone's discussing what to do next, Ghost kind of starts dissociating and having a strange flashback. And in this flashback, we see Emmeline from Minecraft Diaries. Ghost is Emmeline. And I might care if Emmeline was at all important or memorable. In Ghost's flashback, she sees herself in this exact same location back in the time of Diaries, so now she knows exactly where to go and starts giving everyone directions. Kawaii-chan, Zane, and Lucinda are going to stay where they entered to make sure that Caitlin can't follow anyone else, and because Kawaii-chan is just dead weight, while the rest of the group is heading in deeper. We see this sweeping shot of a bunch of dead soldiers all over the place like it's fucking Metal Gear Solid or something, before we see Esmond going berserk. But I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty badass.
This is the last time I'll ask. What is this place? Answer me! Who is in charge?
I don't know.
Then tell me, what are you doing here?
You are no longer my superior. You're with the enemy. You're a weak-minded...
In Esmond's search, he finds Agent R and they have this whole moment where Agent R is like, no way, the grandson of this GF soldier who killed Derek's dad. And guys, this entire conversation that follows might be the best writing that Aphmau's ever done. Agent R and Esmond are obviously sort of foils at this point, with Esmond trying to kill the Lycans and Agent R giving everything to protect them. But neither of them are necessarily wrong. Obviously, the intention is that the audience is on Agent R's side, but all Esmond has been told is that Eren and the Ultimas are killers, and Esmond genuinely believes that he is doing the world a service by sacrificing his safety to kill the Lycans. And, to make matters worse for him, all of his comrades, superiors, and underlings have been brainwashed against him, so now he has absolutely no allies. He's just a badass here on his own to save his friends. The whole reason he's even on this ship is to find out why all of his friends and comrades are being brainwashed with the intention of saving their lives. And in this entire conversation with Agent R, he never backs down. This entire scene that you're seeing is Agent R explaining Michael's true intentions and the truth behind Eren's outburst and the Ultima curse.
Then you already know who it is.
What do you mean?
The Guardian forces and the Lycans were manipulated by the same man.
Michael.
And Michael intends to turn Eren into a relic as well.
I heard the reports. Why should I care if that monster is removed from the face of this earth? He's already took the life of so many innocent people. His entire family deserves this.
This would have never happened if the Guardian forces weren't hunting Derek and Eren.
They're Ultimas! They're dangerous to everyone!
Should they be punished for something they never did?
And look what happened!
That's because you killed his entire family before his eyes. What would you do if someone destroyed everything you cared about in less than a day? Who killed who first? What did you think was going to happen? You were so obsessed with hunting Eren that you failed to realize the real monster right in front of you.
So Esmond is just now finding out that he, the captain of all these brainwashed and mostly dead troops, was betrayed and lied to by Michael. His entire life's purpose was a lie, and he's been doing the bidding of some evil overlord for God knows how long. So now, him and Agent R are working together, which is a pretty unique and narratively interesting duo. Like I said earlier, they're foils who have had opposite goals this whole time, so seeing them work together is actually intriguing. Esmond has been a highlight for this entire season, even before we knew his name, but all of this development that happens here in his entire talk with Agent R is genuinely good. Esmond is Aphmau's first sincerely great character. And it also helps that his voice actor is the legend Alex Lee himself.
This is my car. I got into a car crash. My car went just completely totaled.
And that makes 2 Aphmau voice actors turned Persona 3 voice actors. Anyway, Esmond and Agent R are searching the halls and they find Hala all f***ed up. He says that everyone is in grave danger because the Celestial Cannon, which is what Michael used to turn Derek into a relic, draws power from the souls of the living. And now, because the entire machine is floating in the air, it's going to draw life from everyone on the ground below. And all of those people will die if they don't find a way to stop it. But it all seems a little too late, because here's Michael absorbing the relic from Derek and about to order his men to fire the Celestial Cannon. Right as he's about to give the command, Michael stops, and we see Travis choking the shit out of him in the mind realm, and he says he won't let Michael get away with this. But, that didn't actually do much, and Michael just tosses him aside. In the time that all of that happened, Esmond, Agent R, and Hala made it to Michael, but it's too late, and now, Michael orders that the cannon be fired, and it fires. And everyone on Starlight has their souls ripped out of their bodies, including some of our friends, like Guy and his himbo boyfriend, Daniel, Sylvana, Ziana. All of the power collected from the human souls then turns Michael into his true form, the Demon Warlock. Now, Hala tells Esmond and Agent R to go find the woman with raven hair and to give her a relic because she'll be able to wield it, and that she's the only one that can help fend off the Demon Warlock.
Find the woman with raven hair. She's the only one here who can help fend him off.
because of course she is. Back with the rest of the gang, they've made it to the room where Derek was killed. When they arrive, they assume that Aaron was the one that was killed and not Derek. So Aphmau falls to the floor and starts screaming and breaking down. Somehow, Aaron, who is seemingly in the Irene dimension right now, hears this and wakes up from his pity party. At the same time, Terry says that he's going to go find Travis. Not to save him or anything, he's just going so that he's not alone and to say his goodbyes to his son because he knows he'll die if he goes.
This is the fate of my family. It always has been.
Before he leaves, he tells Kim to kill Travis if she gets the chance and gives her the Realm Breaker.
If you do stop him, kill him.
Meanwhile, Caitlin and Garth are back and becoming a problem. Caitlin takes on Lucinda by herself and Zane takes on Garth. They both try to use their words, but nothing gets through to them. Garth tosses Zane out of a window and onto a lower level of the headquarters, which he survives, and then he stabs the f*** out of Zane's shoulder, and only then does Garth finally snap back into himself and realize what he's done. So Zane, with multiple stab wounds, rejoices with his brother, and now they have to work together to get Caitlin to snap out of her spell. But it's pretty quick. Lucinda just reminds her of her dad and her childhood, and Caitlin falls to her knees and starts sobbing and apologizing, and it's pretty sad, I guess. And this is just fueling my Caitlin x Lucinda ship. You're telling me Lucinda is the only one that could bring Caitlin down from this forever potion? Sounds kinda gay to me. Back in the dream world, Aaron has another sad flashback with his mom. All you need to know is that Aaron's dream mom tells him to go save Aphmau, and he finally picks himself up by his bootstraps and comes back to reality after hiding like a wuss for a handful of episodes. And now he's all covered in gross purple gunk. Not sure what that's about. Aphmau and Kim can tell that Aaron is trying to come back to their world, but something is stopping him. Ghost says that Aaron is trapped, and the only way to get him back is to use the Realm Breaker, which is quite the risk considering this is how they planned on killing Michael, and this thing is presumably a one-time use. But they do it anyway, and Aphmau uses it to bring Aaron back, in all of his purple gooey glory. And wow, everyone's favorite couple is back together. I sure missed this. And of course, they start macking on each other not even 2 minutes into the next episode. Guys, relax, time and place.
And you did it at my birthday dinner.
The rest of the gang meets up with Aphmau, Aaron, and Kim, and everyone has a teary reunion. But they don't have time to be emotional because Esmond walks in and points his gun at Aaron. And Agent R refers to Esmond as Toby.
Toby, what are you doing?
So Toby starts threatening Aaron and saying shit like, it would be so easy to just kill you and finish this and whatever.
I have the opportunity to end this entire struggle right here and now.
But then he sees everyone willing to give their lives to protect Aaron, and his confidence wavers a little, and Agent R pushes Toby's gun down, Michael Jackson style. Why Toby even did this in the first place is kind of unclear after the entire monologue that Agent R gave him about Aaron and the Lycans. And Aphmau was on thin ice for f***ing up my favorite character for a second time. I love Esmond, I don't care, I think he's cool. Then the ground starts shaking and we see that the demon warlock killed Hala. Agent R catches the gang up on everything about how Michael took the souls of everyone below them and that Hala said that the girl with raven hair was the only one who could save them. Immediately, everyone looks to Aphmau, but she's kind of at a loss. Zane suggests that they should just straight up fight the demon warlock, but everyone is really reluctant because it's still Travis. He turns to Ghost because she's been here before in the diaries times as Emmeline, and she gives us a bunch of really useful information. She says that when someone is turned into a relic, their essence can either be used for good or for evil, depending on the wielder's relationship to the relic. Like if they're friends, family, or lovers, and the person willingly wants to be turned into a relic, they can be used for good. But if they're forcefully turned, like Derek was, it can be used for evil. Ghost also says that once a person is turned into a relic and consumed by the wielder, they're not entirely gone, and they can still be brought back. It just depends on circumstances, like how much of a relic the wielder consumes or uses. She also says that one person can wield multiple relics at once. So now, the plan is that a handful of other people are going to turn into relics, and Aphmau is going to wield all of them. Because of course. So Garth and Caitlin are going to fight as themselves and distract Michael, Kim has to stay and operate the Celestial Cannon, and Lucinda, Aaron, and Zane are going to turn into relics. Once Aphmau gets there, she's going to attempt to seal Travis away and use the Realm Breaker to kill the Demon Warlock. So the Realm Breaker has infinite uses, I guess. That feels awfully convenient. Usually an object like that in any sort of fantasy or sci-fi story would usually be a one-time use only, but lucky us. So the plan is now in motion, and Terry has arrived at the Demon Warlock. He shouts for Travis, but Travis has no control anymore. The demon is about to kill Terry when Caitlin and Garth show up and save him. But their success is short-lived when he tosses Caitlin into a wall and heals the stab wound that Garth just inflicted on him. Then he starts playing some crazy mind games with Garth. He creates this version of his mom that's obviously fake, but she tells him that he should stop fighting because the Demon Warlock is going to create a new world where they can all be together again, and pain and suffering do not exist.
It's going to create a new world. A world where we can all be together again. A place where pain and suffering will end. All your friends will be happy.
But Garth doesn't have the strength to fight back, and now he's back under the Demon Warlock's control, and he starts fighting Caitlin. As that's happening, Esmond, or I guess Toby now, shows up and starts shooting the Demon Warlock. It's futile though, and he just gets tossed aside pretty quickly. And if he dies, I will be so upset because he's the only good character with actual depth in this universe so far. But don't fret, right as things are looking grim, Aphmau shows up with her 3 relics and turns all cool. When the Demon Warlock sees this, he says,
"If you want to play God, let me kill you in a place more fit for a goddess to die."
Which goes kinda hard, I can't lie. Then he transports the both of them to the Irene dimension. Once they get there, we see this pretty lengthy cutscene where Aaron, Lucinda, and Zane help Aphmau from her mind palace, and things get all crazy. The Demon Warlock reveals his face to be Travis's, and he says that all of the souls from Starlight underneath them are a part of him now, and killing him would mean killing them. And then he starts using his mind control powers on Zane, Lucinda, and Aphmau, and he makes them all fight Aaron within the Mind Palace. Aaron's love helps Aphmau break her mind control, and now they're all fighting in the Mind Palace and in real life, and it's crazy stuff. Eventually, Aaron succeeds and he stabs the Demon Warlock in the fucking head and brings them both back to reality. Once they're back, Kim and the Ghost do some sort of spell to banish the Demon Warlock out of Travis's body and into Terry's, and then they fire the cannon at him. And Terry is genuinely fucking incinerated. Once the cannon fires, everything seemingly goes back to normal. Garth is no longer being controlled, and Travis is himself again. He appears to be dead, or at the very least, unconscious, and as Caitlin is trying to coax him back to life, all of the souls that were trapped inside of him leave, and re-enter all the people below him. But don't worry guys, Travis isn't dead, unfortunately. He wakes up, gives Caitlin a shitty pickup line.
That was my last breath. I'd want you to be the one who takes it away.
And then they start making out. So this all seems super great, like we won or whatever, but we're not out of the woods yet. The entire base is about to collapse, and they all need to get out ASAP. Toby has the helicopter he came here on, but before they can do that, Aphmau needs to get back to the machine to get the relics of Aaron, Lucinda, and Zane out of her. So her and Kim had to do that while everyone else makes for the helicopter, and while she's on her way, Aphmau sees Zane in her mind palace. He says that he feels that something is wrong, and that he can feel Lucinda's presence, but not Aaron's.
I can feel Lucinda's presence. She's here. But Aaron's... I don't...
Right as her and Kim get to the cannon, a group of GF show up at the helicopter. But don't worry everyone, they're not evil anymore. So now they're in the helicopter hitching a ride too. But now the helicopter is at max capacity, and Toby is pushing for them to leave right now without the rest of the squad. They say that they're going to leave, drop people off, and then come right back. So now Aphmau, Zane, Lucinda, Aaron, and Kim are left on this death trap alone. Kim uses the cannon to get the others out of Aphmau's body, almost. Lucinda is fine, but Zane is speaking nonsense.
Is... 4 okay?
Zane!
3... Please, tell me, is 4 okay?
And Aaron is, not looking too great. But they don't have time to do anything about it. They need to leave now because they're about to fall out of the sky and crash into the ocean. Lucinda tries to cast a spell to teleport them all out, but her magics isn't working for some reason, and she asks Kim to cast the spell instead. So she does, but she kind of f***s it up and everyone ends up on different parts of the island. And just in the nick of time too, because when the finale starts, the station crashes into the water. And well, what do you know, the finale also starts with a 1-week time skip. I'm literally going to pull all of my hair out. We see this press conference with some higher up in the GF command, and she reports that the Ultima was killed in all of the commotion. She also says that it was pure coincidence that the GF were even on Starlight at all, because they used the island as a training grounds.
Our soldiers have been using Starlight as training grounds with permission from the Starlight CEO. It was by pure happenstance we were here when the Ultima went on his rampage.
So obviously she's just lying to the public so that they all calm down about the whole situation. But it's not even a good lie, because what do you mean you're using this vacation hotspot as military training grounds? Once she's off the air, she speaks to a soldier and asks if Toby is on his way to their hotel, and she asks that once he gets there, he make their intentions clear. I'm so tired of people being vague and cryptic. It's the finale, please let me relax. Back with the gang, everything is kind of a mess. Something happened to Zane and now he can only refer to people as numbers instead of their names, and Lucinda is still without her magic. And Travis, Aphmau, and Aaron are all at the hospital somewhere else. Everything seems pretty chill. I guess it's as chill as it could be considering the hell that everyone just went through. And then Toby shows up, but Toby comes bearing a gift. And the gift is Melissa?
Takes more than a few bullets to take me out.
How did this happen? We don't know. We never know. Toby talks about how the GF are trying really hard to cover their asses and making sure that no information about the truth of what happened gets out. Melissa asks what they're going to do with Aaron, and Toby goes on this rant about how they're not gonna hurt Aaron because Toby's changed after seeing him and the people he surrounds himself with, and he realizes that all of his opinions about the Ultima were wrong. Toby says that the GF is creating a whole new division dedicated to helping/utilizing otherworldly beings, and then he kind of says that Travis, Aaron, and Aphmau are going to be forced into working for them and they'll all be studied further, but nobody seems to have that big of a problem with this, and they all just go with it. Then Toby literally gets down on the floor and apologizes to everyone for what they had to go through and says that they'll always have an ally on him. He is such a good character. I'm an unironic Toby fan. So then he brings Melissa to see Aaron at the hospital, and Aaron is not in the best of moods considering he is in a wheelchair and blind now. When Melissa sees him for the first time, he doesn't remember her at all. Toby has to tell him that she's his sister, and he says that Aaron has forgotten almost everything. His family, his friends, every event. He says that there's almost nothing they can do, but Melissa says that if they get Aaron to Aphmau, she can bring his memory back with the power of love or something. So they do that. The three of them go to Aphmau's hospital room, but it doesn't work. Being with Aphmau doesn't jog his memory. She gives Melissa the bandana from forever ago, you know, the one, like the bandana. And then Melissa and Aaron leave. They board a boat and sail off the island. Once they're on the boat though, Aaron seems more distraught than before, and he says that he's really upset he won't be able to talk to her anymore. Melissa asks who her is, and Aaron replies, Shu.
I won't be able to talk to her anymore. Shu.
Which, in case you forgot, is Aphmau's online name from back when they met. He says that she was a great friend of his, but he's upset because he won't be able to talk to her anymore now that he's blind. And by now, you know how much I hate Aphmau and Aaron, but this was actually really sweet. It's a nice little callback. It might tug on my heartstrings if I gave a fuck about them. And then the credits roll for the last time, and the show is over. But don't worry guys, there's another post-credits scene. Does it count as a post-credits scene if it's 5 minutes long? In this scene, Elizabeth uses magics to teleport Zach to her location on a beach somewhere, and on the beach with her is Garte passed out on the ground. Zach and Elizabeth are kind of fighty with each other. Elizabeth is upset about the plan going awry, but Zach doesn't care about the plan anymore, and just wants to rebuild his relationship with his family. Zach says that Michael never even cared about them and just intended on dumping them once his plan was complete. But Elizabeth says that Michael was at least correct about one thing. Apparently, Michael said that this realm is fated to fade away eventually.
So you're just okay with the limited time this world has? If this world really is just another realm, then it too will fade.
And I guess he was gonna do something to help Elizabeth and Zach out of it before that happened, or stop it entirely? I'm not sure. But Zach says he doesn't care about whether the realm fades, and he's just gonna let whatever happens, happen. And that's it. Obviously, the season ends on a cliffhanger, but there's been no new Mystreet in 5 years. At least until now. Literally, in the middle of me writing the script for this season, Aphmau announced Season 7, which dates how long it took me to write this script and start recording and editing these videos. but we'll get there later. For now, I still have a lot to say about this season. Honestly, I'm still kind of struggling to decide how I feel about this season. It's pretty corny and a lot of it is strange, nonsensical, awkward, etc. But honestly, this season had a lot of really good standout moments. Esmond's character has been a joy to watch. Alex Lee does a great job voicing him, and he has the most depth out of every character we've seen so far. It's the first time we actually see a character with real complexity and an interesting conflict of interest. And most importantly, it's the first time that we get to actually think about a character without having everything about them directly told to us. The story is also the most interesting that Aphmau's put out before, but it just comes out of nowhere. And it's also heavily inspired by a lot of other pieces of media. To me, a lot of the plot is very similar to Final Fantasy VII, which is a game I have a lot of personal connection to because my dad, mega Final Fantasy fan for decades now, may or may not have named me after Kate Sith. We look a lot alike too. With no spoilers for Final Fantasy VII, the plot points that stuck out to me as the most inspired was everything regarding the Celestial Canon. Like, you're telling me a big businessman has authority over a military and, of course, is using their strength, money, and manpower to promote scientific developments at the expense of the Earth? The way they describe the Celestial Canon at first is very similar to the Mako power plants, an energy source used by the evil military in Final Fantasy VII that's fueled by basically the souls of the dead. Michael is President Shinra, or maybe even like Rufus or something. This red-haired scientist guy is Professor Hojo, and Hala and his people or whatever are the Ancients. And you cannot tell me that the GF uniforms don't look exactly like the Shinra security officer uniforms in Final Fantasy VII. And this isn't me hating, I think this is more just a reference or an Easter egg than like intentionally trying to copy them without consequence. Another thing that feels kind of inspired to me is all of these soldiers being mind controlled. It's giving very Metal Gear Solid 4. Like, soldiers were given these forever potions, aka nanomachine injections, whether they were aware of it or not. And now they're basically being hijacked by some evil guy with white hair who is actually one person's soul living inside another man's body against his will. And this guy can essentially make all the soldiers obey his will for his evil plan to take over the world. Michael being Liquid Snake is pretty uncanny. People have also said that this season has a lot of Earthbound elements, but I've never played Earthbound, so take that or leave it, it's up to you. Alright, by now you probably expect me to have a lot of negative things to say about this season, but honestly, I kinda liked it. I think it was, similar to Season 4, extremely out of left field. Even with the build-up leading towards it, it just feels a bit disproportionate in its intensity. But I think the amount of production is perfect. I think the writing is probably the best it's ever been in Mystreet. The action is fun and exciting. I love Esmond. It has its flaws, but doesn't everything? I think it did the best it could with what it had. I also like how even though the story is still at its core about Aphmau and Aaron's relationship, it still expands enough beyond just that, if that makes sense. The only thing that really sticks out as just bad is it being revealed that Ian may or may not be Aphmau's half-brother. I know, Jess said that it was just a red herring, but it remains unresolved as of right now, so it's a bit strange. But overall, I enjoyed watching this season for the action if nothing else, so I'm willing to give it a solid S. And this finally completes the tier list. This is my final definitive ranking of every season in the ACU. Please don't hurt me, this is all just my opinion. Alright, now that all that's over, welcome to the final segment of my Aphmau series. Maybe. I don't really know where I'm gonna put this yet. And also, again, I'll probably be back once Season 7 is done airing. But before that, I want to discuss my theories about the entire ACU and what I think might happen going forward. And don't take anything too seriously, I'm sure there's a lot of holes in this theory, it's more just for giggles than anything else. I'm no game theory, this certainly isn't the definitive correct answer. So you'll notice the main theme of my theory is amnesia and the multiverse. Amnesia is a plot point that has subtly shown up throughout the Aphmau cinematic universe, whether it's been specifically named as amnesia or not. And when I say amnesia, I just mean any case of memory loss. Its appearance dates all the way back to the very beginning of Diary Season 1 and continues until the end of Mystreet Season 6. And I think I've come up with a theory that can rationalize every single inconsistency in the entire ACU. And I'm not exaggerating, I mean every single one. And it all leads back to the multiverse and amnesia theory. We have got to come up with a better name for this. So first let's talk about timelines. Season 6 confirms that Minecraft Diaries and Mystreet exist in the same timeline and not two completely separate universes. So the natural conclusion to come to is that Diaries happens first and Mystreet happens centuries later. This makes sense because in Mystreet there's mentions to a time long forgotten in contexts that would make sense to bring up Diaries. So if Mystreet and Diaries exist in the same timeline, how is it possible that Irene and Aphmau exist at the same time and can communicate with each other despite it being proven that Aphmau and Irene are the same person back in Diaries? Well, I think I have an explanation. The passage of time has always been a bit strange in the ACU. Think back to the way the characters have aged throughout the series, especially back in Diaries. And remember back in Mystreet Season 3 when Aphmau and Eren visited their old high school and it was all ruined despite it not being that long since they attended it? Those two specific instances don't really matter that much in the grand scheme of things. I only bring them up to get you thinking. What matters most is Irene's relation to time, especially the manipulation of time. Obviously, she created the Irene dimension that exists in a sort of time warp. So my working theory is that yes, Diaries does occur consecutively before Mystreet. But due to Irene's position in the Irene dimension, time is effectively obsolete by her perspective, and Diaries and Mystreet can technically exist simultaneously. And that includes every realm other than Diaries and Mystreet too, whatever those may be. And it also includes every other branching timeline in those universes. And to clarify, by timeline, I mean sort of like the butterfly effect, where each choice a character makes effectively creates a new timeline. Stay with me now, I know I sound f***ing insane. Before I bring up how amnesia is related to all this, I have to bring up a concept that's mentioned first in Mystreet Season 6, cursed souls. In Season 6, Michael says to Eren something along the lines of, "I'm a cursed soul like you."
I'm a cursed soul, just like you.
But as far as I can remember, at this point we had never heard that term before. So in order to determine what a cursed soul is, we have to look at what Eren and the Demon Warlock have in common. And the most obvious answer is both of their connections to the Diaries universe. Michael is stated to be the only one who truly understands the time long forgotten, aka Diaries. And Eren is also proven to have some connection to his Diaries self, as Irene tries to appeal to his emotions by bringing up memories from Diaries.
Remember when you saved me from those wolves? When you saved Garth? When we stopped Shad?
So from this, I've come up with a definition for cursed souls that I think makes a good amount of sense. A cursed soul is anyone who can transcend timelines, or exist in multiple timelines at once. Not physically, but emotionally, or I guess spiritually. To put it into perspective, I'll describe a non-cursed soul. Let's use Nekoet as an example because I have no reason to believe that she's a cursed soul. Because she's not a cursed soul, her character in Diaries and her character in Mystreet have no connection. They have different consciousnesses and different souls. And the same thing of course applies to all other non-cursed souls. And consciousness is also put into question way back in Diaries Season 1, when NPCs talk about literally gaining consciousness when Irene arrives. So now, Irene has some connection to consciousness too. So by this definition, a cursed soul only has one soul for all of their existences. So if they have the power or experience necessary, they can access their memories from different timelines. I think Lucinda is a cursed soul too, but I don't have much evidence for that beyond just a feeling. There's a part in Mystreet Season 5 where Terry makes a point to say that he recognizes Lucinda's aura and that he feels like he's met her before, and I think that's probably important to bring up.
You remind me of someone I used to know.
And this is something that he also says about Aphmau.
It's almost as if I'm drawn to her aura. It's so radiant. Almost like I've felt it before.
I just think Lucinda is so significant and powerful that it would just make sense. I guess Emmeline could be one too, since she has the ability to manifest herself in a vessel, kind of like Michael can do. Otherwise, I cannot with confidence say that anyone else in the main cast is a cursed soul. Back to Irene, she's obviously the most powerful character in the ACU, and I think that has to do with her position in the Irene dimension. Because the Irene dimension is so separated from time, she can use it to pass into different timelines or realms at her own will. And of course, as I mentioned, she's linked to villager consciousness as stated back in Season 1. Michael says that Irene has control over the cycle of rebirth. Maybe she has the ability to decide where the consciousness of non-cursed souls go at her will? Essentially, from what we've seen, Irene can see every timeline and every realm from her position in the Irene dimension, effectively making her the master of this world, as Michael calls her. But it's also worth noting that this power isn't necessarily in her right, as is described at the end of Mystreet Season 6.
Those of us who try to play God soon find ourselves at the mercy of our own actions.
So what does this have to do with amnesia, you may be asking? Well, it has everything to do with the demon Warlock. He's also a cursed soul, and he's already known to have a lot of power, and he's described as having some connection to time back in diaries. But it's also been proven that his power can't rival Irene's, at least not by himself. So I guess while Irene is in the Irene dimension, he can't complete his plan. And his plan is, of course, to merge all the realms. And this realm merging thing is mentioned in both Mystreet and Diaries. And he's obviously quite knowledgeable on the subject, because he's filmed both Elizabeth and Zack in on this so-called realm theory. So slowly but surely, Michael is attempting to merge the realms, and in this process, information is both gained and lost from the timelines that we see in Mystreet and Diaries. So a side effect of the realms merging would be what we call amnesia, memory loss. Characters forgetting things, or the plot forgetting things. Characters going missing, characters changing. So when random characters appear out of nowhere and we're supposed to know who they are, that's just the realms merging. Characters or plot points disappearing or contradicting, just the realms merging. Lawrence, Dante, Nicole, everyone disappearing, Garth being lobotomized, characters' personalities changing, it's just the realms merging. Everything can be explained by it. Is it kind of a cop-out? Yeah, 100%, but it does make sense. But that does still leave a few loose ends though. In Season 6, when Irene speaks to Aaron in the Irene dimension, she refers to Mystreet as a dream. I guess it doesn't necessarily mean that Mystreet isn't real, everyone that exists there is proven to have a soul. But in the post-credit scene of Season 6, it's said that the Mystreet realm is fading, whatever that means. I guess fading could be attributed to the realms merging, but that doesn't really explain the dream part. That's kind of where my theory starts to lose a little ground. So that's everything I have to say about what's already happened, and now I want to talk a little bit about what I think might be happening next. The trailer doesn't really have much to go off of, so this is more just what I want to happen rather than what I really think is gonna happen. First of all, my biggest hope is that Gene makes some kind of a comeback. I think he had a lot of potential that they were building up for him to just be dropped out of nowhere. They were certainly setting up for something to happen, and back to my amnesia theory, Gene did have memory-altering abilities back in Diaries. I think it would make sense for Gene to have some kind of connection to the demon Warlock. I think the most probable explanation for Gene disappearing is that Ian took the role that he was supposed to fill. But that role had to be played by someone that was a werewolf for the whole Aphmau being turned thing to make sense. And speaking of Ian, I also really hope we get some kind of clarity on the whole Ian and Aphmau being half-siblings thing. But otherwise, I don't really have many other guesses. The trailer gives almost nothing, and based on how quickly things have switched up in the past, there's really no point in me making any guess. It could literally be anything. First of all, let's start with one of the most serious yet undiscussed controversies in the ACU. You may have noticed that the production value of this season is very obviously significantly higher than previous seasons. It's been gradually increasing the entire time, and Season 1 looks like a completely different franchise than 6, but the jump between Season 5 and 6 is pretty vast. There's even a pretty noticeable difference between Episode 1 of Season 6 and the finale, which makes sense because it took over a year for Season 6 to finish airing. And I can't act like this is a bad thing on the surface. Obviously, the character models look nice, the way that characters move is interesting, the environment and settings are impressive, and I thought that the transitions between animation and in-game scenes was kinda corny at first, but over time it kinda grew on me because it does remind me of older Final Fantasies. All of these things could be explained by the fact that Aphmau began working with a production company for Season 6. And before I go any further, I want to say that all of this is alleged, and what follows is going to be a little bit more sinister than anything we've talked about previously. So the first episode of Season 6 begins with an intro for a company called Blue Jay Studios. I had never heard of Blue Jay Studios before, so I did some researching and found out that it's actually Aphmau's production company, and not some other third party. There's not much information available about it right now, and the whole company rebranded to Catface a little bit after all of these events went down. While I was researching Blue Jay Studios, I found many posts by Aphmau fans questioning things that were going on behind the scenes. As Aphmau was making the transition with creating Blue Jay Studios, much of her previous staff was let go, including almost everyone that was credited with working on Season 4 and 5. Blue Jay Studios themselves said that they made these decisions because the positions previously held were deemed no longer necessary, but the people terminated have said otherwise, and the initial statement has been scrubbed from the internet. Or maybe I'm just not looking hard enough, I don't know. Most of the original tweets from former employees and Blue Jay Studios themselves have been lost to time, but thanks to some dedicated Aphmau fans on Reddit and DeviantArt, I could recover some relics for you all. Jesse, someone who was fired from Blue Jay Studios in the summer of 2018, tweeted this the following October. Turns out my coworkers were just excited I spoke up. My PTSD from the last job was so bad, I was afraid to speak up about anything in the first 2.5 months. Here's to healing. The most recent job she's referring to would be her position working under Aphmau. But this tweet has since been deleted. A lot of people say that there have been other people that spoke out against Blue Jay Studios, but they've done a pretty good job hiding it because I can't find any of them. So just take my word for it, I guess. In the time around these terminations, YouTubers Your Pal Ross and Mystreet also left Aphmau's company, with parties involved saying that they were focusing on their own channels. As time passed, though, this was proved to not be the full story. When episode 8 of Mystreet Season 6 aired, many fans were distraught when they noticed that Daniel, voiced by fellow content creator Ross, had a new voice actor. Many fans were tweeting at Ross to find out what was up, and Ross said that he was never even reached out to regarding the role at all. Then he goes on to explicitly say that he hasn't even heard from Jason or Jess in months. And similarly, the same thing happened to Lawrence's voice actor too. If you hadn't noticed, he hasn't been very present in recent episodes because he was ghosted by Aphmau too. None of these people were ever officially fired, they were just never reached out to. I think there were tweets made about this by Sebastian, Lawrence's voice, but they have all since been deleted, so take my word for it. Ross later reveals that the word Daniel was filtered out of the comments of Mystreet Season 6 uploads to prevent fans from debating the real reason for Ross's disappearance, which is dubious at best. Eventually, Mystreet, otherwise known as Max, another employee of Aphmau's and a close friend of Ross's, speaks out and says, "I'm fine. I no longer talk or are friends with Jess and Jason. They treated their former employees like crap and I want nothing to do with either of them. I quit before anything could happen to me." I can say for sure I was happy. It wasn't hell working for them until after Season 4 ended. There were a good amount of happy moments, but in my opinion, the bad really outweigh the good. Fans replied and expressed concern for Max's safety after speaking out, to which he replied, "I'm not under an NDA. I really don't care." But he probably should've, because days later he tweeted, "So I've been sharing my experiences about my time at Blue Jay recently, and now I've been approached by Blue Jay's lawyers and they are now monitoring my tweets. At this time, I do not think I should talk about my experiences at Blue Jay anymore. I don't feel comfortable while being threatened with legal action." So that's kind of a lot to comprehend. If you don't already know, Ross and Max were pretty beloved by Aphmau's community, and a lot of their fan bases overlapped, so I'm sure this was pretty disappointing for a lot of people. And poor Ross and Max were really going through it at this time because they were also employees of Sky Does Minecraft. If you know, you know. I sincerely hope they're both doing alright these days. I have a feeling me and Ross would get along. Fortunately though, it can be assumed that Ross and Aphmau had some kind of reconciliation in all the years since this went down. In this past year's VidCon, Aphmau held a panel with almost all of her frequently recurring voice actors and employees, which is where Aphmau also announced the return of Mystreet Season 7, which we'll get to later, don't you fret. But on her panel sat our boy, Mr. Ross, your pal. So I suppose they've put their past behind them in one way or another. So I was already 300 pages deep into my notes and script for this video when one fateful sunny June day, Jessica Brevara posted a 6-minute long apology video onto God's gift to man, TikTok. You will never understand the emotion that I felt waking up that morning and getting this on my For You page. This is a real text that I sent to my friends the day that it was posted. I was ready to cancel plans to sit down and digest this. In the video, Jess touches on a couple different things, but mostly her controversial age gap with Jason. I haven't talked about it in explicit detail until now because it's not good, but you'll need the context for this next part. Basically, when Jess was 15, she met Jason online playing Final Fantasy XI. At the time, Jason was 18, and they began their relationship together when Jess was still a minor, and the second she turned 18, she flew out to live with him. Their age gap has never really been anything that they kept secret, and it's been brought up by fans multiple times, but nothing really came of it. Obviously. Her and Jason are doing just fine, despite all of their past being a Google search away. In this TikTok apology video, Jess tells us that when she met Jason, she lied about her age and said that she was 18.
The problem that people have with mine and Jason's relationship is the fact that there is a 3-4 year age gap, and the time we met was when I was really young. Now I wanted to address this because this is completely my fault. And I wanted to express that 15 years ago when I met Jason, I lied to him for 3 years about my age. I was 15, but I told him that I was 18.
And then, get this, she says that their age gap and her being groomed is therefore her fault.
This is completely my fault.
This may be hard for a lot of people to swallow, but if a child has feelings for an adult, it is therefore the adult's responsibility as an adult to establish appropriate boundaries. She says that once she told Jason the truth 3 years into their relationship, he needed to take some time to think about all this.
And then like when we finally decided to meet, I had turned 18 and I was like, okay, I can go meet him. So I had to tell him the truth. I told him, hey, I've lied to you about my age. I actually just turned 18 and yeah.
But eventually he forgave her, obviously, since they're still together today.
And it took him a bit, but eventually he decided to forgive me.
I'm just perturbed that Jason didn't immediately cut all contact with Jess when he found out. Obviously her age is the main problem here, but when Jason found out, it should have raised at least a dozen other red flags in his head. If Jess had been lying about her age for 3 entire years, what other things would she have lied about? I'm a legal adult, about a year or so away from the age Jason would have been when he found out about Jess's real identity. And if I found out that I had been romantically engaging with a minor for the last 3 years of my life, I would not be able to forgive them or myself. To put it simply, Jason should not have just forgiven her and gone back to dating her. Especially not so soon after it all went down. And that's even if this story is true. Jess herself says that it was easier to hide your identity on the internet back then because of the lack of social media and whatnot, which is true, but even still, I find it hard to believe that she would have been able to keep it up for 3 years without Jason being a little suspicious. Like, if she was 18 when they met, she would have been 21 by the time he found out, so did she lie about going to college, moving out, having a job? I just find the entire situation really hard to believe. And to make matters worse, in her Draw My Life video, it could just be her phrasing, but she makes it out to seem like her and Jason had met in person multiple times before she turned 18.
Eventually, our relationship went past Final Fantasy XI and into the real world. We became boyfriend and girlfriend, talked on the phone every day, and would make these crazy trips since he lived in New Jersey and I lived in Texas. When I turned 18, I finally moved out to be with Jason.
So they had been flying out to meet each other before she turned 18. There is absolutely no way that Jason didn't know she was a minor if that was the case. And to make it all worse, Jess ends her apology by apologizing to Jason.
I wanted to say that I am sincerely sorry to him for what I did and the fact that like people are taking and blowing it out of proportion. It's something that he's managed to forgive me for. Jason, if you're watching this, I am sorry. Jason, I am sorry that my lie 15 or so years ago basically caused people to look at you as a terrible person.
If she is telling the truth, then she still thinks it's her fault to this day. Did she come to that conclusion, or did Jason come to that conclusion? To put this into perspective, imagine if Jason was the one that made this video and he set up the camera and said, "Guys, she said she was 18. I can't imagine that would go very well. There is obviously a strategic reason that they had Jess film this video instead of Jason. And as an extra way to cover their asses, they make this into something about sexism and women in the industry.
We decided not to say anything for a while because we know how in this industry women are treated. We know that any small mistake, like even if it was 15 years ago and it's already been forgiven, like career's over. Like that's just how sometimes this industry works.
And to preface this next part, I feel like throughout these videos I've made it pretty clear that I am an advocate for women to the point where men would probably call me a misandrist. But for Aphmau to pull this excuse out of her ass saying, "Oh, if you disagree with me, then you're just a sexist clinging on to any small mistake I made when I was a kid because I'm a woman," is genuinely sickening. You are not absolved from criticism just for being a woman and just for adding that statement on at the end. You are just a coward. And regardless of whether what she's saying is the truth or not, she still portrayed this age gap throughout her Minecraft series at multiple points with no comments about how this imbalanced power dynamic is unhealthy. Like, Aaron is still a senior in high school when Aphmau's a freshman in Phoenix Drop High, and they even mention the age gap in diaries. And the rest of the apology video is also about Jason. And as I'm saying this out loud, I'm realizing that the entire video is about Jason's mistakes and not Jess's, and somehow he's still not in the video at all. Think long and hard about it. So Jess mentions all of the fan theories about Jason taking the writing out of Aphmau's control and writing out male characters like Lawrence out of jealousy.
Next one is less serious. This one is more like, it's the rumor that Jason made me change my story because he was jealous of a character, which makes everyone who knows us giggle because that is completely false. I wrote my story, I wrote the cheesy romance stuff, and I loved it, and I kept writing what I loved. And no, Jason didn't make me change anything in the story. We collabed together on certain parts I was like, hey, I need your help on. But no, that's never been the case.
I do believe her when she says that Jason didn't take over writing in the way that some fans suggest, but I do think he still had more power than she lets on in this video just based on his tweets alone. Basically, all I got from this apology was more hatred for Jason and more sympathy for Aphmau as a victim. And you know what's especially convenient about this apology?
But now let's go into why am I bringing all of this up? Well, because I'm planning on bringing a series back.
So obviously this is just an attempt to clear her name with her older fan base before rebooting her old series. And we'll talk about her reboots in a bit. For now, I want to talk about Twitter controversies. Jason has sort of been known to be a little bit sensitive and defensive on Twitter, which is not a good trait to have as an influencer. You really need to know when to pick your battles, and Jason is not good at that. He was especially touchy when it came to topics about Aphmau's relationships in the ACU, and he had some pretty nasty things to say to people that disagreed with him. And I guess I can say that I expect Twitter to have a slightly older audience than YouTube, but I do think that Jason should be keeping his audience in mind when he's being pretty profane. Unfortunately, many of his tweets have been deleted, but thanks to some Aphmau fans, I have a lot of screenshots. And we're just gonna jump straight into it because there really is no preparing you for these. So in May of 2017, Jason writes, apparently ship equality means whoring Aphmau's character out to every guy equally through multiple series. So first of all, the context for this tweet is that Aphmau's audience, remember, children, were saying that they wished that Aphmau had more screen time with more of the different love interests. And let's not act like that's too different from how things were done in the early days of Minecraft Diaries. And this is further proven where in a live stream, Jess says that the original intention with Minecraft Diaries was to create a reverse harem. Like, genuinely. I can't find the original clip, but I do have the transcript, so I'll paste it on screen for you to read it if you want. Hey, it's me in editing again. So I swear on everything that I am that I had a link to this transcript saved, and foolishly I didn't take a screenshot of it after I found it like I did with literally every other piece of evidence I've presented so far. And since the time I originally found this transcript, because surprise, it's been like 2 years, it's been deleted. I tried to see if I could find it somewhere else, but as you may have guessed, any Google search containing the terms Aphmau and harem only shows me fanfictions and nothing of actual use, so you'll just have to trust me. Does someone want to define what a reverse harem is for Jason? The point is, ship equality is a pretty reasonable conclusion for a kid to come to. Like, in their minds, everyone gets what they want, and it's not like the characters are real. But Jason takes personal offense to children suggesting that his wife's character interact with her other characters. And again, his child fans are not just suggesting that Aphmau go f*** other guys. They just want the romantic tension of, oh, are they gonna hold hands this episode? But of course, Jason's response is to escalate the situation and suggest that his child fans are whoring out Aphmau's character. And I don't know if I've been clear enough so far, but when I say child fans, I mean child. This is a real reply under one of the tweets in the whoring thread. Like, this is the demographic that Jason is suggesting is whoring Aphmau out. They literally don't know that humans don't have the anatomy of Barbie dolls yet. And this same man, not even 2 full months later, tweets, shipping drama. It's a show, not World War III. Please stop fighting with each other about fictional relationships. You should take notes, brother, because you seem the most bothered out of everyone.
Insulting a man's ship be worse than insulting his mother.
It's genuinely pathetic, dude. Like, I don't like to tell people to grow up, but grow up. Before any of those previous tweets, it had gotten so bad that Jess had to tweet about it. Hey guys, just a quick PSA about #Aphmau. TLDR, Jason is Aaron. He's my husband IRL. Please show him love. And he had our girl in a fucking Google Doc typing this shit out. I'll read the important bits for you. So a few things have been brought to my attention recently about shipping in the fandom. As you all know, shipping has been a huge in the fandom. Wait, what? As you all know, shipping has been a huge in the fandom. It's been around for a long time. However, as of recent, it has become more hostile than I have imagined. This is due to the fact that Aphmau is canon. You all know I'm a shipper myself. I was born in shipping, and I'll die in shipping. In a fun way, of course. I enjoy shipping for fun. However, I am also someone who's respectful of canon ships. With that being said, let's talk about Aphmau. It's pretty obvious that Aphmau is my OTP. Aaron is the personification of Jason, my husband. Aphmau is the personification of myself, Jess. The reason I feel the need to say this is because people are attacking Aphmau, calling it hollow and forced, when in fact it is a real relationship. It is the way our OCs, Aaron and Aphmau, would interact with each other in this universe in this fun, loving, competitive, and teasing way, the way we are IRL. I've been supportive of all the ships for the past 2 years because I know what it's like to have an OTP. Cough, Mithros, cough, ew. But also understand shipping is for fun, and while I tease about it, I could never ask someone to do something they were uncomfortable with. As of this cast of characters, Aphmau is the OTP canon ship for Aphmau. Yes, the person who voices Aaron is Jason, my husband. He is amazing, and is the whole reason the channel exists today. He's really shy.
I'm really shy.
And this is the way I share him with you all. I understand why Aphmau tweeted this, but also, this was not the serve she thought it was. At the end of the day, regardless of this shipping culture, there should still be some separation between Aphmau and Aaron and Jess and Jason in their real lives. It is obviously not going to be a one-to-one recreation of their marriage because their real marriage doesn't contain werewolves or catboys or magic or forever potions or giant swords. Well, maybe it does contain giant swords. Their real relationship could be sunshine and butterflies and rainbows, I don't know, because I'm not them. But as Aphmau herself has said, shipping fictional characters is fine, but shipping real people is weird and an invasion of privacy. Even though she herself literally ships real people in this Google Doc apology, but I don't mean to sound harsh, but Aphmau and Aaron are characters. And if people don't like them together, that doesn't necessarily reflect anything on their real relationship, and it shouldn't. If you're willing to use your real lives as inspiration for characters, fine, by all means, that's not new, writers do that all the time. But you need to be prepared to accept any criticism that people are gonna throw at your characters and be mature enough to understand that it has nothing to do with you as a real person. And why is she acting like the canon of any franchise has anything to do with who are the best couples? Shipping is like one of the most important things in modern fan culture, and it has been dating back to fucking Star Trek. And if we're being real, people have been doing it for hundreds of years before Star Trek. Nobody gives a shit if it's real, it's just fun. It's just human nature to interpret and create, and Aphmau herself should know this more than anyone. She makes being a fangirl her entire personality. She knows better than anyone that no one gives a fuck about what's canon. I'll say with my full chest that Lucinda and Caitlyn are dating and Travis isn't gonna be mad. And he shouldn't, because it's true. And the same applies to Aphmau and Aaron because they are not real. And Aphmau should have ended up with Kai, and Aaron should have f***ed off and never spoke to Aphmau again after high school. TLDW, Aphmau and Aaron are not real, and any criticisms about their ship has nothing to do with Jess and Jason in real life. Any insult towards their ship has nothing to do with their actual real marriage, and taking it that way is so fucking stupid. In this next tweet, Jason discusses rape in regard to their characters, so if you don't want to hear about that, here's a timestamp you can skip to. Jason writes, "Let me put this clear. It is not okay to put our characters in situations where there is rape involved." And yeah, Jason, that's a good point. No one should be doing that, in any context, but especially in this context considering the audience is mostly children. And seeing that type of content could be really harmful and affect their development. And that's crazy coming from a guy whose self-insert is a statutory rapist according to your own wife. By definition, if we take this tweet as canon, Aaron is a statutory rapist. Aphmau was 15, Aaron was 18. That is statutory rape, no matter how you look at it. Obviously, everyone who's depicting sexual assault with these characters is in the wrong. I'm not saying that Jason's original tweet is incorrect in any way. But he and Jess are not absolved of guilt either because they are literally fanning the fire. Worry about yourselves first. Back to everyone's favorite topic though, Minecraft Diaries. In 2016, Jason tweeted, "If you haven't figured it out yet, I will be taking the lead on the Season 3 story. Jess will still be writing the eps, but I will be steering. Aaron will not be returning." I honestly do not agree with a lot of the developments from Season 2 regarding Aaron, and I want to get back to the real story. I think a lot of characters got shelved in order for a lot of events to unfold. I want to fix that. This is one of the first significant moments where we see Jason taking over writing for Jess, just like Jess said didn't happen in her apology video. And this tweet has since been deleted, by the way. And this isn't something that I can really pinpoint, but the way that he talks about how he doesn't like the developments in Season 2 kind of rubs me the wrong way. Like, that's your wife's story. I don't know, I just feel like it could have been handled with a little bit more grace. But don't worry, our boy Jason gets his karma in just a few months. In February of 2017, he writes, "Minecraft Diaries is on hiatus. I was the one who petitioned to get Season 3 made, but the performance of episodes 7, 8, and 9 was too abysmal to ignore. Episode 9 did worse than Princess Nom Nom. Fucking Princess Nom Nom. I love the series, but I cannot risk my team's livelihood on doing a series that people don't like to watch. I made the decision to shelve it." So what I gathered from that is that Jason took over writing on his wife's story, made it so bad that it crashed and burned, and then he decided to cancel it. And also he can't spell livelihood. I know that neither of them had a lot of control in this situation, and I'm sure Jess had a lot of input in the matter, but I don't know, if I were her, I'd be pretty pissed off. And from what I've seen, she kinda was. The Aphmau wiki, aka my Bible, says, Jess, due to some personal issues, had to put a hiatus on Minecraft Diaries. The series was then cancelled due to poor audience reception. Jess would later comment that she wasn't sure how to continue the series and that she hated the direction it was going. So even she hated it. It seems that Jason didn't stop at just taking over Jess's writing though, and went ahead and took over her Twitter account too. Cleared Jessica's follows. Sorry, not sorry. Fans don't stay fans forever. And to anyone with a brain, this seems fucking insane and overly controlling. Maybe this is coming from a place of ignorance, but regardless of the fact that Jess is an influencer, I don't think that Jason should have access to her social media passwords for them to be used in this way. That's not to say he shouldn't have access to her login, like if something were to happen to her, but he should not have the ability to go in and make changes to her account as he sees fit. At the end of the day, it is her account, her name, and her brand, and he should not have the end-all be-all say. 3 days later, he comes back to Twitter to say that the reason for this mass unfollowing was because Jess was seeing too much negativity on her feed. By no means was it personal. I unfollowed everyone Jess doesn't know personally or work with us professionally. You did nothing wrong. A few other people sparked my decision, and you just happened to fall into that category. It has been very hurtful for Jess to come onto Twitter to socialize and then see her feed filled with negative. Filed? It has been very hurtful for Jess to come onto Twitter to socialize and then see her feed filed with negative. He means filled with negativity, I guess. To put this in a more relatable context, how would artists like it if their friends talked down about their art? That is essentially what they did to her, and it hurts to see it over and over without being able to say anything. That is why I made the call to clear her follows, because a few people needed to be idiots. At first, the decision seems pretty reasonable. Social media can be pretty draining and sometimes you do need a break. And I can't imagine how much worse it would be if you're constantly in the spotlight like that. But again, why is Jason the one making the call? Jess is an adult, and she should be the one making these decisions for herself. She shouldn't need anyone else to unfollow people for her. At the very least, this could have been done silently, or Jess could have been a statement herself. The whole way that this was handled publicly just does not reflect very well on Jason. Especially when taking into account their meeting, this just puts their unusual power dynamic even more on blast, and at this point, nobody can convince me that Jason isn't a fucking freak. So now let's take a short break from all of that negativity and talk about something that I actually like. Minecraft Diaries. In 2019, a remake of the original Minecraft Diaries began being uploaded onto the Aphmau channel titled Diaries Rebirth. And this time I'm not going to go as in-depth as I did with the original Diaries because most of the plot points are the same. Instead, we'll talk about this series as a collective, focusing specifically on all the things that have changed. The first episode was uploaded in June of 2019, a little less than 2 years after the most recent upload of the original Diaries Season 3. And the whole point of this remake is to make the original series more cohesive. Obviously, the original Diaries started a lot different than it finished. So the remake attempts to bring that same energy from the end of the original Diaries back all the way through to the beginning of the series, if that makes sense. And that sounds pretty awesome in theory. So many people love diaries, including myself, and I'd say that everyone would like to see the story reach its fullest potential. And honestly, after watching the remake for the first time, I genuinely think that this could be something really special. The first episode of the original series doesn't start with much, but lore to explain Aphmau's appearance is written later on in the series, like when Irene entered her sleep and was placed into that staff that eventually came into Vlad's possession and all that. Rebirth takes these explanations from season 2 of the original and just starts with them straight off the bat, which is interesting to see. My problem though comes from the way that this series is being presented. All of the nostalgic joy that I once felt for the original diaries was taken by these new HD character models thrown onto the ground and spat on. I'm being dramatic, of course. The appeal of the original and even the later series, like I'd say up until about Mystreet season 4-ish, is that it is still Minecraft. And after a certain point, this is no longer Minecraft, and I'm just bothered. It's some kind of weird uncanny valley situation. I can excuse the HD skins to an extent, and they don't bother me that much in the newer Mystreet episodes, but the way that the characters move and bend their limbs is simply weird. Obviously, it took a lot of skill to do all of this, that's not what I'm saying. It's clear that the amount of time and artistry that went into all of this is way more than before, and at points it genuinely is impressive. Like, there are character models that I think are really cool, and I touch on them more later. It's just that it's lost a lot of its original charm. This is just not appealing to me visually anymore. But I can acknowledge that that's just my opinion, and I do still think that all of the pros of this series outweigh the cons. And to be fair, I kind of got used to the weird visuals as the series continued and they stopped bothering me. In terms of just story though, there are so many things that are miles better than the original. There are a lot of actually funny sequences that flow into each other really well, especially this one from the first episode. It really stuck out to me.
Hey! I got some ale!
Brendan, stop her!
Okay. Hey, I did it!
You learn a lot about the characters' personalities and their relationships from all the in-between moments like this. And even in the first 15 minutes, we already know a lot about the world that the story takes place in. The story already feels a lot more cohesive than it did in the entire 237 episodes of the original. Everything that happens makes sense in the world that it happens in, and I can trust that things aren't just going to change out of nowhere. The world building is way smoother, and it helps that everything happens a lot faster and all of the fluff from the original is cut out. For reference, in the original, we didn't meet Lawrence until episode 26, but here we meet him as early as episode 6. The way that characters interact with each other is also way better, and it makes the world so much more believable and immersive. The jokes actually land here too.
What on Irene's earth made you marry that man?
His looks, obviously. Okay, I don't know.
There's tons of references to early Diary Season 1 that only veteran fans would get, like Brendan and Dale being stuck in the well, Sean Connery the hamster, and the babe house.
She'll need a place to stay.
She can't stay in your brothel house.
It's not a brothel!
It turns things that most people didn't think twice about in the original to actual memorable moments. And also I feel like it characterizes everyone very well. And also, it makes a lot of the characters that turned out to be kind of useless actually important. One of the biggest overall differences with Rebirth is the way everything connects. In episode 3, we find out that Jean and Sasha, Shadow Knights, are working with Zane and the Jury of 9, which really connects all of the antagonists in an interesting way. In the original, the antagonists felt very separate and disjointed, which left a lot of room for confusion and made the stakes feel kinda low at times. But here, Zane feels like an actual threat, and the Jury of 9 are genuinely intimidating. And also, they have really cool designs. There are a handful of characters in the remake who I don't really like the look of visually, but the jury members are actually so sick, why lie? And the hierarchy is very clearly established with Zane at the top and Jean at the bottom, and nobody floats around in any weird middle ground like before. Aphmau's character is also way more likable to me here. It's more obvious that she's the main character because of her circumstances rather than having random things happen to her because she's the main character, if that makes sense. Here, she has no memories of any of her past other than her name, and she has to be taught many things over again, like what certain words mean or how to express emotions or understand others' emotions. Everything that she does or says makes sense in the established world. Like, she actually feels like Irene lost all of her memories and was reborn with the intention of relearning how to live. The circumstances that lead to her becoming the Lord of Phoenix Drop are also way more believable this time, rather than it just happening one day. And every other character isn't just randomly flirting with her at every possible opportunity, and I think that deserves a round of applause. Any romantic dialogue feels like it actually has intention behind it, and most of it comes from Garth. Like, if it means anything, I wouldn't add any points to the tally for the entirety of the remake. Even Lawrence's flattery feels like it does just the right amount without going overboard. And the story establishes why he acts that way too.
You're like a pearl that has just fallen from the lost city of Atlantis.
Yeah, you told us that too.
You're lucky you're cute and a charmer.
Like, what a good way to introduce his character. It opens a lot of doors for him to have a really good character development from him being, for lack of a better word, a slut, to falling in love with Aphmau. Literally every character is an improvement from their original version. Garth was good even in the original Diaries to a certain point, but he's so much more fleshed out and has way more of a personality in the remake. Even the most insignificant characters are miles better. Donna, Emmeline, Brendan, and even Dale and Molly. I didn't even bring half these people up when I talked about the original. All of them interact in such a natural way and feel so distinct when in the original they were pretty forgettable. And honestly, Gene might be my favorite character in the remake because of how much more complex he is here. He doesn't really have much of a personality in the original aside from being evil, but here, even though he's cocky, rude, power-hungry, and obviously an evil Shadow Knight, you can also tell that he feels a little bit of sympathy for the people he encounters and still has some good in him, which is really intriguing. I didn't really care that much for him in the original, but here he actually feels like he has a heart. His dynamic with Aphmau is also really appealing.
Move! Come on!
This presence. Cocky little bastard, aren't you?
Usually.
Drop him!
I see your mate cares about your life.
If the series were to continue, I feel like his character has a lot of potential for some really cool stuff. Unfortunately though, all good things must come to an end, and this series is only 9 episodes long, ending right after Aphmau enters the Southern Wolf Tribe for the first time. For reference, that was in episode 16 of season 1 in the original. And if I'm being honest, I'm genuinely disappointed that this series never continued. Jess has also come out with a couple other roleplay series around the same time as Rebirth, and they're called My Inner Demons and Phoenix Drop Days. And they're both generally pretty beloved by her fans, if that means anything to you. But for our purposes, because they don't fit into my arbitrary definition of the Aphmau cinematic universe, we're not going to be discussing them. The reason I bring them up though is to say that they're the last intelligible thing that Aphmau uploaded onto her main channel. Near the end of 2019, Aphmau made a community post discussing the end of Phoenix Drop Days, citing its abrupt ending as a result of declined interest. It's obvious that her newer roleplays like Diaries Rebirth, My Inner Demons, and Phoenix Drop Days all have a higher production value, and she just wasn't getting enough of a response from her viewers to continue supporting new uploads. I can only imagine that Jess was pulling in an indescribable amount of money from her AdSense, merchandise, and Patreon. But I don't know enough about the industry to know whether she's really earning more than she's spending on these higher value videos, so I'll just have to take her word for it. Another thing she discusses in this post is COPPA. And if you've never heard of COPPA before, it's basically these regulations on the internet that are put in place to protect children. There are a lot of people who have explained it better than me, but that's really all you need to know for our purposes. Jess says that she's concerned about the future of her channel because of new COPPA regulations, and in her discussion, she says that she has her channel listed as not for kids because her videos tend to focus on romance and adult jokes. And I have a lot to say about this, and I already have. My family dog could take one look at Aphmau's channel and say that this is, in fact, for kids. And my family dog is blind. At the time she made this community post, it was obvious, but it's even more obvious now than it was back then. And Aphmau should understand that the average age of her viewers was probably not 13, and honestly I don't know if a lot of her viewers can count that high yet. If you want to see for yourself, open any one of her comment sections. I guarantee you'll have a pretty hard time finding 2 consecutive comments that are in understandable English. Basically, she's only saying that her channel is for people above the age of 13 for financial reasons regarding COPPA regulations. I feel like she's also kind of saying this to cover her ass, so when people like me say that her content might not be appropriate for young kids, she can say, well, my content's 13+. And that whole scenario sounds a lot like a certain problematic game developer with a mainly child audience who claimed his audience, according to YouTube demographics, was 18+, so he shouldn't have to censor his content. If you don't already know how that turned out, it was bad, and I'm sure there's at least a dozen video essays about it that you've probably had recommended to you before. Anyway, a few months into 2020 and the start of you know what, Jess posted another community post discussing the future of her roleplay series. She writes that following a work from home order for her employees, all roleplay content is placed on hold because she doesn't want to sacrifice quality nor her team's safety. And now, 4 years later, there has still been no roleplay content posted. Until the very tail end of me writing this script. During VidCon 2024, Jess announced the return of Mystreet and uploaded a trailer onto a new channel just dedicated to Mystreet Season 7's release. The season is going to be fully animated and is anticipated to be released at the end of this year. And maybe if I haven't ended it all by then, I'll make another video about it. Personally, I'd much rather see Diaries be continued than Mystreet, but the fans like Mystreet more, so f me, I guess. I also am kind of disappointed that it's going to be fully animated because, like I said with Diaries Rebirth, the less Minecraft it is, the less I like it. But again, that's not me saying that there's not a lot of talent being put into this, that's just not my cup of tea. I'd rather see real in-game Minecraft characters nodding their head whenever they speak and their movement limited to only walking, running, crouching, and punching. None of that weird limb-bending shit. But if the people demand it, I'll be there to watch it. But I'm getting ahead of myself and somehow I've managed to avoid talking about Aphmau's content from 2020 onwards. Because I really don't want to. I understand that times are tough for kids content creators right now, and Jess has to provide for her family. But if this is what it came to for me, I'd probably consider seeking other forms of employment. It's hard to stay relevant when you're making content for kids because they age up out of their old interests. And it doesn't help that what catches the attention of young people changes very often, especially on the internet. You can't just get away with making the same content forever. So if Jess wants to stay relevant and continue making money, she has to make some changes. And obviously, every change she did make was very worth it. Her newer videos gain more views in their first 24 hours than some of her old Diaries and Mystreet videos have in 7 or 8 years. And although this is a win for Jess, I'd argue it's one big loss for the entire future generation. I don't want to say that her videos are clickbait because usually they are mostly what they say they are, but the thumbnails and titles are all very obviously super flashy and containing all the hip new trends. Trust, if a new movie or show has come out and is popular on social media, it will make its way into Aphmau's videos. And when you click on them, they're all extremely fast-paced and wildly overstimulating. I've been watching all the original roleplay series on 1.75 times speed because I swear the voice acting is so unbelievably slow. But when I clicked on one of these new videos for the first time, I was almost knocked out of my seat. We all know that the new generation's brains are fried because the second they open their eyes, they have an iPad playing Cocomelon shoved into their still purple and goop-covered hands. And when I saw this for the first time, I felt my brain frying too. Nothing in any of these videos is coherent at all, and everything happens so quickly that I don't even know where or who I am anymore. It's genuinely just nonsense, and the premise doesn't really remain the same for more than 2 minutes before everything changes. And now, we're no longer playing as a dinosaur family on one block, we're in an arena fighting to the death. Not joking. Someone please explain to me why that just happened. These new videos are genuinely an affront to God, and I'll be seeing Aphmau in hell. Also, not to mention that most of these titles seem kind of sexually charged or fetishy in nature. If I had $1 for every one girl in a boys only place, I could literally pay off my student loans. And sometimes I look at a thumbnail and just am reminded of the consequences of living in late-stage capitalism. The videos are also extremely repetitive, and there's a formula of about 5 different themes that just get recycled over and over again. And obviously there's a lot more than just what's being shown right now. Remember when kids shows used to have, like, plot or a lesson to be learned? Any meaning at all? Obviously, YouTube is different than TV, but kids' content used to have more substance even on YouTube back then. I'm convinced that if Aphmau could AI generate the concepts of all of her videos, she totally would. Most of the titles I've shown have been from within the past year, but trust me when I say that it's been the same content being recycled in the same format for the past 4 years at least. And unfortunately, it's working. Her channel has over 22 billion views. That is an inconceivable number. To put it into perspective, she has 1 billion more views than Markiplier. Although, to be fair, Aphmau has uploaded daily since forever. But still, that's insane. And you know what? At the end of the day, she's just a successful businesswoman. Like, get that bag, girl, at whatever cost, I guess. If it was making me that kind of cash, I'd probably do it too. She is accumulating generational wealth. And like I said, I'm a college student. I have a less than impressive sum in my bank account. So I guess Aphmau wins, and I've lost. And that's the video.